When a sleepless female college student traverses into the realm of the Harry Potter film, she finds herself as the most loathed roommate of Tom Riddle in a London orphanage inn. Utilizing her foresight, she cleverly disguises the future venomous serpent as a fledgling nurtured by confectionery. After being claimed by a pure-blood family, the memories of her past life dissipate amidst the magical dust. The sole remnant in her memory is the gray-eyed boy, who becomes an inextricable obsession. Throughout her 7 years at Hogwarts, she becomes ensnared in the tumultuous vortex of the Dark Prince and Malfoy. A single lie stating, "I am dating Malfoy," grants her a potion of infatuation, personally delivered by him atop the astronomy tower. She feigns consumption of the potion, sacrificing her lucid affection as he tears away the pretense. However, the soul from another realm ultimately faces rejection by the world. On the hospital bed at St. Mungo's, she clutches his trembling hand, leaving behind her final curse. "Do not resurrect me. Let death become the only unalterable truth." He ensures that the entire world forgets her existence, yet he remains eternally nailed to a foundation of everlasting hatred and sorrow. Chapter 27. The Engagement Promise of Horcruxes and Undercurrents. The ancient stone walls of Hogwarts Castle still echo with remnants of the graduation banquet's revelry, yet the curtain of the real world has already been drawn. For Tom Riddle, the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts represents a meticulously orchestrated step on the path to power. This role not only legitimizes his presence in the sacred realm of magical studies, but also allows him to closely monitor Dumbledore. Furthermore, it provides an opportunity to sow his ideology among future students and even scout for a suitable heir. The door to the headmaster's office is gently rapped upon. Albus Dippet, the increasingly aged yet still perceptive headmaster, sits behind a desk cluttered with books and silverware. Upon seeing Tom enter, he greets him with a benevolent smile. "Ah, Riddle, do take a seat." Headmaster Dippet warmly beckons, using his wand to summon a comfortable armchair to glide before Tom. "I am both astonished and delighted to see your application. By Merlin's beard, you are indeed the most illustrious graduate Hogwarts has seen in decades. It is a source of pride for all faculty members to have nurtured a talent such as yours." Tom wears an impeccable, humble, and fervent smile as he slightly bows in acknowledgement. "You flatter me, Headmaster Dippet. Hogwarts has given me everything. I yearn to return here and impart what I have learned to future students, especially to protect them from the perils of dark magic." He emphasizes dark magic defense, his tone sincere and his eyes bright with an ardor for education. Headmaster Dippet nods approvingly, his grizzled beard quivering with his movements. "Excellent, excellent. Such earnestness is indeed rare." However, he shifts his tone, revealing a hint of difficulty and genuine regret, his hands clasped on the desk, leaning slightly forward. "Tom, I must candidly inform you that, after careful consideration by the school board, we unanimously believe that your current age renders you somewhat insufficient to directly assume a professorship." Tom's smile remains unperturbed, yet within the depths of his dark eyes, a flicker of cold malice surges like a hidden current. He maintains a flawless listening posture. Headmaster Dippet, unaware of any disquiet, continues earnestly. "The position of professor at Hogwarts, particularly for a critical subject such as defense against the dark arts, demands not only profound knowledge and formidable magical prowess, but also rich life experience and a deep understanding of student psychology. You are too young, like a freshly polished diamond, radiant yet in need of further refinement in broader realms." He gazes at Tom, his eyes filled with expectation. The Ministry of Magic, or the wider world, offers a grander stage awaiting your talents. He pauses, his tone softening, infused with a near paternal promise. "Of course, this is by no means a denial of your abilities. Quite the contrary. We have great confidence in your future. I assure you, Riddle." Headmaster Dippet's voice carries a solemn promise. "If after spending a few years honing your craft in the magical world, you still possess this fervor for Hogwarts' educational mission, I, Albus Dippet, in my capacity as headmaster of Hogwarts, guarantee that the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts will be reserved for you." Tom listens intently, his humble and fervent smile affixed as if it were a welded mask, showing no sign of wavering. He nods slightly, his voice steady yet laced with just the right amount of regret and understanding. I understand, Headmaster Dippet. Thank you for your candor and counsel, and for your expectations concerning my future. Hogwarts will always be my home. No matter where I am, I shall forever remember your teachings. He rises gracefully, bowing in farewell, and turns to exit the headmaster's office. The moment the door closes, the last vestige of his feigned warmth vanishes, leaving only the chilling ire and a tinge of belittling humiliation. Refinement? Experience? He has long transcended such mundane shackles. Dumbledore. Surely, he is the one orchestrating from the shadows. That old fox. In the study of the Vale Manor, the atmosphere grows somewhat taut. Joe Vale, now the undisputed head of the Vale family, attired in an exquisitely tailored dark gray suit, furrows his brow as he gazes at Tom, seated across from him. He has just learned of Tom's rejection from Hogwarts. Headmaster Dippet. Too conservative. Joe's voice carries a hint of dissent, yet more so reflects concern for Tom's predicament. He pushes several well-crafted documents emblazoned with the Ministry of Magic's emblem toward Tom. However, this may not be a bad thing. The Ministry is the true center of power. The Deputy Assistant Director of the International Magical Law Enforcement Office, or a senior researcher in the Department of Mysteries, offers an excellent starting point. With your abilities combined with the influence of the Vale family, you could achieve. He attempts to soothe this unfathomable young man who is now his sister's enigmatic boyfriend with what he perceives as the most pragmatic choice. Tom's gaze traverses the invitations to positions that ordinary people could only dream of, his expression unruffled, even carrying a hint of barely perceptible disdain. He gently pushes the documents back, his voice soft yet undeniably distant. Thank you for the concern and the arrangements, Director. However, he lifts his deep, dark eyes to meet Joe's gaze. I already have my own plans. Joe is momentarily taken aback by his refusal, his brow knitting even tighter. He studies Tom's striking yet inscrutable face. A wave of intense unease washes over him again. After a brief silence, he finally voices the question that has weighed heavily on his mind. Tom, Joe's voice lowers, laced with a brotherly, profound worry. You previously mentioned that you had a way to cure Rachel. Now, what progress has been made? His gaze remains fixed on Tom, scrutinizing every subtle change in his expression. Tom's fingertips unconsciously tap against the smooth mahogany surface of the table. Of course, he has a way to tear apart Rachel's soul, crafting it into a Horcrux, thereby sharing eternal life with him. This is the ultimate scheme he envisions to save her. Yet, the agony and risks of soul fragmentation require even him to exercise caution. Rachel's physical condition and mental resilience. Can she withstand the shock of that forbidden ritual? He needs time, requires more powerful Horcruxes to stabilize his own soul, and must use specially concocted dark magic potions to further solidify Rachel's increasingly frail vitality, which is being rejected by the world's laws. He even needs to adequately prepare her psychologically, ensuring she willingly embraces that gift. He raises his gaze to meet Joe's worried stare, his dark eyes glimmering with a confidence that suggests mastery overall, providing a vague yet sufficiently reassuring response. Soon, Joe. My care for her is no less than yours. He deliberately emphasizes the words, no less than yours. Joe gazes into his unfathomable eyes, a whirlwind of doubt swirling within him, yet he cannot pursue the matter further. He is left with no choice but to trust, or rather, he has no alternative. Tom's plans soon set into motion. He chooses a location that might appear somewhat beneath him to ordinary eyes. The eerie and sinister Borgin and Burke's, nestled deep within Nocturne Alley. With his impeccable good looks, eloquent demeanor, and a seemingly uncanny ability to read people's hearts, Tom Riddle quickly flourishes at Borgin and Burke's. His core role revolves around persuasion, convincing those possessing ancient, powerful, and mysterious magical artifacts to relinquish these hot potatoes or ancestral troubles to be sold at the shop. His methods are skillful and varied. He either caters to their desires, employs alarmist tactics, or weaves an irresistible narrative of potential benefits, always striking at the heart of the holder's vulnerabilities and greed. Among the multitude of clients, an elderly, exceedingly wealthy, and eccentric witch, Mrs. Hepzibah Smith, becomes Tom's primary target. This old witch resides in a foreboding mansion filled with various magical antiques, exuding a musty odor and the scent of mothballs, and her greatest delight lies in flaunting her priceless collection to others. Tom's striking handsomeness, coupled with his ostentatious display of erudition regarding ancient magical artifacts and genuine enthusiasm, effortlessly ensnared the heart of the lonely old witch. Madame Hepzibah regarded him as a cherished companion, even harboring a near-girlish infatuation. On an afternoon steeped in the rich aroma of cocoa tea, in the dimly lit parlor of Madame Hepzibah, which brimmed with rare treasures, the old witch, moved by Tom's artful flattery and thirst for knowledge, found herself unable to resist the impulse to showcase her prized possessions, trembling as she unlocked two secret boxes heavily protected by intricate enchantments. As the true nature of the two treasures was revealed before Tom's eyes, the pupils of his deep black eyes imperceptibly constricted with intensity. It felt as though an invisible hand had seized his heart in a vice-like grip. Nestled within one of the boxes lay a heavy golden chalice, crafted from pure gold, adorned with intricately carved badgers, and its handle embellished with resplendent gems, exuding a warm and rich magical aura. The Hufflepuff Cup. The other box contained an ancient pendant box, featuring a massive oval black gemstone. The surface of the box was entwined with a lifelike silver serpent, its eyes two tiny green gems that shimmered with a cold and eerie brilliance. The locket of Salazar Slytherin. These relics of the founders possessed unparalleled magical power and profound symbolism. They were precisely the exquisite vessels that bore the fragments of his noble soul he had yearned for. Elation and a chilling intent to kill surged simultaneously within Tom's heart. He expertly masked his expression, allowing just the right degree of shock, obsession, and admiration to shine through his eyes as he lavished extravagant praise upon these priceless treasures, thus satisfying Madame Hepzibah's immense vanity. A few days later, on a meticulously orchestrated night, a cup of spiced cocoa tea, and a silent, lethal curse in a green glow, Madame Hepzibah Smith, wearing a peculiar smile, collapsed in her opulent armchair draped in velvet, the breath of life dissipating in an instant. Immediately afterward, Tom's cold gaze shifted towards the trembling house elf, Hoki, cowering in the corner. His yew wand pointed with precision at her terrified eyes as a powerful obliviate and confundus charm violently invaded her fragile mind. A horrifying and false memory was forcefully implanted. She, by accident, had introduced a deadly poison into her mistress's cocoa tea. When the Aurors from a Ministry of Magic arrived, they found the house elf Hoki curled up beside her mistress's corpse, trembling and incoherently crying out her confession. The evidence was irrefutable and the motive sufficient. The case was hastily classified as a tragic accident. The chalice and the pendant box, these two treasures stained with blood, silently fell into Tom's possession. Soon after, in a dark room deep within Nocturne Alley, shielded by layers of protective enchantments, accompanied by ancient incantations that twisted souls and the silent demise of an unidentified Muggle vagabond, the Hufflepuff Cup and the Slytherin locket were infused with pieces of Tom Riddle's fractured soul, thus becoming his third and fourth Horcruxes. After securing his prize, Tom unhesitatingly resigned from his position at Borgin and Burke's, vanishing like a specter into the shadows of Nocturne Alley. Rachel was confined to the Vale Manor, nearly under house arrest, under the pretext of needing rest as dictated by Joe. Her movements were restricted to the confines of the manor and a limited section of the garden. Joe mobilized all family resources, scouring for various rare ingredients believed to rejuvenate life force. Tom regularly sent potions he personally concocted through a special network of owls. Although Rachel found the concoctions peculiar in taste, she dutifully consumed them each time, driven by her trust in Tom and her yearning for health. The letters from Abraxas and Tom were her sole solace in the monotony of her existence. Tom's correspondence brimmed with formulaic concern and vague descriptions of his work, dealing with valuable antiques and researching ancient magic. The next encounter with Tom and Abraxas occurred at a grand wedding held at Malfoy Manor, beneath an arch of pure white roses. Abraxas Malfoy donned an exquisite robe adorned with intricate silver patterns, his slate blue hair meticulously styled, and a flawless smile typical of a Malfoy heir graced his face. Beside him stood Emily Rosier, clad in an opulent wedding gown encrusted with diamonds, her features exquisite yet as ethereal as ice, her gaze tranquil and unyielding. Under the officiant's guidance and the watchful eyes of the assembled guests, they exchanged vows and rings. Abraxas's smile remained impeccable. Yet within the depths of his gray-blue eyes lay a profound stillness, tinged with an almost imperceptible numbness. He was flawlessly fulfilling the responsibilities of a Malfoy. In the audience, Rachel, adorned in a soft lavender gown, sat beside Jo. She watched her friend partake in this pivotal life ceremony amidst the crowd's gaze. Her eyes drawn to the glimmering diamond ring in the bride's hand, a symbol of commitment, where a fleeting, almost imperceptible glimmer of envy crossed her cerulean eyes, unnoticed even by herself. It was a longing for the happiness sanctioned by society, an instinctive yearning to stand openly beside one's beloved. This subtle shift in her expression was akin to a pebble cast into a placid lake, instantly caught by Tom Riddle, who stood in the shadows not far behind her. His obsidian eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure and possessiveness slithering through his mind like a cold serpent. He furrowed his brow momentarily, but quickly restored his flawless demeanor. At the wedding banquet, the air was thick with elegance and the clinking of glasses. Abraxas, holding a goblet, endeavored to embody the role of the groom. Upon reaching Tom and Rachel, his practiced smile appeared marginally more genuine. He scrutinized Tom with a hint of jest in his tone. "Long time no see, Mr. Riddle. TSK, you've managed to avoid being tarnished in such a place as Borgin and Burke's? You seem to have grown even more handsome." He attempted to lighten the mood, his gaze subtly probing. Rachel, with a haughty tilt of her chin, intertwined her arm with Tom's, her azure eyes radiating unabashed loyalty. "Of course, wherever he is. Tom shines the brightest." Her tone brimmed with pride, as if Tom's employment at Borgin and Burke's was a matter of great distinction. Tom glanced down at Rachel, a tender smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, but when his gaze fell upon the ring on her fourth finger, his expression deepened with a weighty significance. He refrained from responding to Abraxas's teasing, instead pointedly reminding, "Malfoy, do you still have time to chat here? Soon, your Malfoy wife will be waiting impatiently." He deliberately emphasized the word wife. At the mention of wife, the feigned lightness in Abraxas's eyes dimmed, overshadowed by a deeper fatigue. He forced a somewhat strained smile, feigning cheerfulness as he waved his hand dismissively. All right, truly prioritizing romance over friendship. I've instructed the butler to prepare your guest room." He winked mischievously, casting a glance between Rachel and Tom. "I presume you won't require 2 rooms?" He elongated his tone. Rachel's cheeks flushed crimson, her embarrassment compelling her to lower her gaze. Since returning to Vale Manor post-graduation, under Jo's vigilant protection, she and Tom had indeed spent precious little time together. Tom, however, wore a brazenly predatory grin. He tightened his arm around Rachel, leaning down to whisper in her ear, his voice low and inviting. "It seems our groom is quite thoughtful. Come along, little lady." His warm breath grazed Rachel's sensitive ear, igniting a blush that spread from her cheeks to the nape of her neck. The butler escorted Tom and Rachel to an exquisitely adorned guest room. The massive 4-poster bed was draped with deep green velvet curtains, and a faint scent of rose essential oil lingered in the air. Once the door closed, isolating them from the outside clamor, the atmosphere thickened with palpable tension. The longing of their reunion and the intoxicating effects of alcohol prompted Rachel to wrap her arms around Tom's neck. His kiss, infused with fervent possessiveness, descended upon her, while his long fingers deftly unfastened the ties of her gown. At that dizzying moment, as Tom shed his shirt and prepared to advance further, Rachel's gaze inadvertently swept across his chest and back. "Ah," she gasped, her voice a sharp tremor, freezing the amorous ambience instantaneously. In the dim light of the bedside magical lamp, she clearly saw the grotesque scars marring his otherwise flawless skin, resembling twisted, dark red centipedes that clung to him. Some were elongated lacerations with ominous black-purple edges. Others appeared as if corroded by strong acid, while a few bore the marks of some powerful magical energy, leaving behind strange chart imprints. These scars, evidently ancient, emanated an unsettling darkness and foreboding aura, far beyond what ordinary battles or accidents could inflict. A wave of terror and concern engulfed Rachel as she lunged toward Tom, her icy fingers trembling as they brushed against those horrific scars, her cerulean eyes brimming with unshed tears. "Tom, what is this?" Her voice quivered with incredulity and fear. "What has happened to you? Why did you choose to go to that eerie, sinister dark magic shop instead of taking the good position Jo arranged for you? Why do you have so many terrifying wounds?" The long-suppressed questions, unease, and dread surged forth like a bursting dam. She lifted her tear-filled face, clutching Tom's arm with desperation, her nails nearly digging into his skin. "You said you would tell me everything when you were ready, that I should wait, and I waited. But what did I receive? More of your inscrutable secrets, more dangers of which I am unaware. Tom, please tell me." Her sobs were heart-wrenching, as if she were expelling all the lingering grievances and fears of the past. Observing Rachel's trembling form, her pale face reflecting pure distress. Tom's eyes flickered with fleeting annoyance. Yet predominantly, a sense of his territory being breached and plans disrupted. He forcefully subdued the darkness within, opening his arms to embrace the nearly exhausted Rachel tightly. His gesture appeared gentle, yet his grip was unyielding. Shoo, don't cry, Rachel, don't be afraid. Tom's voice was deep and magnetic, laced with a deliberate soothing charm. His chin brushing against her hair. Trust me, all right? These are merely unavoidable small prices on the path to exploring power. He downplayed the severity, his fingers tenderly stroking her back. I promised you that I would ensure both our well-being. Remember, I assured you? I will make it happen. Each time he beheld Rachel's increasingly pallid visage, he felt her vitality ebbing away like sand through an hourglass. And an unfamiliar sensation akin to being pricked by fine needles would quietly surface. It seemed he began to comprehend the source of Joe's vexing concern, expressed during the farewell banquet, when he remarked that Rachel was his Achilles heel. Yet, Tom Riddle would never allow himself such a vulnerability. He would render Rachel as formidable and eternal as himself. Lowering his gaze, he found it resting once more on the Gunther ring adorning Rachel's fourth finger, his expression growing profound and contemplative. Perhaps it was time for this ring to assume a more significant role. Rachel, in his embrace, had vented her feelings through tears, her fists pounding fiercely against his sturdy back, accusing him of concealment and deception. Under Tom's beguiling, deep, and gentle reassurances, her tumultuous emotions gradually subsided, leaving only soft sobs in their wake. Once she had regained her composure, Rachel lifted her gaze from Tom's chest, her cheeks still streaked with tears, her nose a rosy hue. She regarded Tom's still strikingly handsome face and then glanced at the ring upon her hand, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of grievance and awkwardness. With an air of defiance, she extended her hand and commanded Tom, "Take this ring off me." Tom paused momentarily, a flicker of feigned surprise crossing his deep, dark eyes. Why? He feigned ignorance, fully aware of her underlying sentiments. Rachel's voice carried a hint of petulance, her cheeks betraying a flush. "Because it may lead others to misunderstand that I am engaged. We are not in that kind of relationship." Her azure eyes sparkled with anticipation, grievance, and a barely perceptible hint of testing. She yearned for a promise, a public acknowledgement akin to the one that would transpire at tonight's wedding. In an instant, Tom grasped the hidden implications of the young lady's awkward words. He observed Rachel's demeanor, so evidently concerned yet feigning pride, with a glimmer of understanding in his depths, swiftly replaced by a sense of control tinged with mockery. He gently took her outstretched hand, not only refraining from removing the ring but enveloping her hand, along with the ring, within his warm palm. Shaking his head slowly, his voice resonated with an undeniable possessiveness. "No, little girl. I shall not remove it." Leaning closer to Rachel's ear, his warm breath brushed against her skin, carrying a nearly seductive promise, assuring her that no one would misconstrue their bond. Pausing to admire the sparkle igniting in her eyes and the slight parting of her lips at his words, he continued in a leisurely manner, "Give me a little time to prepare, shall you? To orchestrate a ceremony worthy of the heiress of the Vale family." A surge of immense surprise exploded within Rachel's heart, akin to a firework display. She could no longer contain herself. A sweet, radiant smile, sweeter than honey, blossomed across her face, her cerulean eyes sparkling with starlight. "Really?" Her voice trembled with excitement. Yet, this overwhelming joy seemed to deplete her already fragile strength. A sudden, violent fit of coughing seized her without warning. She covered her mouth, her body trembling violently, as her sweet smile was swiftly replaced by anguish. Tom's expression darkened instantaneously. He swiftly retrieved a bottle of a bitter, black potion he had concocted from the bedside, nearly forcefully administering it to Rachel. Watching her furrow her brow as she swallowed the potion, her coughing gradually subsided, and a hint of color returned to her face. Only then did Tom gently lay her back upon the bed, covering her with a soft down comforter. "Sleep now, my little girl," he murmured, kissing her forehead with a voice as gentle as flowing water. "Rest well." Rachel, buoyed by sweet anticipation yet wearied, soon drifted into a deep slumber under the potion's influence. Tom sat by the bedside, gazing at her sleeping form, still bearing the pallor of illness. Since his little girl longed for a worldly, glamorous ceremony, he would undoubtedly fulfill her wish. Not only would it soothe her, but it would also bind her more closely to him, facilitating the next phase of his plans. However, the immediate priority remained, ensuring her survival. His gaze fell upon the several vials of potions on the bedside table, particularly the one containing a noticeably larger dose of the black liquid. A faint furrow creased Tom's brow. The efficacy of the potion appeared to be waning, and Rachel's body seemed to be nearing its limits in tolerating the concoction. The soul-rending ritual must be expedited. He looked at the Gunther ring on Rachel's fourth finger, still emitting a faint glow in the dim light, his eyes becoming as cold and resolute as the deepest icy pool. Chapter 28. The Awakening Truth. The shattered suite lie in the study of Vale Manor. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting warm patches of light upon the floor, yet failing to dispel the gloom clouding Joe Vale's heart. He watched his sister Rachel, who was idly toying with the latest issue of Witch Weekly, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the dark gemstone ring on her fourth finger, her azure eyes illuminating with an unprecedented, almost jubilant glow, the corners of her mouth occasionally curving into a sweet smile. This expression was all too familiar to Joe. It was the visage of a young woman in love, brimming with dreams for the future. Rachel, Joe's voice bore an imperceptible tension as he set aside his work from the Ministry of Magic, striving to keep his tone casual. You seem particularly cheerful lately. Is there something delightful afoot? Rachel lifted her gaze, a blush blooming on her cheeks as she offered a shy smile, her eyes darting away. Nothing special, she replied, instinctively covering the ring with her other hand. Joe's heart sank. This concealment only corroborated his worst fears. He moved to sit across from Rachel in the armchair, his piercing blue eyes locking onto hers with the unwavering concern of a brother. Rachel, look at me. I am your brother, your only family. Tell me, has Riddle said anything to you? About the future? Under Joe's gentle yet imposing gaze, Rachel finally capitulated. She bit her lip, her long lashes drooping as she whispered, her voice faint yet resonating like thunder in Joe's ears. Tom said he is preparing. We should be engaged soon. Engaged? Joe sprang from his chair with such force that he knocked over the nearby low table, a crystal goblet shattering upon the floor with a sharp, piercing crack. The color drained from his handsome face, his blue eyes filled with incredulous shock and a profound, shattering pain. He had not anticipated this day to arrive so swiftly, so quickly that he had no time to reconcile the deeply buried, long-suppressed feelings that transcended the bounds of sibling affection, the fervent and desperate love he believed he could forever conceal beneath the mantle of brotherly duty. Joe. Rachel was taken aback by her brother's intense reaction. She had never witnessed him so uncomposed. What is wrong? Joe gazed at Rachel's face, innocent and full of hope, her eyes radiating complete trust and admiration for Tom, and a wave of overwhelming helplessness and bitterness washed over him. He forced himself to suppress the tumultuous emotions. Bending to collect the shards from the floor, his fingers trembling slightly from the effort, his voice hoarse from the suppression. It's nothing. Just too sudden. Rachel, you are still young, and your health. He could not finish. The phrase your health lodged like a thorn in his throat. Taking a deep breath, he looked back at Rachel, his eyes tumultuous like a stormy sea, ultimately coalescing into a heavy, sorrow-laden blessing. All I wish is for your everlasting happiness, regardless of whom you choose. Rachel sighed in relief, a radiant smile illuminating her face as she threw her arms around Joe's arm. Thank you, Joe. I have always feared I would not receive your blessing. Tom will surely treat me well. Chow held her in a stiff embrace, feeling the warmth of her body and the blind trust she bestowed upon him. Yet his heart was a desolate expanse of icy emptiness. Forever happy? With Tom Riddle? That man, shrouded in secrets, whose gaze concealed an abyss of endless darkness. Meanwhile, Tom Riddle was ensnared in the complexities of multiple undertakings. He clandestinely forged alliances with those dark wizards in the pure blood circles and the shadows of Nocturne Alley, weaving a network for his future purification endeavors. He delved deeper into the forbidden tomes of soul-rending dark magic, refining his theories of immortality. And he also had to divert his attention to the preparations for his engagement ceremony with Rachel, selecting venues, tailoring dresses, and drafting guest lists. The most crucial task, however, was to transform the gaunt ring into Rachel's Horcrux. This required meticulous preparation and formidable magical support. He needed a sacrifice of considerable weight, a victim capable of bearing the soul-rending ritual. An innocent Muggle vagrant vanished silently into the depths of a London alley on a rainy night, his life becoming the fuel for Tom's plans. In the interstices of preparation, as he perused sketches from the manor depicting the engagement banquet arrangements, Tom's thoughts occasionally drifted to a realm he had never seriously contemplated. Family, children. What would it be like if he truly established a mundane family with Rachel? If they had children, would he, like those ordinary fathers, provide his child with an innocent, kind, and pure childhood, running in the sunlight, snuggling in their parents' arms? Those were experiences he had never possessed, including the so-called love. He only understood possession, control, and power. He could not offer those ethereal sentiments. What he could assure was that he would grant Rachel the ceremony she desired. As for the future, he would ensure that Rachel and their children would forever belong to him, standing within the fortress constructed by his power. In the days leading up to the engagement banquet, Abraxas Malfoy arrived at the manor with his wife, the beautifully aloof and ice-like Emily Royer, ostensibly to assist Rachel in selecting her engagement dress. In the spacious and bright fitting room, before a colossal floor-length mirror, Rachel flitted between hangers like a joyful butterfly, trying on one magnificent gown after another. A pure white floor-length gown, adorned with delicate pearls and crystals, appeared both sacred and formal. No, no, Abraxas critiqued, stroking his chin, his gray-blue eyes reflecting the Malfoy aesthetic. It's too staid. It looks like you're off to swear in at the ministry, not stunning enough. Next was a figure-hugging burgundy velvet gown, its deep V neckline embellished with lace, exuding a mature allure. Absolutely not. Joe interjected, his tone unusually stern and unequivocal, furrowing his brow. It's too revealing. He could not fathom Rachel standing beside Tom Riddle in such attire. Ultimately, at Emily's suggestion, they settled on an elegantly designed, flowing white silk gown. The hem was adorned with exquisite silver embroidery, resembling tendrils under moonlight, embodying both the freshness of youth and the subtlety of impending womanhood. Rachel donned it, twirling before the mirror, her light golden hair cascading over her shoulders, her cerulean eyes sparkling with starlight. Joe gazed at his sister, a tumult of emotions swirling within him, culminating in a silent sigh. By the way, Abraxas leaned against the fitting room doorframe, seemingly casually inquiring, "Where's our illustrious fiancé? On such an important day?" Not a shadow of him in sight. Just like in school, always elusive. Rachel immediately defended Tom. He has to focus on his career. He told me he has something very important to handle today. Her tone brimmed with unwavering trust and protection. Abraxas observed Rachel's demeanor, akin to one who had been sold yet assisted in counting the money, rolling his eyes dramatically, his gray-blue eyes filled with a sense of resignation. He could not help but mutter, "One day, when he leaves you in the lurch, I wonder where you will go to cry." Joe stood to the side, listening to their exchange, watching Rachel defend Tom, his brow knitted tighter, the familiar gentle smile vanishing completely. Unlike his previous worries, a cold scrutiny now lingered in his gaze, heavy with an impending storm. Earlier that day, Tom Riddle had conveyed a brief yet thunderous message through a secret missive. "Tonight, I will completely heal Rachel." Joe did not comprehend the implications, but an instinctive fear gripped him. He could only choose to wait, like awaiting the final judgment. After bidding farewell to the Malfoys, Joe approached Rachel, gently grasping her cool hand. She still wore the ring, signifying their promise. His gaze lingered on the ring with mixed emotions for a moment before he deeply locked eyes with Rachel, his voice low and tender, yet imbued with an almost farewell-like weight. "Rachel, remember, no matter what happens, your brother wishes for your eternal happiness." Rachel, somewhat bemused by the intensity and heaviness in Joe's eyes, nodded obediently. "I will, brother." In the dead of night, the manor lay in tranquil silence. Rachel had long succumbed to slumber, the moonlight filtering through the gauzy curtains, casting a gentle glow upon her serene visage. The door creaked open soundlessly, and Tom Riddle's silhouette entered like a ghost melding into the night. He wore a dark velvet robe, accentuating his pallid complexion, akin to a marble statue. A faint, indescribable aura of darkness and the scent of blood clung to him, remnants of the recently concluded soul-rending ritual. He approached the bed and naturally slipped beneath the covers, embracing Rachel's soft form from behind. The familiar warmth and scent caused the sleeping Rachel to instinctively lean back, letting out a contented murmur, like a weary bird returning to its nest. "Mr. Riddle," Rachel drowsily turned, burying her face into his cool chest, her voice thick with sleepiness and a childlike complaint. "Could you please refrain from coming back so late? Your fiancé misses you." She nuzzled like a kitten, searching for a more comfortable position. Tom's arm tightened around her, feeling the vibrant yet increasingly fragile body nestled within his grasp. His long, cold fingers gently stroked the ring on Rachel's finger. Sensing the ancient power of the Gaunt family and the newly infused fragments of the soul he had torn, his voice was low and calm, laced with an almost cruel tenderness. "My dear, you are unwell." He stated a fact. "For years, I have sought a way to heal you. Now, I can finally cure you completely." Rachel, still groggy, lifted her head, her bleary blue eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. "Unwell? What are you talking about?" She assumed Tom was merely whispering sweet nothings or speaking in his sleep. Tom lowered his head, planting a cold, possessively morbid kiss on Rachel's smooth forehead. His voice a demonic whisper. "I have tried. It may hurt a little, but I need you to live forever." Hurt. Rachel's drowsiness abruptly dissipated, and she bolted upright in Tom's embrace, the silk straps of her nightgown slipping down unnoticed. She gazed into Tom's eyes, which appeared particularly profound under the moonlight, a wave of intense unease washing over her. "What illness do I have? Tom, have you been infected by Abraxas' terrible jokes? You're not suited for such humor." She attempted to dispel the eerie atmosphere with jest, her voice betraying a subtle tremor. Deep within her heart, she fervently wished this was merely a cruel jest. Outside the door, a figure stood like a statue, frozen in the shadows. Joe's heart thundered violently in his chest, as if he might pierce through the door itself. He had heard it, Tom's definitive decree. Tom disregarded Rachel's denials and jesting. In his deep, dark eyes, only a chilling resolve and an almost obsessive desire for control remained. He reached out, forcefully grasping the hand adorned with Rachel's ring, applying pressure that made her wince in pain. "Endure it, Rachel." His voice bore an unmistakable, ruthless insistence. "I would rather see you suffer now than perish in silence." Before the last syllable escaped his lips, Tom's empty left hand swiftly drew forth his wand. The U-wand glimmered ominously in the darkness, its tip precisely aimed at the Gunter ring on Rachel's left hand. Simultaneously, a powerful, invisible binding spell enveloped Rachel's body, rendering her immobile. "No, Tom. What are you doing? Let me go?" Rachel screamed in terror, struggling futilely like a moth ensnared in a spider's web. "Soul fragment fusion for immortality," Tom chanted rapidly, reciting an ancient, twisted incantation, each syllable infused with the power to rend souls asunder. The tip of his wand erupted in a blinding, crimson light, mingled with dense shadows, striking fiercely at the ring. At that instant, a formidable, cold mental force surged forth like a steel spike, attempting to forcefully invade the depths of Rachel's soul, merging her waning life essence, repelled by the rules of the world, with the torn soul fragments belonging to Tom encased within the ring. "Ah!" Rachel emitted a shriek so piercing it transcended human sound, a pain surpassing mere physical torment. It felt as if her soul were being violently torn apart, scorched, and forcibly shoved into a frigid, malevolent vessel. Concurrently, her mind was pierced by countless searing steel needles, as a torrent of chaotic, forgotten, and altered memories surged forth like a flood, breaking through the barriers of forgetfulness and flooding into her consciousness. The cold stone walls of the orphanage, the cruel visage of Mrs. Cole, the headmistress, the silhouette of a dark-haired girl in peculiar attire, the incessant echo of names, Tom Riddle, the steam of the Hogwarts Express. Tom Riddle's handsome, yet calculating face, that black diary, the bloody crimes within, the piercing scream of the murdered Myrtle, Hagrid's despairing gaze as his wand shattered. Voldemort, the name that signified death and darkness. "Stop, Tom. Stop, let me go." Rachel cried out, thrashing in agony and mental turmoil, her tears mingling with cold sweat that soaked her hair and garment. "No, absolutely not. I will never allow you to die, to escape to another world." Tom's eyes blazed with a frenzied fire, veins bulging at his temples. He would not permit failure. He had sacrificed so much. He could not let Rachel die. She must live alongside him for eternity. Outside, Joe could endure no longer. He heard Rachel's heart-wrenching cries, and he slammed into the door. Bang! A powerful magical barrier, imbued with dark repulsion, violently rebuffed him, sending Joe crashing against the cold corridor wall, pain radiating through his chest, a metallic taste in his throat. But he cared not for his own suffering. He struggled to rise, his eyes bloodshot as he gazed at the closed door, listening to his sister's cries grow weaker, his heart feeling as though it were being flayed. "Hold on, Rachel." Tom's voice twisted with a fervent, almost prayer-like madness as the light from his wand intensified. However, just as that crimson glow reached its zenith, poof! A torrent of viscous, ink-black blood erupted from Rachel's mouth, like a curse of death, splattering upon her left hand's dark ring, and upon Tom's pale, handsome face and dark robe. The moment the black blood touched the ring, its dark luminescence flickered, as if extinguished, dimming abruptly, emitting a faint yet piercing crack, reminiscent of a soul's lament. The tempestuous magical fluctuations within the room ceased instantaneously, the blinding light vanished, replaced by a deathly silence. Tom Riddle stood frozen, his face smeared with warm, foreboding blood, his dark eyes fixated on the ring, now devoid of brilliance and bearing faint cracks. Then turned to the limp Rachel in his arms, her complexion pallid as parchment, her breath a mere whisper. Failed. How could this be? A cold, unprecedented terror gripped him. His flawless plan, the crucial element to her immortality, had collapsed. "Rachel!" Joe roared, throwing himself against the door once more, and this time, the door, bereft of its magical support, swung open with a crash. The sight that met Joe's eyes shattered his heart. He shoved the statue-like Tom aside and cradled the slumped Rachel in his arms. Her body was icy, black blood still oozing from her lips, her life flickering like a candle in the wind. "Rachel, I'm here. Hold on." Joe's voice twisted in despair. He lifted Rachel, not sparing Tom a glance, darting toward the fireplace as emerald flames surged upward. He was willing to sacrifice everything of the Weir family, even his own life, for Rachel to survive. At St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, the atmosphere in the advanced emergency room was suffocatingly tense. The most skilled healers surrounded the bed, various diagnostic spells and emergency incantations illuminating the room, yet they could not halt the rapid decline of the frail figure upon the bed. The diagnostic results echoed like a cold death knell, ringing out once more. Director Weir, we are powerless. The lead healer's voice was laden with exhaustion and despair, echoing the previous occasion. There were no magical scars, no traces of curses, yet her life force was ebbing away in an incomprehensible manner, faster and more violently than before. He struggled to articulate his conclusion. This exceeds our understanding of magic. Joe felt as though his soul had been extracted, his tall frame swayed, barely supported by the cold wall. He could not accept it. He had exhausted all the Weir family's connections and resources. Even summoning the most enigmatic seer in the magical realm, rumored to glimpse the threads of fate, Cassandra Woblask's descendant. The elderly seer, clad in a robe adorned with celestial patterns. Her face etched with wrinkles, possessed an unusually clear gaze. She did not use a crystal ball or tea leaves. She simply stood quietly before Rachel's bed, extending her frail hand, hovering above Rachel's form, her eyes closed in concentration. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze seemingly able to penetrate time, filled with compassion and deep confusion. Her voice resonated like an ancient sigh. Her essence, her life force, is unlike that of the world. It is incongruous, like a drop of foreign paint upon a canvas, pure, yet rejected. She shook her head, her tone heavy. Such a pristine source of life ought never to intertwine with such profound and malevolent dark magic. The darkness has eroded her and incited the rules that repulse her. The seer's gaze fell upon the dim, even cracked ring upon Rachel's ring finger, her expression turning grave. This curse runs too deep, entwined with her soul and a source not of this world. Merlin above, we cannot save her. The phrase cannot save her struck Joe like the heaviest of hammers, shattering the last remnants of hope within his heart. Rachel, his only sister, his sole kin in this world, the love he had buried deep within, never uttered aloud. In his childhood, he had already lost her once. He could not endure a second loss. He suddenly turned, his crimson eyes blazing like flames, locking onto the corner of the hospital room where Tom Riddle stood in silence, his face marred by the remnants of Rachel's dark blood. Tom Riddle. Joe's roar echoed like the cry of a wounded beast as he lunged forward, seizing Tom by the collar and violently slamming him against the cold wall. The force was so great that a dull thud reverberated through the room. Is this what you call saving her? Joe's voice, twisted with uncontainable fury and sorrow, was hoarse, each word dripping with a torrent of hatred. With this vile, despicable dark magic, not only did you fail to save her, but you have harmed her once more. Do you wish for her demise to come even swifter? Though Tom was gripped by Joe, his back crashing against the wall, he seemed impervious to the pain. A tempest of unprecedented chaos brewed within his deep black eyes, a plan unraveling, Rachel's life slipping away. The conflict between the pure and the malevolent as foretold by the seer, all striking at the very foundation of his worldview, built upon the supremacy of power and control. Why? He had succeeded so many times before. Why was it different with Rachel? Was it truly as that mad old fool had said? Her essence was fundamentally opposed to the power he sought, irreconcilable? He clenched his fists, knuckles cracking from the strain, fingernails digging painfully into his palms. A profound sense of failure and the humiliation of being toyed with by an unknown force gnawed at his insides. He would not give up. There had to be other ways, greater power, deeper dark magic. Just then, on the hospital bed, the comatose Rachel emitted a faint, almost kitten-like whimper. Joe abruptly released Tom and rushed to the bedside. Rachel, are you awake? Rachel's long lashes trembled violently as she slowly and laboriously opened her eyes. Those once clear blue irises were now clouded with confusion, pain, and a burgeoning realization akin to ice-cold clarity. Fragmented memories flooded her mind, the darkness of the orphanage, the vertigo of her journey, the gruesome truths in Tom's diary, the tragic demise of Myrtle, Voldemort's ambition, the altered memories, the sweet lies, and the heart-wrenching agony of her recent merging, all colliding under the stimulation of the seer's words, finally piecing together a cruel and complete truth. She slowly turned her gaze, passing over Joe's anxious, tear-streaked face, ultimately landing on the corner where the man she once loved and trusted now resembled a hellish demon. Her lips moved, her voice barely audible, yet laced with a chilling despair that echoed through the sterile silence of the hospital room. Tom Riddle. Each syllable felt like it drained her of strength, a blood-curdling accusation. How long have you deceived me? Chapter 29. The Oath of Eternal Farewell and Rachel's Death. In the St. Mungo's hospital room, permeated by the scent of despair and cold white light, Rachel Vale lay upon the bed, each minuscule breath punctuated by a fractured rasp. Yet, deep within her azure eyes, the fire that once burned with confusion and attachment for Tom had been extinguished, leaving only a deadened ash and a frozen hatred. The sweet illusions of love had been utterly shattered by the blood-stained truth, revealing the grotesque skeleton beneath. At this moment, a singular thought consumed her: to kill the monster before her, stained with the blood of innocence, who had toyed with her trust and her life. She struggled to turn her eyes toward Joe, pale and aflame with rage, whispering with undeniable resolve, "Joe, you must leave. We have matters to discuss." She labored to offer a reassuring glance, urging him not to worry. Joe's azure gaze wrestled with pain, fury, and reluctance. But upon seeing the burning determination in his sister's eyes, he ultimately nodded firmly, his fingers digging into his palm, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks. He shot Tom Riddle a warning glare before heavily exiting the room, gently closing the door behind him. The door's closing seemed to separate two worlds. Inside the hospital room, only the suffocating silence and the acrid scent of disinfectant remained. Tom, expressionless, approached the bedside, his towering figure casting a shadow that enveloped Rachel entirely. His dark eyes, like two frozen depths, reflected her pale face etched with hatred. He loathed the way Rachel regarded him now. It was no longer filled with longing, trust, or obsession, but rather as if she were looking at a filthy maggot crawling out of hell. This offended him more deeply than any curse could. Rachel's gaze fell upon the front of his dark robe, still stained with the ink-black blood that had splattered upon it, emanating an ominous aura. A bitter smile curled at her lips, a cold arc, her voice light, yet piercing like a poisoned icicle. "Whose innocent life did you take this time?" Each word was a bloody indictment, aimed directly at the essence of the diary and the soul-bound creation required for the ritual. Tom's face darkened ominously, a storm brewing in the night sky, a chilling pressure emanating from him. Yet Rachel merely regarded him with calm defiance, her once loving blue eyes now devoid of warmth, filled only with icy indifference and scornful insight. She no longer feared his wrath, nor was she swayed by his malice. After living long within the carefully woven lies, she had grown weary of feeling manipulated, exploited, and treated as a mere pawn. For Merlin's sake, Rachel spoke with a weariness that conveyed ultimate serenity, yet carried an undeniable strength. "Do not cast the obliviate curse upon me again." She slightly turned her head, avoiding Tom's consuming gaze, looking instead out at the bleak sky beyond the window. "I despise your deception. This hatred is an indelible truth." Hatred, the word, like a brand heated in fire, was uttered for the first time by Rachel, searing into Tom's cold heart. A strange, sharp pain gripped him, more acute than any discomfort he had felt when Rachel's vitality waned. It was clearer than any soul-rending agony he had endured. This sensation ignited agitation, fury, and a fleeting bewilderment within him. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil, his voice low and frigid, infused with a superior arrogance that brooked no dissent. "The power I seek far surpasses the comprehension of these mundane beings. Immortality, supreme power, the pinnacle of dominion and order. The blood of these people is an inevitable cost, a cornerstone of greatness." He dismissed the act of slaughter as a mere cost, cloaking his ambition as order. Cost, cornerstone. Rachel seemed to hear the greatest of jokes, abruptly coughing, a heart-wrenching sound that took her a while to recover from. She raised her tear-streaked and sweat-drenched face, her azure eyes ablaze with wrath. "They are living beings. They have families, friends. They are innocent lives. You do not understand what love is. Nor do you grasp the concept of a bottom line. You are utterly ignorant of how detestable deceit can be." Her voice, riddled with emotion, was punctuated by blood-curdling anguish. "I would rather have known this bloody truth long ago. Rather perish in the cold nights of the orphanage than be made a complete fool by you, toyed with by your sweet lies, used as a tool to fulfill your ambitions. I would rather freeze to death than be a complete fool, a mere tool for mockery." Rachel's words struck Tom like the sharpest of daggers, each syllable piercing his heart with chilling precision. The unfamiliar ache within him intensified, as if frigid, poisonous vines ensnared his very heart, inducing a suffocating spasm. The control he prided himself on appeared to falter in that moment. Why? Why did her hatred cause him such discomfort? As he gazed into Rachel's eyes, filled with profound loathing and resolute disdain, the surge of offended rage within him rekindled. He could not be threatened, nor could he be restrained. Any semblance of threat must be eradicated. Yet, amidst his chaotic thoughts, he found himself at a loss for how to deal with Rachel. To kill her? No, he did not wish for her demise. To imprison her? To condemn her to a life steeped in resentment? That too seemed flawed. He suppressed the turmoil within, allowing a chilling, omnipotent smile to resurface on his face, his voice laced with a cruel threat. "So you remember everything. What do you intend to do?" He leaned closer to Rachel, his dark eyes glinting like a predatory serpent. "Will you go to the ministry and inform those foolish Aurors about me?" He scoffed, as if hearing the most absurd of jokes. "Then shall we both perish together?" "Perish together?" A sardonic smile crept across Rachel's lips, her voice frail, yet imbued with a penetrating strength. Are you threatening the life of a dying person? Her gaze brimmed with disdain, as if she were looking upon a coward. No. Tom straightened, a cold, victorious smile gracing his lips. I am threatening them with the lives of Director Weasley, the newlywed Malfoy couple, that oaf Hagrid, and your beloved Professor Flitwick. With each name he uttered, Rachel grew paler, terror creeping into her eyes. I am using them to threaten you, Rachel. Tom's voice was low and oppressive. I have exposed my secret to save you. Will you protect my secret to save them? Despicable. Shameless. Rachel's nails dug deeply into her palm, nearly drawing blood. Just hours before, she had been dreaming of their engagement ceremony, envisioning a future of happiness, and now she was being coerced with the lives of her closest friends. She felt foolish and utterly heartbroken. Malfoy is our friend. Joe is even planning your career. Hagrid and the professors are so innocent. Rachel's voice cracked with disbelief and fury. After knowing you for so many years, I now see how terrifyingly cold-blooded you are. She finally grasped the essence of the man before her. This is the truest version of me, Tom acknowledged, devoid of any remorse, his tone steeped in icy reality. Now, let us make an unbreakable vow. He drew forth his yew wand, the tip glowing ominously red. In your life and after your death, I shall not harm those you care about. He paused. His dark eyes locked onto Rachel's. And you, in life and death, shall never reveal a single secret of mine to anyone. An unbreakable vow. The violator shall meet only death. Faced with the lives of her dearest friends and the justice of revealing the truth, Rachel felt an unprecedented sense of despair and impotence. She knew that if Tom Riddle spoke it, he would undoubtedly fulfill it. Those innocent lives he would truly extinguish. For Joe, for Abraxas, for Hagrid, for the professors who had cared for her, she had no other choice. A profound weariness and sorrow engulfed her like a tidal wave. She closed her eyes, a single cold tear silently sliding down her cheek. Finally, with the faintest of nods, she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, "All right." A chilling smile graced Tom's lips. A manifestation of his triumphant control, he stepped forward, extending his left hand, palm upward. Rachel summoned every ounce of strength she had left, trembling as she raised her cold, powerless right hand to rest in his palm. Tom's right hand gripped his wand, the tip pressing against their clasped hands. Tom Riddle and Rachel Weasley vow. Tom's deep, resonant voice echoed in the silent hospital room. In life and after death, I shall never reveal anything about Tom Riddle to anyone. A brilliant, lava-like tongue of fire erupted from the wand's tip, coiling around their joined hands, inflicting a scorching pain. This was the magic of the vow forming its binding. Just as this binding was about to be irrevocably completed, Rachel suddenly opened her eyes, her cerulean gaze ignited with the last flicker of resolve. With her remaining strength, she added clearly, word by word, Tom Riddle and Rachel Weasley shall never meet again in this lifetime. A thunderous shock coursed through Tom's countenance. The depths of his dark eyes surged with tumultuous waves of astonishment, disbelief, and then a tempest of fury. He had never anticipated Rachel would add such a lethal clause at this critical juncture. He wished to stop her, to retract, but it was too late. The searing magical flame reacted to this final command, tightening fiercely, like the most unyielding of shackles, irrevocably branding their souls. The vow was sealed. Rachel's hand slipped weakly from Tom's grasp, her body collapsing heavily back onto the hospital bed. She gazed at Tom's face, twisted with shock and rage. A perverse satisfaction swelling within her, soon consumed by overwhelming, suffocating sorrow. She hated him. She loathed all the deception, manipulation, and painful memories he had inflicted upon her. Yet, the once sweet moments, the warmth of their closeness, the fleeting instances that had made her heart flutter, now surged uncontrollably in her fractured mind, intertwining love and hate, tearing her apart. You. Tom's voice trembled with unrestrained fury, fixating on Rachel as if he wished to consume her whole. Have you grown weary of living? His original plans lay shattered. He had intended to seek alternative methods, to employ stronger dark magic to forcibly extend her life, or to resort to more extreme measures to bind her to him. He could not bear the thought of her dying, of her leaving him behind once more. Rachel's tears fell like unstrung pearls, silently cascading down her cheeks. She looked at the man she had once loved, now the object of her deepest hatred. Her heart reduced to mere powder. She was devastated, her voice carrying a near-redeeming calm. Tom Riddle, you must leave. She gestured toward the door, each word draining her vitality. You know, to violate the unbreakable vow means death. Is eternal life not what you seek? Do not die now. You. Tom's chest heaved violently, the flames of fury threatening to shatter his carefully constructed facade. It was to save her that he had risked the damned soul fusion ritual, that he had brought forth those cursed memories. This uncontrollable, chaotic situation was beyond anything he had ever anticipated. The silver-tongued, persuasive Tom Riddle now found himself rendered speechless before Rachel's eyes, filled with despair, hatred, and farewell, his throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand. He longed to roar, to obliterate everything, to forcibly take her away. Yet the searing pain from the freshly imprinted unbreakable vow within his soul served as a chilling reminder. To breach the vow was to invite death. And the eternal life he so desperately pursued must not falter at this moment. Ultimately, all his rage, resentment, confusion, and even the flicker of panic he was loath to admit, severed by the vow, coalesced into an icy silence. He abruptly extracted a crystal vial from the depths of his robe's pocket, containing a viscous, ink-like liquid that exuded the distinctive bitterness of his specially concocted potion, and thrust it violently beside Rachel's pillow. Drinking this will alleviate your suffering. His voice was raspy and disheveled, imbued with an almost frantic sense of evasion. After uttering those words, he averted his gaze from Rachel, as if prolonging his presence for even a second would be a torment. He whirled around, the hem of his black robe slicing through the air with a fierce and resolute arc, embodying a tempest of repressed emotions, and stormed out of the hospital room without a backward glance. The door slammed shut with a deafening echo. Outside, the anxious Joe rushed forward, his cerulean eyes bloodshot with concern. "How is Rachel?" He attempted to seize Tom for clarification. "Get away." Tom violently swatted Joe's hand away, the force causing Joe to stumble slightly. He halted, turning his head, his deep black eyes roiling with an infernal rage and a chilling coldness. His voice piercing like a poisoned icicle aimed at Joe. "Treasure your life, Minister Weasley, for it is Rachel who has fought to preserve it for you." Each word he enunciated with a palpable venom, laced with profound hatred, asserting that she should linger a while longer to witness his triumph. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he did not linger, striding briskly through the hospital corridor, his heavy footsteps reverberating like a funeral toll against the cold tiles, ultimately fading away at the hospital's exit. According to that damned, unbreakable oath, they would never meet again. Joe was shaken to his core by the madness and loathing embedded in Tom's final words. Without pausing to ponder further, he dashed into the hospital room. Rachel, how are you feeling?" "I'm here, and I will find the best seer, the most skilled alchemist, and employ every means possible. I shouldn't have trusted him. I shouldn't have believed in that wicked." Rachel, frail, interrupted Joe's incoherent outpouring of turmoil and guilt. She gazed into Joe's eyes, where his worry and pain loomed, threatening to consume her, filling her heart with an unspeakable sorrow. She struggled to lift her hand, gently grasping Joe's trembling fingers, her azure eyes reflecting a profound understanding of fate, accompanied by a weary plea. "Let us not speak of him any longer, shall we?" After a pause, sensing the irreversible, swiftly waning vitality within her, her voice emerged like a whisper. "I am already aware of my condition. Do not waste your efforts. In my remaining time, I wish only to be with you, with Abraxas, and everyone else. Just to be together, is that all right?" Observing the near-pleading calm and resolve in his sister's eyes, all of Joe's words became lodged in his throat. His tall frame trembled violently, and ultimately, as if drained of all strength, he slowly nodded, heavily. He clasped Rachel's cold hand tightly, as if to transfer his own life force to her, his cerulean eyes brimming with unshed tears, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears. "All right, I promise you, we will be all right." He compelled himself to exhibit the tenderness and responsibility of an older brother, his voice tinged with a shattered determination. "Rachel, do not fear. I will take good care of everything, and of you." Though he was acutely aware that he might be incapable of safeguarding anything at all. In the days that followed, time seemed to be pressed into slow motion, yet it flowed relentlessly like an unyielding hourglass. Joe dismissed all significant affairs of the ministry, remaining steadfastly by Rachel's side. He exhausted every means to ensure her comfort, recounting amusing tales from their childhood vacations, reading her favorite books, attempting to dispel the shadow of death with the sunshine and floral scents of Weasley Manor. He meticulously avoided uttering that cursed name. Abraxas Malfoy frequently visited with his wife Emily, who still resembled a beautiful ice sculpture. Abraxas endeavored to play the role of the light-hearted, carefree friend, yet his gray-blue eyes betrayed an unmistakable concern. He would engage Rachel with the latest gossip from the wizarding world, lamenting his father Lucius's pressure for him to produce an heir, and occasionally mentioning that his relationship with Emily seemed to have grown closer, though he astutely sidestepped any topics that might touch upon that forbidden name. The entire Weasley Manor was enveloped in a deliberately maintained facade of tranquil sorrow. Tom Riddle appeared to have vanished entirely. He adhered to the unbreakable vow, refraining from appearing before Rachel or disturbing anyone in her vicinity. Occasionally, however, in the stillness of night, a serpentine shadow, emerald in hue, would silently slither through the hedges surrounding Weasley Manor, Nagini. It sought to glean insights into the happenings within the manor. Yet, after Joe invoked the ancient magic of the Weasley family, casting formidable protective spells around the estate, Nagini could no longer draw near. Tom had wholly lost all contact with Rachel. That fragment of his life that had once been imbued with vibrant colors was forcibly extinguished, isolated beyond the cold confines of his oath. That day, however, eventually arrived. The winter sun filtered weakly through the window, casting its pallid light upon Rachel's face, which had grown so pale it was nearly translucent. She had weakened to the point where even opening her eyes was an arduous task, each breath resembling the creaking of a dilapidated bellows. Joe held her hand tightly, while Abraxas stood at the bedside, eyes reddened, striving to hold back his tears. Rachel's gaze drifted vacantly to the ring adorning her left hand's ring finger. The Gunter ring, in the dismal light, seemed to flicker ever so faintly from the depths of its dark gemstone. A chilling and eerie surge of magical energy, akin to a fleeting recollection, emanated from the ring to her fingertips. In that instant, as if lightning had cleaved through chaos, a terrifying, suffocating thought, accompanied by the ring's uncanny glimmer, struck Rachel's fading consciousness with clarity. Life sacrificed, soul fuel. It dawned on her that her body, which the world had rejected and which was on the brink of demise, had inadvertently completed an exceedingly nefarious final step during Tom's forced soul fusion ritual, when the black blood, brimming with the essence of life and cursed power, had splattered onto the ring. Her dying life, her pure soul's energy had somehow become the final fuel for the creation of this Horcrux. Her death had transformed into yet another stepping stone on his path to immortality. No, this cannot be allowed. She could not permit this malevolent creation, stained with her blood, tears, and life, to return to his hands. She could not let him harness her death to become even more powerful. A fierce, defiant will ignited like the last spark within the dying flame of Rachel's life. She summoned the final vestige of her soul's strength, fiercely gripping Joe and Abraxas's hands, her nails nearly embedding into their flesh. Her lips trembled violently as she uttered an incredibly faint yet thunderous farewell that resonated in their ears. Do not let him know where my grave lies. The moment the words fell from her lips, the last glimmer of light in her eyes extinguished completely. Her hand, which had clutched theirs so tightly, slid away feebly. Tom appeared to freeze at that moment. Rachel Weasley, a soul not belonging to this world, bearing scars, shattered love, and final resistance, closed her eyes forever. She believed her long and agonizing journey had at last come to an end, that darkness would consume all. Unbeknownst to her, however, the wheels of fate had not ceased their turning. In a distant future, when darkness enveloped the entire wizarding world, and a savior boy with a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead found himself at the brink of despair, her soul, frozen by oaths and resentment, would awaken once more from its cold tomb due to an ancient magical contract and unfulfilled obsessions. Her final words regarding the grave would become a pivotal foreshadowing in the forthcoming battle against the man she had once adored, who had now transformed into the most fearsome Dark Lord. Joe and Abraxas stood like statues, their souls abruptly stripped away, as immense sorrow engulfed them entirely. Joe emitted a mournful wail akin to that of a beast in despair, tightly embracing her sister's body, still warm, yet devoid of life. Abraxas bit down hard on his lip, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his slate-blue eyes reflecting a profound and desolate despair. They honored Rachel's last wish, choosing not to inter her in the illustrious cemetery where the Vale family had rested for generations. Under Abraxas's insistence, the Vale family plot was too conspicuous. The Malfoy family south resting place was far more clandestine. Despite his overwhelming grief, Joe acquiesced to the secret burial of Rachel in the depths of a secluded, ancient magic-guarded private cemetery belonging to the Malfoy family in Wiltshire. There was no grand funeral, no illustrious surname etched upon a tombstone. Only a simple stone bearing her name and the dates of her birth and death. Her existence was like a stone cast into a deep pool, leaving only the faintest ripples before being deliberately erased from memory. Henceforth, Tom Marvolo Riddle vanished from the realm of the living for many years, as if he had evaporated into thin air. He roamed the world, delving into the darkest magical realms, forging alliances with more perilous dark wizards, and experimenting with the most forbidden of dark magics. In his relentless pursuit of greater power and absolute purification, he repeatedly tore apart his own soul, infusing it into those blood-stained relics, the cup, the locket, the diadem of the founders. The repeated perilous soul splits and extreme magical transfigurations to escape the taint of his filthy muggle father's bloodline grotesquely contorted his features, rendering him terrifying. Ultimately forsaking the name Tom Riddle and his once handsome visage, re-emerging as Lord Voldemort, a name synonymous with the flight from death. Yet, in the depths of the darkest midnight dreams, when he sat upon his cold throne, gazing down at his prostrating followers, or while studying the most nefarious of magics, the visage of the girl with golden hair and azure eyes, who had bestowed upon him his first pure smile in the dreary world of the orphanage, would unexpectedly materialize. That extinguished glimmer became the only blinding remnant in his eternally dark existence, one that could not be wholly consumed by dark magic. Chapter 30. Jo guarded her secret with her life. A decade had passed. Enough time for the seas to shift and for youthful exuberance to fade into the chilling machinations of power. 4 handsome features to contort into a ghastly mask under the corrosion of dark magic. The name Tom Marvolo Riddle had long been deliberately forgotten in the annals of history. In its stead emerged Lord Voldemort, a being that struck terror into the hearts of the entire wizarding world, so much so that even his name became taboo. He once again set foot in Hogwarts Castle, treading upon the familiar flagstone path, yet devoid of the glimmer of the exemplary student he once was. The voluminous black robes enveloped his increasingly gaunt form. Beneath the hood's shadow, his visage was utterly unrecognizable. The once alluring contours that had captivated countless young hearts were now shrouded in an inhuman, serpentine pallor, with only 2 slits for nostrils remaining where his nose once was. And his scarlet pupils burned like embers, set within narrow and cruel eye sockets. The pursuit of immortality, repeated soul rendings, and perilous magical transformations had wholly sacrificed Tom Riddle, leaving behind only a dark embodiment that sought absolute power, regarding life as mere fodder. His purpose in returning was still to claim the cursed position of defense against the dark arts professor. Power requires a foundation, and Hogwarts, this ancient fortress, harbored innumerable secrets, serving as the most vital seedbed for his future purification endeavors. However, seated behind the massive phoenixwood desk in the headmaster's office was no longer the aged Albus Dumbledore. Those cerulean eyes, capable of piercing through all lies, scrutinized the darkly aura-laden visitor through crescent-shaped spectacles. The air was thick with the sweet scent of lemon sherbet. Yet it could not dispel the suffocating chill. Tom Dumbledore's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable penetrating force, stubbornly employing the discarded name as if it were a thorn. Hogwarts welcomes any wizard truly devoted to the pursuit of education. Yet the position of defense against the dark arts requires not only great power, but a heart that safeguards rather than taints the young souls. Voldemort's crimson pupils narrowed slightly, a flicker of offended rage slithering through him like a venomous serpent. His voice, raspy and grating as sandpaper, dripped with icy derision. Safeguard? Dumbledore. What you protect is nothing but weakness and stagnation. True power demands confronting darkness or mastering it. Mastery often means being consumed, Tom Dumbledore calmly countered, his gaze sweeping over Voldemort's twisted countenance, as if silently questioning the price of such power. Hogwarts does not require a mentor who leads students toward the abyss. I regret to inform you that I cannot accept your application. Rejection. Once again, he faced denial. 10 years prior, Dumbledore had deemed him too young. A decade later, he proclaimed him unworthy. A tumult of old resentments and new grievances ignited within Voldemort's chest. His hand, concealed beneath his robe, clenched tightly around his wand. Yet he refrained from unleashing his fury. The time was not yet ripe. What he needed was infiltration, not premature confrontation. Very well. Voldemort's voice was like the cracking of ice as he slowly rose, his robes billowing without wind. Let this position endure the agony of eternal vacancy in its search for a suitable candidate. He raised his wand, not aimed at Dumbledore, but toward the void, silently uttering a vicious and malevolent curse. A barely perceptible ripple of twisted black magic instantly spread, enveloping the entire office of the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. From that moment forth, this position would be cursed, as if entangled in misfortune, leaving no occupant at peace for a full year. As he departed Hogwarts, Voldemort felt no sense of defeat, only the cold calculations of deeper darkness. He returned to the depths of Nocturne Alley, to the foreboding manor he had transformed into the epicenter of his power. The air was thick with decay and potion fumes, as loyal yet fearful Death Eaters prostrated themselves, kissing the hem of his black robe. The name Rachel Vale emerged like a specter, once more haunting his chaotic and wrathful thoughts. He approached the innermost sanctum, before a heavily cursed chest. Inside lay a weathered parchment, the only note Rachel had left for him, nestled among the relics handed over by Jo, and the sole remnant that had not been destroyed. The handwriting was delicate yet frail, imbued with a soul-piercing resolve. Do not attempt to resurrect me by any means. Let death be the one truth you cannot alter. Each word felt like a poisoned needle piercing his twisted heart. He loathed it, despised this finality. He resented this ultimate denial of his power, her unwillingness to return to him, to witness his triumph. preferring instead to embrace eternal nothingness. Countless times in the depths of night, imbued with immense power, he had been overtaken by the reckless desire to force her resurrection. Yet he had ultimately suppressed it, not out of respect for her wishes, but because he could not allow anyone to discover his Achilles heel. A weakness that could be threatened by the resurrection spell was fatal. Rachel Vale must be utterly relegated to the past, a symbol erased. A cruel glint flickered in his scarlet pupils. He abruptly drew his wand, pointing it toward the void, unleashing a grand and frigid magical intent that swept forth like an invisible tempest. He would erase, obliterate every trace of Rachel Vale's existence, vanquishing all memories linking her to him. Let the past, sealed by an oath, be utterly annihilated. The formidable Oblivion curse swept through like a plague, precisely targeting those ordinary Slytherin classmates who had once known Rachel, who had been aware of her intersections with Tom Riddle. In the minds of Slughorn, Flitwick, and others, the memories of the golden-haired, azure-eyed girl named Rachel Weir were as if erased by an eraser, becoming blurred, blank, and ultimately vanishing entirely, as if she had never existed. Voldemort stood in the desolate chamber, feeling the remnants of the spell's completion, a twisted sense of control surging within him. No one was left to know where his heart had once fluttered, nor whom he had once loved. Yet, he underestimated the power of love, failing to recognize those who had truly etched Rachel into their souls. Jovial, after Rachel's death, was nearly crushed by immense grief. He resigned with determination. He wandered the world aimlessly like a lost soul, eventually finding himself before the cold orphanages of the Muggle world. Gazing at the hollow-eyed children who had lost their parents to war, he seemed to see a reflection of the young Rachel, abandoned and alone. He poured the wealth of the Weir family into their relief, attempting to fill the void within his heart and atone for the guilt of not having protected his sister. Ultimately, worn out in body and spirit, he returned to the empty, memory-laden, yet desolate Weir Manor. Once a spirited and vibrant director, he was now in his 40s, aged and marked by an enduring weariness and sorrow. He remained unmarried, clinging to the traces left by his sister, suffering in painful memories. Voldemort's Oblivion curse crashed against the impenetrable rocks of his heart, failing to stir even the slightest ripple. How could he forget that Rachel was a part of his life? Abraxas Malfoy, Rachel's once closest friend, fulfilled the duties of a pure-blood family by marrying the daughter of the Rosier family and fathering an heir, Lucius Malfoy too. However, fate did not favor this charming head of the Malfoy family, just as Lucius turned 1 year old. And before he could witness his son's first unintentional use of magic with a tiny wand, a deadly case of dragon pox afflicted him. High fever and pustules tormented him, transforming his once handsome visage into something horrifying. In his final moments, his withered hand clutched 2 items tightly: a yellowed poster signed by the entire Falmouth Falcons team, which Rachel had once insisted that Jovial procure for her, and a cold, perfect wedding photograph with his wife, Emily. His gray-blue eyes gradually lost their luster in pain, ultimately fixing upon the void, filled with regret for a life unfulfilled and a silent farewell to a dear friend. Voldemort's Oblivion curse held no meaning for one who had passed away. Rubeus Hagrid, the wronged half-giant gamekeeper's assistant, may have had a simple mind, but he remembered that golden-haired Slytherin girl who would greet him with a smile, while others feared and mocked him, showing curiosity towards the creatures he cared for. Rachel Weir was one of the few warm memories in his otherwise dreary life. He still remembered the kind Miss Weir. Then there was Albus Dumbledore. Those wise blue eyes seemed to have penetrated the mists of time. He remembered her entangled fate with Tom Riddle, her kindness, her suffering, and her ultimate sacrifice and struggle. Rachel Weir was a poignant and crucial footnote in his long game against Voldemort. Voldemort's erasure seemed successful, apart from these few who could not be stripped of their memories. The name Rachel Weir had seemingly never graced Hogwarts or the wizarding world. Her textbooks, her letters, all traces of her existence were reduced to ash under Voldemort's will. However, he could not erase the magical portrait in the corridor of Weir Manor depicting her reading with Jovial, nor could he obliterate the image in the Malfoy Manor study, cherished by Abraxas, of their second-year flying lesson. The girl in those frames remained frozen in time, offering serene or radiant smiles to the void, serving as silent witnesses. Time flew in the dark expansion. 14 years was sufficient for a terror organization to take root and flourish. The Death Eaters, a group of men and women lured by power or driven by fear, became Voldemort's sharpest instruments of slaughter. They wielded the unforgivable curses with impunity, mercilessly killing muggles and dissenters, spreading terror to every corner. Voldemort regarded them as servants, tools, rather than friends or family. This included his former friend, Abraxas's son, Lucius Malfoy. The young man, inheriting his father's gray-blue hair and handsome appearance, bore the dark mark far too early, becoming one of Voldemort's most capable and ruthless minions. The roars of giants echoed through the border forests, while the howls of werewolves instilled dread on moonlit nights. These marginalized creatures, rejected and persecuted by wizarding society, were lured into his dark army by the bait of power. Under immense pressure, the Ministry of Magic granted Aurors unprecedented privileges to use unforgivable curses without warning against Death Eaters, allowing suspects to be thrown into Azkaban without trial, guarded by Dementors. Fear spread like a plague, and the name of the Dark Lord became synonymous with Voldemort, his very name transformed into a curse. The view from the pinnacle of power was cold and lonely. In the midnight hours, when the clamor of the Death Eaters quieted and the study of dark magic reached a lull, the figure of a girl with pale golden hair and azure eyes would unexpectedly invade Voldemort's crimson vision, not as a lover, but as a symbol. The girl who had first shown him an untainted, pure smile within the dreary world of the orphanage, the one who had repeatedly professed her love and attachment to him, the one who ultimately, with venomous hatred, wished to tear him apart. Fragments of memory felt like the sharpest glass, etching fine, yet undeniable cracks into his hardened dark exterior. He had become powerful enough to easily crush an entire ministry of magic. Yet, a strange sensation known as heartache stubbornly took root deep within his cold chest. With only one source, Rachel Weir. She was the sole unassailable territory on his dominion of power. He had concealed each of his Horcruxes, the locket in a cave, the cup in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts, the diadem in the room of requirement, and the diary. A cold smile curled at his lips. Years ago, after Abraxas Malfoy's death from dragonpox, he had visited Malfoy Manor. In the protected cabinet of Abraxas's study, he effortlessly found the forgotten, black-covered diary that bore the sins and ambitions of his youth. It now lay quietly in the deepest recesses of the old house in Knockturn Alley. Except for that ring. The gaunt ring, the one he had given to Rachel, also served as the vessel for Rachel's soul in his plans. This was his secret, one he would never allow anyone to discover. Rachel could not remove it. Voldemort murmured hoarsely, his scarlet pupils glimmering in the darkness. It must be in her grave. Alongside Rachel, it had become the safest tomb for his Horcrux secret. This thought brought him a twisted sense of comfort. 20 years had passed. This was the first time he truly stepped into Weir Manor. The former splendor and grace had long been replaced by an aura of decay. The meticulously tended garden was now overrun with weeds. A man dressed in old yet tidy Muggle attire silently pruned a cluster of wilted roses. It was jovial. Time and sorrow had completely dulled his once vibrant spirit, and that affected aristocratic elegance which Voldemort despised, leaving behind only a quiet, hollow exhaustion. Voldemort's figure appeared in the courtyard like a specter, his voluminous black robes blocking out the sunlight. Jovial slowly straightened and turned his head. The azure eyes momentarily widened in astonishment upon witnessing Voldemort's grotesque visage, swiftly transforming into a profound amalgamation of loathing and pity. "You have changed," Voldemort rasped, his voice shattering the silence, imbued with a condescending scrutiny. Joe set aside his gardening shears, meeting the crimson serpent-like gaze with calm resolve. His voice laced with the weariness of years and a desolate comprehension of worldly affairs. "Have you not also undergone a transformation?" He paused, his gaze seemingly penetrating Voldemort's terrifying exterior, uncovering something deeper. "I truly wonder what Rachel would think of your present state." The name Rachel struck Voldemort like a searing dagger, a visceral jolt coursing through him as his scarlet pupils constricted, emanating a suffocating chill of lethal intent. His contorted features, twisted in rage, became even more monstrous. He would not permit anyone to judge him with Rachel's name, especially not a failure. Crucio. A blinding red light erupted from behind Voldemort. The fervent and loyal Bellatrix Lestrange could no longer contain herself, her wand expertly aimed at Joe. Joe was caught off guard, his body convulsing violently as if electrified. Overwhelming agony forcing him to curl onto the ground, a muffled scream escaping his lips, veins on his forehead bulging, cold sweat instantaneously soaking his garments. Yet, he clenched his teeth, defiantly fixing his azure gaze upon Voldemort, infused with sardonic contempt. Voldemort reveled in Joe's suffering, a temporary balm for his inner turmoil. He advanced slowly, stooping to grasp Joe's graying, dirt-smeared golden hair with a hand as cold as bone, compelling him to meet his nightmarish countenance. "So, former director, tell me why Rachel's grave is not here." His crimson gaze locked onto Joe's tormented face, scrutinizing every subtle change in expression. The Weasley family cemetery lay barren save for their grandfather's gravestone, a new thorn embedded in his heart. Amidst the excruciating pain, Joe managed a hoarse chuckle, the realization dawning upon him. He comprehended the profound significance of Rachel's dying wish that he never discover the location of her grave. That grave concealed not only Rachel's remains, but also a ring imbued with dreadful secrets, steeped in the sacrifice of her life. It was the final barrier she had erected against him. Does she not find peace even after all these years? Jo's voice, punctuated by pain, brimmed with disdain. Fortunately, she saw through you in time and chose not to build a life with you. He gasped for breath, each word a poisoned arrow. Otherwise, had she not succumbed to illness, you would have driven her to madness. The phrase build a life pierced Voldemort's heart like the most venomous curse. Reopening wounds he had long sought to forget. Those fleeting midnight musings of a child resembling Rachel, a home belonging to them, were now grotesquely laid bare before Jo, exposed to the light of day. Silence. You dare to blaspheme my master. Bellatrix's voice seethed with fury and jealousy as she raised her wand once more, unleashing an even more potent curse. Jo's body convulsed again, his screams growing ever more harrowing. Voldemort did not intervene. He stood rooted in place, his scarlet pupils fixed on the manor's main building. In the corridor's shadows, the enchanted portrait of Rachel and Jo reading together hung silently. Within the frame, young Rachel seemed to sense something, lifting her gaze to offer a serene and warm smile, a relic of the past directed towards Voldemort. That smile, akin to the most searing sunlight, seared through Voldemort's crimson eyes. A tempest of rage, the dread of being scrutinized, and a pang of self-contempt erupted violently within him. Incendio. Flames roared forth, and he raised his wand with fervor, a searing blaze hurtling towards the portrait. No. Jo's desperate cry pierced through the agony. The canvas warped under the intense heat, singeing black. Within the portrait, Jo attempted to save it in horror, while Rachel's warm smile twisted and contorted in the flames, ultimately transforming into a flurry of ash, dancing with embers. Coward, too afraid to confront your own heart, Jo rasped, observing Voldemort's silhouette as he torched the portrait, a hoarse mockery escaping his lips, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes burned with an indomitable spirit. Then send me to her. At least when I see her, I shall not be ashamed of my misdeeds. He summoned all his strength, each word deliberate, akin to a final judgment. I have always protected and loved her in my own way. Unlike you. Love. The very word ignited the last vestige of Voldemort's reason, and he spun around, his crimson pupils consumed by a madness bent on annihilation. He needed no love, no past, no feeble ties. Turning his back on the writhing Jo, he merely lifted a pale finger, as if brushing away a speck of dust. Bellatrix understood instantly, a cruel, ecstatic smile twisting her distorted face. She refrained from delivering a swift Avada Kedavra. Instead, she raised her wand once more, aiming at Jo. Crucio, Crucio, Crucio. The blinding red light descended upon Jo's already ravaged body like a torrential downpour. His inhuman screams echoed throughout the decaying Weasley Manor. Bellatrix sought to ensure that this man, who dared to defile her master, would slowly and agonizingly tread towards death, inch by inch, in excruciating agony. She would not permit anyone to tarnish the sanctity of her supreme Dark Lord. Voldemort did not look back. He listened to the chilling cries and Bellatrix's excited gasps, his scarlet pupils reflecting the withered rosebushes in the courtyard, as cold as eternal ice. The scent of ash permeated the air. The last flicker of struggle and moaning faded. Jo Weasley, the final guardian of Rachel Weasley in this world, ceased to breathe amidst the excruciating torment. Voldemort slowly lowered his hand. The courtyard lay shrouded in deathly silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of embers from the remnants of the flames and Bellatrix's labored breaths. He stood there, his dark robes merging with the shadows, his twisted visage betraying no hint of emotion. The roses of Weasley Manor had withered entirely, along with the final image of the girl who had once smiled at him. Reduced to ash. Rachel Weasley? Jo Weasley? Abraxas Malfoy? Those names, those faces, those memories long forgotten or deliberately erased from existence. All dead. With Jo's demise, with the portrait's incineration, and with the last remnants of a soul once known as Tom Riddle utterly crushed, Voldemort slowly raised his hand, feeling the overwhelming dark magic within him, potent enough to rend the very skies. The heartache that had stemmed from Rachel, those absurd thoughts of family that occasionally resurfaced, that minuscule remnant of something soft, all had perished alongside Rachel, along with the phantom of a family that would never be realized. What remained was only the eternal pursuit of power, a monster whose emotions, like the roses in this manor, had completely withered, reduced to cold dust. Merging into the everlasting darkness, he turned, his black cloak billowing like a shroud heralding the arrival of eternal night, burying the tragedies of the Vale Manor and all that belonged to Tom deep within the shadows of his past. Ahead lay a path paved with fear and blood, leading to the dark throne of absolute dominion. Chapter 31. The Ring and Pieces That Must Be Reclaimed. The aftershocks of the tragedy in Godric's Hollow had yet to subside. As the wizarding world, under Cornelius Fudge's obstinate facade of tranquility, sank into a bizarre and self-deceptive calm, Hogwarts, under the protective aegis of Dumbledore's flowing white beard, remained a relatively safe island in a tumultuous world, though this safety was as fragile as thin ice. Dumbledore interred the charred remains of Jovial, the once vibrant blonde wizard who had ultimately burned out his life in pain and protection amidst the ruins of Vale Manor. The towering flames of Vale Manor served as yet another mark of the Death Eater's terror. Meanwhile, the nascent form of the Order of the Phoenix quietly coalesced in the shadows, as loyal warriors heeded Dumbledore's call, ready to confront the encroaching darkness. Beneath the surface calm, time flowed tumultuously towards that fateful night in 1979. The clamor of the leaky cauldron masked the whispers of destiny. Sybil Trelawney, under the influence of sherry and inspiration, uttered the fateful prophecy. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have triumphed thrice over him. At the end of the 7th month, this whisper was captured by the lurking Death Eater Severus Snape, rendered incomplete by the rough expulsion of the bar's proprietor, Aberforth. When Snape presented this fragmented warning to Voldemort, the Dark Lord felt an unprecedented threat. 2 infants matching the prophecy's description, Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, were identified. Voldemort chose the former. Shattering the tranquility of Godric's Hollow, James and Lily erected a barrier of love with their lives, and the rebounding killing curse obliterated Voldemort's corporeal form, inadvertently embedding a fragment of his malevolent soul within the infant Harry's forehead. The Dark Lord did not perish. He fled like the foulest of phantoms into the shadows of the Albanian forest, clinging to a lowly creature for survival, awaiting the summons of his loyal servant. A decade of dormancy ensued, during which dark machinations thrived in obscurity. Peter Pettigrew, the coward who betrayed the Potters, found him and became an instrument of the Dark Resurrection. The disappearance of Bertha Jorkins, the imprisonment of Mad-Eye Moody, and the release of Barty Crouch Jr. wove a vast web of conspiracy targeting Hogwarts and the Triwizard Tournament. The Goblet of Fire spat forth the name Harry Potter, marking the inception of the plot. The competition within the maze, guided covertly by the false Moody, ultimately lured Harry and Cedric Diggory into a death trap at Little Hangleton Cemetery. Cedric's fall, Frank Bryce's remains, Peter's severed hand, and Harry's blood swirling in the cauldron brewed a potion that summoned Voldemort's dread form anew, as he re-emerged, harboring deeper resentments and more potent dark powers. The Ministry's response was catastrophic. Fudge's folly and fear led him to adopt the most disastrous course of action, denying the truth and vilifying Dumbledore and Harry as alarmist charlatans. Dolores Umbridge, with her pink terror, took residence at Hogwarts, wielding directives of denial and punitive quills in an attempt to stifle all dissenting voices. Dumbledore was forced into exile, and the skies over Hogwarts were shrouded in lies and oppression. This provided Voldemort with a golden opportunity to breathe and expand his influence. Giants were recruited. Werewolves joined the ranks, and in January 1996, the high walls of Azkaban crumbled under a coordinated assault, liberating the most dangerous Death Eaters, including Bellatrix Lestrange. While Fudge's Daily Prophet continued to blame Sirius Black, dark forces spread like a plague. The allure of the prophecy orb eventually ignited a fierce battle within the Department of Mysteries. Harry and his companions' valiant resistance, the timely aid of the Order of the Phoenix, and Dumbledore's thunderous arrival thwarted Voldemort's attempt to seize the prophecy, imprisoning many Death Eaters once more, but at the cost of Sirius Black's eternal silence behind the veil. Harry's anguished Cruciatus curse struck Bella, drawing the Dark Lord himself. In the Ministry's atrium, the 2 mightiest wizards of the age clashed in a cataclysmic duel. Dumbledore's calm stood in stark contrast to Voldemort's fury. When Voldemort discovered he could not overpower Dumbledore magically, he attempted to invade Harry's mind, only to be met with the ancient protection born of Lily's sacrifice. Harry's pure rage and love forged an unassailable barrier. Voldemort was ultimately forced to retreat in disgrace, bearing injuries, while his resurrection was witnessed by numerous Ministry officials, including Fudge. The web of lies unraveled completely, leading to Fudge's resignation and Rufus Scrimgeour assuming the ministerial mantle, forcing the wizarding world to confront the chilling reality of the impending Second Wizarding War. Voldemort's power swelled, as Death Eaters instigated panic and assaulted Muggles. Werewolves howled beneath the moonlight, giants' heavy steps shook the mountains, and the chill brought by Dementors was more piercing than any winter. From the zenith of power and darkness, Voldemort's crimson serpent-like eyes surveyed a world subjugated by fear. A cold thought, intermingled with arrogance and an ineffable emptiness, flitted through his mind. What a pity, Rachel. You did not live to witness this, to see the entire world that I am about to command. The sting of that name was swiftly consumed by deeper darkness, as if it had never existed. In the office of the Hogwarts headmaster, the stillness of night enveloped the space filled with the gentle hum of wondrous silverware and the portraits of former headmasters in pretense of slumber. Fawkes groomed his fiery plumage upon his gilded perch, emitting low croons. Albus Dumbledore sat behind a broad desk, his blue eyes peering into the depths of a drawer. Inside lay 2 items: a charred and shriveled diary, thoroughly pierced by a basilisk's fang, remnants of Tom Riddle's 16-year-old ambitions and sins, and a recently discovered Slytherin locket. Glinting with a dim metallic sheen, a vessel for yet another fragment of a malevolent soul. His fingers absent-mindedly traced the edge of the drawer, while his thoughts drifted further afield. The letter and humble wooden box sent by Jovial in his final moments of lucidity seemed to materialize before him. On the parchment, Joe's handwriting trembled with weakness and sorrow, revealing the location of Rachel's secret burial in the Malfoy family cemetery. Within the wooden box lay a black gem, the size of a pigeon's egg, devoid of luster, as if it could absorb all light. Joe had mentioned in his letter that this was an heirloom of the Vale family, solemnly entrusted to him by his grandfather before his passing, hinting that it contained the power to safeguard the peace of the departed. Joe was unaware of its true nature, but his intuition, honed by grief, whispered to him, "Wise old bee, perhaps one day, you will need it more than I." Dumbledore picked up the cold black gem. The moment his fingertips brushed against it, an indescribable, profound resonance seemed to emanate from within the gem, carrying with it the scent of grave earth and a trace of unfulfilled yearning. He recognized it. Amidst countless ancient and obscure legends, within the symbols of the Deathly Hallows, this was the Resurrection Stone. It could not truly bring back the dead, but rather summon painful apparitions suspended between life and death. Joe had sent it with the hope that it could protect his sister's peace. Unaware of the temptations and curses that the artifact itself bore, Dumbledore gently placed it upon the desk, redirecting his gaze towards the pensieve and the shimmering crystal vials of memories. He required a pivotal piece, one that could penetrate the very core of Voldemort's deepest secrets and fears. The situation on the chessboard had reached a critical juncture. A soft knock sounded at the oak door. "Come in, Harry." Dumbledore's voice was as gentle as ever. Harry Potter entered, his green eyes reflecting the unique weariness and vigilance that accompanied the shadows of war. The lightning scar on his forehead seemed more pronounced than usual. He greeted politely. "Good evening, Professor." "Good evening, Harry," Dumbledore replied with a smile, gesturing for him to take a seat. "Would you care for some lemon drops?" He nudged a plump box of candies on the table. "No, thank you, Professor." Harry shook his head, sitting down in the chair opposite Dumbledore, appearing somewhat reserved. "So," Dumbledore said, fingers interlaced and leaning slightly forward, his blue eyes piercing yet concerned through his spectacles, "how are your studies progressing? I've noticed that Professor Slughorn seems particularly fond of you." His tone carried a subtle hint of encouragement. A complex expression flickered across Harry's face, a mix of exasperation at Slughorn's excessive enthusiasm and suspicion regarding the true intentions of the new potions professor. "I believe the professor may be somewhat overestimating my abilities," he replied cautiously. "After all, I am relying on the Half-Blood Prince's book." Dumbledore made a soft sound of acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping over Harry's somewhat awkward demeanor before shifting the subject. "And what of your extracurricular activities? I've observed that you and Miss Granger seem to be inseparable." His tone held a hint of affectionate teasing. Harry's cheeks flushed instantly, and he hurriedly waved his hands in explanation. "No, Professor, it's not what you think. We're just good friends, very good friends." He spoke rapidly, fearing a misunderstanding. A knowing smile flickered in Dumbledore's blue eyes, as if he had anticipated this response. He nodded, choosing not to pursue the topic further, and instead rose to his feet, walking over to the pensieve filled with silvery memories. Very well, he said, picking up a crystal vial containing a swirling, pearlescent substance. "Now, let us temporarily set aside academia and friendships to delve into some matters of the past." He poured the memory into the pensieve, the silvery material swirling within the stone basin, forming a vortex. "What is this?" Harry inquired with curiosity, stepping closer to the pensieve. "The memory of my first encounter with Tom Riddle." Dumbledore's voice turned grave and solemn. "He was around your age, living in a Muggle orphanage in London." He gestured for Harry to lean down. Harry submerged his face into the cold, silvery substance, and was instantaneously pulled into a scene from decades past, the gloomy Wolves orphanage. A gaunt, handsome yet cold-eyed youth named Tom Riddle, a much younger Dumbledore showcasing magical flames, and Tom's calm, yet almost cruel admission of his misdeeds towards other children, along with his pride and desire for control over his unique abilities. Harry witnessed Riddle's collection of trophies, feeling the chill, arrogance, and lack of empathy that mirrored Voldemort's essence. As the memory concluded, Harry jerked his head up, his chest heaving, the scar on his forehead pulsing painfully. That familiar, nauseating aura of darkness left him breathless. "He has always been like this," Harry gasped, struggling for words. "Indeed," Dumbledore replied calmly, his gaze profound. "That yearning for power, that pride in being different. And the disregard for the feelings of others were deeply ingrained in him even at that age. He paused, picking up another crystal vial. The memory within appeared darker, imbued with an ineffable sense of sorrow. But human nature is complex, Harry. Even within the most shadowed depths of the soul, there can be fleeting moments of other colors, though they may ultimately be consumed by greater darkness. He poured this memory into the pensieve as well. This is the memory of a girl named Rachel Vale. She grew up in the same orphanage as Tom Riddle and later attended Hogwarts, becoming his classmate, and Dumbledore's voice softened with a hint of a sigh, for a time. His companion. Intriguingly, she was also a dear friend of Hagrid's during his less fortunate years as a student. Rachel Vale? Harry furrowed his brow, having never heard that name before. Come now, Harry, Dumbledore prompted once more. Taking a deep breath, Harry immersed his face into the swirling silver of the pensieve once again. This time, the scene was starkly different. Before him stood a grand, sunlit estate, its garden awash with enchanting, magically cultivated flowers, the air fragrant with their sweet aroma. A young woman stood on the terrace, her back to Harry. She had soft, golden hair that shone with a honeyed luster in the sunlight. Turning around, Harry beheld her astonishing beauty, fair skin and striking, bright blue eyes filled with joyful delight, her cheeks rosy with the promise of a blissful future. She was indeed Rachel Vale. A tall, handsome young man with dark hair emerged from the estate, exuding elegance and confidence. It was a youthful Tom Riddle. A gentle smile, unlike any Harry had ever seen on him, graced his face as he approached Rachel, effortlessly wrapping his arm around her waist and whispering something in her ear. Rachel burst into a fit of laughter, her blue eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, her face glowing with sweetness. They leaned into one another, their fingers entwined. Harry noticed a ring on Rachel's left hand, its design antique, set with a large, dull black gem that created a striking contrast against her radiant demeanor. How about the chapel in Godric's Hollow? Though small, it is steeped in history and perfectly aligns with pure-blood tradition. Tom's voice was low and melodious, laced with a deliberate sweetness. That sounds lovely, Rachel replied, her voice bright and full of life, resonating with the innocent charm of a girl in love. But I think the little lake in Wiltshire we visited is also beautiful, quieter, perhaps. What do you think, Tom? She looked up at him, her gaze openly filled with affection and trust. Tom lowered his head, gently kissing her forehead with an almost reverent tenderness. Wherever you wish, my Rachel, he murmured, his fingers caressing the hand adorned with her ring. What matters is that you will be my Mrs. Riddle. Rachel shyly lowered her gaze but couldn't resist glancing back at him, her blue eyes seemingly sprinkled with stars. Tom chuckled softly, his fingertips brushing against her golden locks with a gentleness as though he were handling a rare treasure. Perhaps we will have a daughter someday, he said, his voice imbued with a soft yearning that Harry could scarcely imagine emanating from Voldemort. A little angel with eyes like yours, as vast as the sky. He leaned down, a gentle yet possessive kiss landing on Rachel's lips. Rachel closed her eyes, enveloped in the warmth of this affection. The scene was so beautiful, filled with sunlight, floral scents, and the sweetness of young love. Harry felt a wave of disorientation, struggling to reconcile this tender, passionate young man with the monstrous visage of the snake-faced creature. However, the memory abruptly shifted, as if torn from a canvas. The acrid smell of antiseptic replaced the floral fragrance, and the cold whiteness supplanted the bright sunlight. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. In a hospital bed lay the once radiant Rachel Vale, now as pale as a sheet, every breath a broken rasp. Her previously loving blue eyes now burned with a cold, poisoned hatred, fixated on the man by her bedside. He was clad in a black silk robe marred with dark stains. It was none other than Tom Riddle. His handsomeness remained undiminished, yet his countenance was clouded with a terrifying gloom. His deep, obsidian eyes resembled two frozen abysses, mirroring the profound hatred reflected in Rachel's gaze. An oppressive aura of dread emanated from him. Rachel's eyes were drawn to the dark stain on the front of his robe, a sanguine mark exuding an ominous presence. A sardonic smirk curled at her lips, a cold arc that belied her feeble voice, sharp as an ice pick. Which innocent sacrifice have you slain this time? Tom's expression darkened instantaneously, like the sky before a tempest. Rachel regarded him with a serene gaze, her eyes now mere vessels of icy indifference and all-knowing derision. For Merlin's sake, her voice carried an exhausting tranquility, yet was imbued with a penetrating force. Do not cast a forgetting curse upon me, a dying soul. She slightly turned her head, evading his soul-consuming stare. I detest your deceit. This hatred is an indelible truth. Hatred. The word struck like a searing iron. Tom's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, his dark pupils constricting suddenly. The two forged an unbreakable vow. Tom Riddle and Rachel, we shall never meet again in this lifetime. Tom's visage transformed in an instant. Shock, disbelief, then a tempestuous wrath. The vow was established. Rachel's hand fell limply, tumbling back onto the hospital bed. She gazed upon Tom's face, contorted with fury. A twisted satisfaction surged within her, only to be engulfed by profound sorrow. You, Tom, his voice trembled with rage. Do you so despise life that you wish to end it now? He did not want her demise. Silent tears cascaded down Rachel's cheeks, her voice carrying an almost liberating calmness. Tom Riddle, you must leave. She pointed towards the door. You know that to defy an unbreakable vow means only death. Is not eternal life what you seek? Do not succumb to death just yet. Tom's chest heaved violently. All his fury, resentment, and chaos ultimately morphed into a chilling silence. Abruptly, he produced a crystal vial, thrusting it roughly onto Rachel's bedside. Drink this. It will alleviate your suffering. His voice was hoarse and disheveled. Having uttered his words, he cast not another glance at Rachel, spinning on his heel, his dark robe slicing through the air as he stormed out of the infirmary. The memory concluded. Harry jerked his head up from the pensive, gasping for breath like a drowning man who had just found air, his face etched with profound shock and disbelief. The scenes he had just witnessed collided violently in his mind. That sweet yet heartbreaking kiss, the bed steeped in seething hatred, the frigid and ruthless threat, the final, resolute vow of never meeting again. Tom Riddle, Voldemort. Had he once shared such a connection? Could he have ever expressed such tenderness? Or was it all merely a facade? That hatred felt so genuine, that threat so vile. Professor, Harry's voice trembled. Is this real? Was Rachel were truly Voldemort's former lover? The word lover escaped his lips with difficulty, feeling exceedingly peculiar. Love? Dumbledore slowly returned to his desk, his blue eyes peering through his glasses, suffused with deep compassion and insight. Whether Tom Riddle truly understood love, or whether his intense possessiveness and desire for control could be deemed love, I cannot conclude. Yet, undeniably, Rachel Weir was an extraordinarily significant presence in his life. He deceived her, exploited her affections, perhaps briefly indulging in the sensation of being adored and in control, until his true nature was unveiled. Until Rachel loathed him with the last vestiges of her life, cursing him and forcibly severing all ties with an unbreakable vow. He picked up the black resurrection stone resting on the desk, his fingertips gently caressing its frigid surface. Voldemort, Dumbledore's voice turned steely. He would never permit anyone to know his former weakness. After Rachel's death, he cast powerful, permanent forgetting curses on nearly all who knew her, who were aware of their connection. The name Rachel Weir, the traces of her existence, in Hogwarts, in the wizarding world, were as if erased by an eraser. It was as though she had never existed at all. A chill swept through Harry. Erasing a person's existence was far more chilling than murder. But Harry, Dumbledore's tone softened yet remained resolute, like sunlight piercing through gloom. Remember this. Love cannot be forgotten. True emotions and memories are rooted deep within the soul. And even Voldemort's most formidable magic cannot completely obliterate them. Hagrid may have never mentioned Rachel to you, despite the years that have obscured her memory. In the depths of his heart, he has never truly forgotten the kind Slytherin girl who smiled at him during his darkest times, treating him as a friend. And Rachel's brother, Joe Weir, the very one you observed in the memory. He was the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, a true gentleman. After Rachel's death, he devoted his fortune, spending his entire life aiding orphans in the Muggle world, attempting to atone for the regret and guilt of not having protected his sister. His benevolence is a continuation of his love for her, a light untouched by Voldemort's forgetting curse. Dumbledore set down the resurrection stone, his gaze piercing as he looked at Harry. I showed you her memory, Harry, not merely to present a more complete, humanized, and twisted side of Tom Riddle. More importantly, Rachel was privy to many of Tom's secrets, many core truths. The ring she wore, Dumbledore's tone grew gravely serious, was an heirloom of the Gaunt family, a relic of Salazar Slytherin. We have reason to believe that Tom Riddle crafted it as a pivotal point in his quest for power, though we are presently unaware of its significance. The Gaunt ring? Harry inhaled sharply, and we can almost be certain that ring rests alongside Rachel in her secret grave. Moreover, Voldemort was not only concerned about where Rachel was buried. To discover her tomb, they tortured her brother, Joe. He was the last barrier Rachel guarded with her life, compelling Joe with the last of her strength to conceal the grave's location, likely to prevent Voldemort from acquiring it. Harry felt the weight on his shoulders multiply 1,000-fold. This was not merely a war against darkness. It also entailed a painful past deliberately erased, and a girl who buried secrets at the cost of her life. Professor. Harry's green eyes shimmered with resolve, the earlier shock replaced by a sense of duty and mission. What do you need me to do? We must adopt a dual approach. Harry, Dumbledore's plan was clear and urgent. First, and most fitting for you at present, continue to draw closer to Professor Horace Slughorn. He was one of Tom Riddle's most esteemed professors during his school days, and likely possesses crucial information regarding Horcruxes, Tom's early thoughts, and perhaps even genuine memories. This is of utmost importance. Harry nodded vigorously. I understand, Professor. I will find a way. He recalled Slughorn's deliberate attempts at closeness and probing within the club. Excellent. Dumbledore regarded him with approval. As for Rachel Weir and that ring, that is the more challenging and perilous aspect, involving the quest to uncover a tomb that Voldemort has gone to great lengths to conceal. I need time to study the gem Joe sent. He gestured towards the resurrection stone, and to sift through all the clues concerning the Weir family and the events of that time. This must be approached with utmost caution. Any misstep could alert Voldemort. Your current task is to focus on Professor Slughorn. We need both avenues of breakthrough. I understand, Professor. Harry rose, feeling his thoughts swirling, yet his aim clear. Go now, Harry. Dumbledore spoke gently. Remember what you have seen. Remember that Voldemort's strength is built upon the trampling of humanity and the contempt for life. And the weapon we wield against him, he gestured towards Harry's heart, is right here. Harry inhaled deeply, nodded at Dumbledore, and turned to exit the headmaster's office. The oak door gently closed behind him, shutting out the faint glow of the pensive and the chilling aura of the resurrection stone. The corridor was dim and silent, leaning against the cold stone wall. Harry closed his eyes. In his mind, the image of the handsome Tom Riddle passionately kissing the fair-haired Rachel intertwined with Rachel's venomous gaze from the hospital bed, and Voldemort's snake-like visage with its scarlet pupils collided and overlapped in a chaotic tapestry. The juxtaposition of sweetness and betrayal, tenderness and cruelty, love and hate manifested so intensely in a single individual that it left him feeling a disorienting nausea deep within his soul. Had Voldemort once been young, handsome, perhaps even capable of love? This revelation shattered the image of the purely malevolent monster that resided in Harry's mind, leaving him with an even deeper chill. Yet, Rachel's final gaze, cold and ablaze with hatred, along with Dumbledore's words that love would not be forgotten, anchored his wavering spirit like an unyielding anchor. No, he would never surrender the wizarding world to that fiend. Regardless of Voldemort's past, the present him was the murderer of his parents, Cedric, Sirius, and countless innocents. He was a darkness that must be stopped. He touched the faintly throbbing lightning scar on his forehead, unaware that it harbored a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Straightening his back, he strode down the spiral staircase. Ahead lay Slughorn's riddle, the secret of the gaunt ring, and a daunting battle. But he knew he was not alone. Inside the headmaster's office, Dumbledore sat alone behind his desk, his gaze once more fixed upon the black resurrection stone that absorbed light. He lifted it, the cold touch seeming to reach deep into his heart. Outside, the night was profound, and Fawkes emitted a long, clear call. The former headmaster murmured the name Rachel Veal, as if summoning a ghost forgotten by the world. Your struggle is not yet over. Chapter 32. The true memory resurrects her from slumber. Harry Potter felt like a taut string. He endeavored to portray an exceptionally gifted and admiring student of potions. Yet internally, he was tormented by the task Dumbledore had entrusted him, to acquire the true memory regarding the Horcruxes. It had to succeed tonight. In the deserted boys' lavatory, Harry whispered to his reflection in the mirror. He retrieved a small, alluringly golden vial of Felix Felicis from his pocket. Unscrewing the cap, an indescribable, invigorating sweetness wafted into his nostrils. He cautiously took a sip, and the sensation was exquisite, as if the entire world had suddenly brightened, all possibilities unfolding before him, filling him with an all-encompassing confidence. He knew luck was on his side. With an incredibly buoyant stride, he approached Slughorn's office, each step perfectly evading the patrolling Filch and Peeves mischief. As he knocked, he could even sense that Slughorn was in high spirits, having just indulged in a fine oak-aged mead. Ah, Harry, my potion genius, do come in. Slughorn greeted him, indeed beaming with delight, as the office was filled with the unique aroma of food, cigars, and potions. Just in time. Do try this, the finest elven brew I just procured from France. Harry, infused with the absolute confidence bestowed by the Felix Felicis and an appropriate sincerity, took a seat. He did not plunge directly into the subject, but skillfully guided the conversation towards potions, mentioning his mother, Lily, one of Slughorn's most cherished students, and her exquisite potion-making talent combined with her kind heart. Slughorn's eyes misted over, clearly lost in nostalgia for his esteemed pupil. The atmosphere turned sentimental and warm. Harry astutely seized this fleeting moment. He did not press, but, with a blend of youthful curiosity and a near-innocent reminiscence of his late mother, inquired, Professor, since you knew my mother, you must also be acquainted with Tom Riddle, right? I heard he was one of your most outstanding students as well. Slughorn's smile instantly froze, color draining from his face, his eyes filled with panic and resistance. Oh, Harry, that matter. He waved his hand, his rotund body shifting uneasily in the chair. It's quite unpleasant, very complicated. The magic of Felix Felicis surged within Harry. He did not retreat. Instead, he leaned forward, his emerald eyes locking onto Slughorn's evasive gaze. His voice low yet powerful, imbued with a sorrowful understanding. Professor, I know that memory causes you pain, just as recalling my mother sometimes brings me heartache. But Voldemort has returned. He uttered the name, clearly noting Slughorn's sudden tremor. He has grown stronger, more ruthless. He killed my parents, Cedric, Sirius, and countless innocents. To stop him, we must understand him, uncover his deepest secrets, and comprehend his pursuit of immortality. Harry deliberately paused, allowing the weight of the word immortality to linger in the air. Slughorn's face turned ashen, beads of sweat forming on his glistening forehead. He gazed into Harry's eyes, which mirrored Lily's, filled with anguish from the loss of loved ones and a resolute defiance against darkness. That look was like a key, prying open the heavy door of guilt buried within him. He recalled the remarkably talented Tom, who ultimately descended into the abyss, and the mistakes he had made out of vanity and fear when faced with that dreadful question. Perhaps it was not too late to make amends? For Lily's son, to prevent further tragedy? Slughorn's voice trembled, his hand shaking as he fumbled within a concealed pocket of his robe, retrieving a crystal vial. Inside was no longer the silvery memories of before, but a murky, tumultuous mass that seemed to embody pain and darkness, writhing and struggling. He could not bear to look at Harry, his gaze fixated on the vial, as if it contained a demon. I made a mistake, a terrible mistake. I never imagined he would go that far. He thrust the vial into Harry's hands as though it were scalding. Take it. I hope that once you've seen this, you will not think less of me. With that, he slumped in his armchair, as if all strength had been drained from him. Harry tightly grasped the weighty, ominous vial of memories, his heart racing in his chest. The warm current of Felix Felicis assured him he had succeeded. The light in the headmaster's office seemed to shine brighter than usual, dispelling the heavy night beyond the window. In the pensive, the deep, gray memory writhed like a captive serpent, thrashing violently in the silvery liquid, hissing. Dumbledore and Harry stood solemnly at the edge of the basin. Are you ready, Harry? Dumbledore's voice was unusually grave. Harry inhaled deeply and nodded. Together, they immersed their faces into the cold, chaotic whirlpool of memories. The scene unfolded in Hogwarts decades prior. Within Slughorn's old office, cluttered with rare artifacts and suffused with the aroma of sweet delicacies. A younger Slughorn was somewhat leaner, yet equally rosy. The astonishingly handsome Tom Riddle sat opposite him, exuding grace, with a profound gaze that conveyed an age-defying maturity and deliberate humility. The conversation revolved around magic, future prospects, and the esteemed connections Slughorn took pride in. The atmosphere was light and jovial, brimming with mutual admiration between teacher and student. Then, Tom deftly steered the dialogue towards the topic of splitting souls. Sir, I have read some rather intriguing theories about the soul. Tom's voice resonated with a deep, mellifluous timbre, imbued with just the right touch of curiosity, as he inquired, for instance, is it possible to split it in some manner? Slughorn's smile faltered for a brief moment before he chuckled nervously, attempting to divert the conversation with a piece of candied jackfruit. Oh, Tom, my dear boy, that is an exceedingly, profound and perilous domain. Disturbing dark magic indeed. Let us discuss your prospects regarding the upcoming Newt's exam instead. With your talents, a high position in the Ministry of Magic is well within your grasp. Yet, Tom Riddle remained undeterred. He leaned slightly forward, his deep black eyes resembling two fathomless abysses. Firmly locking onto Slughorn, his voice laced with an undeniable, hypnotic allure. But, sir, merely hypothetically speaking, if one were to aspire towards a grander objective, to ensure one's absolute safety, to transcend the boundaries of death, is there a form of magic that can split the soul? To preserve a part of it outside the body, perhaps within an object? For instance, a Horcrux? The warm, sweet air of the office seemed to freeze instantaneously. Slughorn stared at Tom in horror, his lips trembling. I do not know where you encountered this notion, but it is profoundly sinister. Splitting the soul? That is the most blasphemous and terrifying of magics. It is steeped in blood. He nearly shrieked the words, as if they themselves bore a curse. The young Dark Lord displayed no hint of the condemnation's panic. Rather, a fleeting, profound satisfaction crossed his face. He had grasped the key concept. Horcrux, he repeated softly. Savoring the exquisite term, it takes but a single murder to split the soul, to preserve it within an object. Thus, theoretically, he pressed on with an unsettling fervor. The more one splits it, say 7 times. Fear and concern filled Slughorn's eyes. 7 times? Is not one murder terrifying enough, Tom? This is merely an academic discussion. Is it not? Indeed, Professor, merely an academic discussion. The images of memory abruptly halted amidst Slughorn's terror and Tom Riddle's eerily calm gaze, ablaze with frenzied ambition. Dissolving into a chaotic gray whirlpool, Harry and Dumbledore suddenly lifted their heads from the pensive. Harry gasped for breath, his scar burning intensely. The sheer malevolence and cold calculation embedded in that dialogue churned his stomach. Dumbledore straightened, his usual calmness replaced by a profound mixture of anger, pity, and chilling gravity. He appeared to age considerably in an instant. "Professor," Harry's voice was dry and hoarse. "Is that truly a Horcrux?" "Yes, Harry." Dumbledore's voice resonated like a sigh yet carried the weight of conviction. "This is the truth of the Horcrux. More evil, more terrifying than I had imagined." He moved to the window, gazing out into the pitch-black, forbidden forest. To tear asunder one's own soul through murder. To encapsulate the fragments within objects in pursuit of immortality. This is not merely the quest for power. It is the most profound desecration of the essence of life. A brutal destruction of one's own humanity. With each division, he distances himself further from humanity and draws closer to monstrosity. No wonder he has become what he is today. He turned, his blue eyes ignited with a cold flame, and, as he has indicated, he has likely split it more than once. 7. The very number is like a curse. 7 Horcruxes? Harry felt a wave of dizziness, as if the ground beneath him were collapsing. One diary nearly destroyed Ginny. One locket was so difficult to destroy. 7? If we can destroy all the Horcruxes, we can kill him, right? This is the only hope in the darkness. Indeed, Harry. Dumbledore's tone was resolute. Destroying all the Horcruxes will eliminate all his anchors to immortality, rendering him a mortal being capable of being killed. He returned to his desk, grasping the cold black resurrection stone, his gaze sharpening. And we can be almost certain that the ring Tom Riddle once gifted to Marvolo Gaunt is one of his Horcruxes. Quite possibly the first. The urgency of time engulfed the office like a frigid tide. Voldemort's power was on the rise, and every moment of delay meant more sacrifice. Time waits for no one, Harry. Dumbledore's voice brimmed with unprecedented urgency as he locked eyes with Harry. We must awaken that slumbering girl, the only one familiar with the core of Voldemort's early conspiracies. Rachel Weasley, not only the bearer of the ring, but also a witness and victim of that dark history. She may hold the key information we so desperately need, even the means to destroy the ring. His expression turned exceptionally grave, but this endeavor is exceedingly perilous. Voldemort will undoubtedly sense it. Promise me, Harry, that whatever happens, you will follow my lead without hesitation or deviation. The undeniable authority and profound responsibility in Dumbledore's gaze jolted Harry. He nodded without hesitation, his voice clear and resolute. I promise, Professor, I will follow your lead. Excellent. Dumbledore clasped the resurrection stone tightly in his palm, extending his other hand to Harry. Take my arm. Harry complied immediately, gripping Dumbledore's arm firmly. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he queried, Professor, we cannot apparate within Hogwarts, can we? The castle's anti-apparition charm is well known. A mischievous glint appeared in Dumbledore's aged face, his blue eyes sparkling behind his half-moon spectacles. Well, Harry, he replied cheerfully, one must enjoy certain privileges of being headmaster, mustn't one? Before he could finish, Harry felt a sharp tug behind his navel, his feet lifting off the ground. The familiar, suffocating pressure enveloped him from all sides, as if he were being funneled through an exceedingly narrow rubber tube. The world spun wildly, contorting and stretching until, with a soft pop, his feet landed heavily on solid yet frigid, damp earth. A biting wind rushed into his collar, carrying the scent of decaying soil and withered plants. Harry stumbled slightly before regaining his footing and surveyed his surroundings. They found themselves in an ancient graveyard, encircled by towering, twisted yew trees. The moonlight was dim, barely outlining the contours of the surrounding gravestones, rendering the scene eerie and desolate. In the distance, a mansion flickered into view amidst the darkness, illuminated and grand, yet exuding an icy, haughty air, Malfoy Manor. Their landing spot was distanced from the main structure of the manor, seemingly situated at the periphery of a secluded private cemetery. Dumbledore did not linger. The tip of his wand glowed with a steady white light, akin to a lighthouse in the dark. He strode purposefully toward an inconspicuous corner deep within the graveyard, where there were no grand tombstones, only a remarkably modest stone slab, nearly engulfed by moss and vines, inscribed solely with dates, 1926 to 1946. This is it. Dumbledore's voice rang clear in the stillness of the graveyard, imbued with a heavy reverence. He waved his wand, softly murmuring a complex incantation. The moss and vines covering the gravestone receded as if animated. Then, a deeper magic surged forth. The soil beneath began to part soundlessly and smoothly to the sides, as though being pushed aside by an invisible hand. The earthy aroma mingled with a more ancient, chilling scent from deep within the earth. Harry held his breath, watching anxiously as beneath the soil, the outline of a coffin crafted from a transparent crystalline material gradually emerged. The lid was translucent. When the final handful of earth was cleared away, the crystal coffin lay fully exposed to the dim moonlight. Harry gasped in shock. Inside the coffin lay a woman, her pale golden hair cascading like the purest silk, gracefully spread across her shoulders. Her beauty was astonishing, with skin as fair and delicate as porcelain, as if she had merely succumbed to slumber rather than resting for nearly half a century. Her long lashes cast soft shadows beneath her eyes, and her lips retained a gentle shade of pink. She was adorned in a simple yet exquisitely crafted light-colored gown, her hands clasped gracefully upon her chest. Most striking of all was the ancient gold ring on her left hand's fourth finger, set with a large, dark, and lifeless black gem. At this moment, the gem seemed to exude a faint, unsettling glow under the moonlight, as if a living entity lay dormant within. Merlin, Harry whispered in awe. Time appeared to have entirely halted around Rachel Veal. She resembled the girl from his memories, the one who had once discussed her engagement with Tom. Yet she had lost the vibrant hue of life, presenting an icy, jade-like quality. This young lady, Dumbledore's voice resonated with a deep sigh, has departed this world far too soon, much like her dearest friend, Abraxas Malfoy. Her young life was taken by ambition, deceit, and dark magic. His gaze swept over the ring with a complex expression. Professor, shall we remove her ring? Harry inquired eagerly, his eyes fixated on the ominous piece of jewelry. No, Harry, Dumbledore replied slowly, his demeanor grave. We cannot take this ring away. Voldemort himself placed it on Rachel's finger and cast powerful protective and binding spells, entwined with her very soul. To forcibly remove it would not only trigger unknown counter curses, but could also obliterate the ring entirely or harm the soul fragments contained within. He stepped closer to the crystal coffin, his gaze softening with remorse as it fell upon Rachel's serene visage. He produced the black resurrection stone, which absorbed all light, and gently placed it atop the coffin, aligning it with Rachel's heart. Good girl, Rachel, Dumbledore's voice was low and filled with strength, as if transcending the boundaries between life and death. I deeply apologize for disturbing your eternal rest once more, but darkness once again shrouds the world, and Voldemort's power is swelling. We cannot surrender the magical realm you so cherish to the eternal night he has wrought. We require your assistance, your long-buried memories, and your courage to oppose him. Dumbledore inhaled deeply, raising the Elder Wand, its tip aimed at the resurrection stone atop the coffin. He began to chant an ancient, obscure incantation, its syllables peculiar and resonant. The melody rose and fell, at times high and piercing like a phoenix's cry, and at others low and rumbling like the tremors of the earth, imbued with ineffable power and compassion. As the incantation progressed, the resurrection stone erupted with a blinding brilliance, not of gold and crimson, but of profound emerald green. The light swiftly engulfed the tip of Dumbledore's wand, and, like a living vine, spread rapidly, enveloping the entire crystal coffin. The coffin quaked violently, emitting a low, humming reverberation. A suffocating wave of magical force surged forth like a tangible tide, radiating outward. Ugh! Harry was forcefully propelled by this invisible might, staggering back several steps before managing to regain his balance. He raised his arm to shield his eyes from the blinding emerald radiance. This light contained a paradoxical blend of coldness and searing heat, as though it emanated from the depths of the underworld and the primal struggles of life itself. The brilliance intensified, illuminating the graveyard as if it were a spectral realm. The crystal coffin became nearly transparent, the figure of Rachel within distorting and blurring in the fierce light. Dumbledore's white hair and robes danced wildly in the magical torrent. His jaw clenched, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly bearing the immense strain of magical exertion and mental pressure. Simultaneously, at Malfoy Manor, in the main study, the flames in the fireplace flickered, casting shadows upon Voldemort's pale, distorted, noseless visage. His crimson eyes coldly scrutinized a report presented by a trembling Lucius Malfoy, who knelt before him. Suddenly, Voldemort's body went rigid as if struck by an invisible lightning bolt. His scarlet serpentine pupils narrowed to perilous slits. A faint yet hauntingly familiar presence brushed past his consciousness, akin to a stone dropped into a stagnant pool. Nagini, he rasped, his voice tinged with unprecedented astonishment and an indescribable tremor. The enormous serpent, Nagini, slithered forth from the shadows, raising her triangular head, her crimson tongue flicking nervously as she hissed, "Master, I sense a weak yet familiar aura. It is hers, along with the ring's resonance." Voldemort abruptly rose from his high-backed chair, his voluminous black robes billowing without a breeze. He was drawn by an unseen force, striding purposefully toward a corner of the study obscured by heavy drapes. With a swift motion, he tore aside the curtain, revealing a dusty magical portrait. The image depicted the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts. A youthful Abraxas Malfoy soared on a broomstick, brimming with vitality. Beside him, a girl with flowing golden hair and cerulean eyes rode a broom, facing outward with a playful, radiant smile, as if mocking the world's sorrows. It was Rachel Veal. Voldemort's crimson gaze fixated upon the vibrant figure within the portrait, and a sharp pang of pain, thought long extinguished, echoed in his heart. He had never truly acknowledged this portrait, even harboring disdain for its existence, for it reminded him of a past severed by oaths and ultimately reduced to ashes. The Rachel in the portrait seemed to sense his scrutiny. She ceased her playful banter with Abraxas and turned her head, her azure eyes curiously regarding the terrifying serpent face beyond the frame. Tilting her head, her playful smile remained, her melodious voice seeming to transcend time. Striking directly at Voldemort's eardrums, "Tom, why do you always wear such a frown? Come on, get on your broom and fly away, leaving your troubles behind." Her tone was light and cheerful, imbued with the carefree concern from his memories, yet it pierced Voldemort's tumultuous heart like a dagger. "Silence!" Voldemort growled, a suppressed, beast-like roar escaping him as he aimed his wand at the portrait, unleashing a crimson curse. The portrait trembled violently, and Rachel's figure momentarily blurred, but soon it reasserted its clarity, albeit with a hint of sadness in her smile. She fell silent, simply gazing at him, her cerulean eyes seemingly capable of penetrating all his facades and darkness. At that moment, a Death Eater burst into the study, tumbling in with a pallid face. His voice quavering with terror. "My lord, in the graveyard, the private cemetery to the west of the manor, there are powerful magical fluctuations. When we arrived, we saw Dumbledore and that Potter brat. They unearthed an unnamed grave, and it was empty." "What?" Voldemort whirled around, his scarlet eyes narrowing to pinpricks from sheer shock and rage. The ring that had eluded him for decades, containing his first Horcrux, along with Rachel's remains, was in the Malfoy family cemetery, right beneath his very nose. And Dumbledore had brought that Potter boy to find it, and taken it away. A tumultuous fury, akin to volcanic magma, erupted within him, feeling utterly deceived, betrayed, and robbed of everything. What he had sought for so long was, in fact, within arm's reach. He felt like a complete fool. Avada Kedavra. Without warning, a blinding green light shot forth from the tip of Voldemort's wand, striking the informing Death Eater with deadly precision. The man had no time to emit even a cry of despair. The expression of terror on his face instantly froze, and his body collapsed to the ground like a broken puppet, the breath of life utterly extinguished. Voldemort did not even glance at the corpse. He resembled a beast unleashed, instantaneously apparating to the cemetery in the west. The frigid night wind howled through the yew forest. Voldemort stood before the violently excavated grave, his crimson snake-like eyes fixated on the empty crystal coffin, which still bore the residual echoes of formidable magic. The air was thick with the scent of earth, decay, and a faint, unique essence belonging to Rachel Veal, imprinted upon his soul like a brand. Additionally, there lingered the cold vibrations of the ring, a fragment of his own soul, a roar, imbued with boundless rage, anguish, and a desire for destruction, erupted like a hellish scream, violently tearing through the tranquil night sky of Malfoy Manor. A tempest of chaotic magic erupted from Voldemort, shattering the surrounding gravestones as if struck by an invisible hammer, causing them to crumble and fall. Earth was tossed into the air, trees were uprooted, and the entire cemetery was transformed into a scene of utter devastation. He had found it, the Horcrux he had relentlessly pursued, and that person was right in his backyard, where he had believed he held dominion. Yet, that damned old bee had snatched it away first. This was not merely a provocation of his power, but a complete denial and plunder of his past, of his solitary difference. "Dumbledore, Potter." Voldemort's roar echoed through the night, saturated with deep-seated hatred and murderous intent, and then he spat out the name Rachel. His teeth clenched, a twisted amalgamation of betrayed fury and a morbid possessiveness. "I will not allow this to revert to square one. All my Horcruxes, power, even your damned cursed soul, must follow the trajectory I have charted. No one shall take it. No one shall alter it." The tempest of wild magic raged around him. His crimson snake-like eyes ignited with the flames of annihilation in the darkness. He would never relent. The tranquility of Malfoy Manor was irrevocably shattered, heralding an even more sanguinary storm. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, the piercing green light and violent magical fluctuations gradually subsided. Harry lowered his arm, which had shielded his eyes, and anxiously turned towards Rachel. The scene before him rendered both him and Dumbledore momentarily speechless. The girl who had slept for nearly 50 years no longer bore the lifeless pallor of stone, but had regained a faint, almost imperceptible hue of life. Her lips had taken on a delicate shade of pink. "Professor," Harry exclaimed, hardly able to believe his eyes. Wasn't the resurrection stone supposed to summon tormented shades caught between life and death? Dumbledore immediately gestured for silence. His aged but sharp blue eyes fixed intently on the changes within the coffin, his face etched with disbelief and a hint of profound concern. This surpassed his understanding of the resurrection stone. Rachel Vale's long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, trembling ever so slightly. Then, a second time, her brows knitted together, as if she were resisting some immense pain or struggling to awaken from an interminably long nightmare. Rachel felt as though she had been ensnared in an endless dream. It was an expanse of boundless, suffocating void, devoid of light, sound, or consciousness, only an eternal silence. Occasionally, there seemed to be faint, distant cries, reminiscent of Joe's weeping or Abu's sighing, but eventually, even those sounds faded away, leaving only the deathly, eternal void. She floated like a feather in the infinite darkness, with no past, no future, and no concept of self. At that moment, a powerful and warm force, infused with a familiar essence, Professor Dumbledore, pierced through this void like a sword. Following that was the bone-chilling cold and an unnerving wave of darkness, the resonance of the resurrection stone's curse intertwined with the Horcruxes. Then came a violent tugging sensation, as if attempting to forcibly pull her from this eternal silence. A faint, almost inaudible groan, filled with endless confusion and pain, escaped Rachel's pale lips. Her eyelids trembled violently, and finally, slowly, laboriously, she managed to pry them open just a crack. Blurred lights danced before her eyes, and the eyes accustomed to eternal darkness were stung by the brightness. She blinked, her vision gradually sharpening. The first thing she beheld was a weathered face, deeply lined with age, adorned with a long, silver beard and hair. The pair of azure eyes, hidden behind crescent-shaped spectacles, regarded her with a complex array of emotions: concern, regret, astonishment, and deep wisdom. It was Professor Albus Dumbledore? Yet how had he aged so drastically? As her gaze shifted slightly, she noticed a boy beside him, wearing round glasses and with messy black hair, staring at her with wide eyes, his face a canvas of utter astonishment and disbelief, as if he were beholding Merlin himself. Where am I? Who are they? Why has Professor Dumbledore aged so much? I was dead, wasn't I? The piercing hatred from Tom and the unbreakable vow echoed in her mind, never to meet again in this life. Memories of death surged forth like a flood, overwhelming the dam of her consciousness. She remembered. She had died once, and now Dumbledore had resurrected her. A wave of panic gripped her. She abruptly raised her left hand, her gaze desperately searching for the cold, heavy ring set with a black gemstone, still firmly encircling her ring finger. It remains. It was not taken by Tom. Dumbledore keenly observed the alarm in her eyes and her glance towards the ring. He stepped closer, gently yet firmly steadying Rachel's slightly trembling shoulder due to her weakness. His voice low and soothing. "Do not worry, Rachel. The ring is still here. You are safe now. We are at Hogwarts." As she felt the cold yet fresh air from outside, Rachel involuntarily shivered. Her feet rested on the thick, warm carpet of the office, the tangible sensation rendering her dazed and bewildered. "I should not have awakened you with this small stone left by your grandfather." Dumbledore's tone was filled with sincere regret as he pointed to the now dimmed resurrection stone resting on the table. "But Rachel, darkness has fallen again. I need you. The magical world needs you." His blue eyes locked onto Rachel's gradually returning brilliance, which was still brimming with confusion and pain. "Professor," Rachel's voice was dry and hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against itself, having been long and used. "How have you aged so much?" This was her most immediate impression. Dumbledore offered a gentle, yet slightly bittersweet smile. "Rachel, my dear child, nearly 50 years have passed since that winter you departed. By all rights, you should now be a graceful old lady." He gently patted the back of Rachel's cold hand. "But death has frozen your time. Your appearance remains as it was when you left, at 20. 50 years. Rachel's pupils dilated suddenly. The overwhelming impact of the time gap left her dizzy. What had the world become after 50 years? What of Tom? Did he still live, bound by that unbreakable vow? Countless questions tangled in her chest like a knotted mess. As for this young man, Dumbledore adeptly shifted the topic, pointing to the still-shocked Harry beside him. "This is Harry Potter, a student from Gryffindor House. A remarkably brave young man." Only then did Harry seem to awaken from a dream, stepping forward somewhat awkwardly, yet sincerely extending his hand to Rachel. Hello, Miss Vale. I am Harry Potter." His green eyes sparkled with curiosity and an ineffable respect. Rachel gazed at the unfamiliar youth before her, then cast a glance at the aged Dumbledore, and finally lowered her eyes to her still youthful hands adorned with a cold ring. A profound sense of absurdity and unreality engulfed her. Just as she was about to inquire further, Dumbledore's expression shifted with sudden intensity. His voice transformed into one of gravity. The recent surge of magical energy was too potent, and Voldemort would undoubtedly have sensed it. Rachel, we shall provide you with an explanation. Upon hearing the unfamiliar name Voldemort, a jolt of trepidation coursed through her. An ominous premonition cloaked her. Fawkes emitted a clear, melodic call from his perch, as if to welcome her return, yet also mourning the tranquility that had been shattered. Rachel surveyed the office, both familiar and foreign, feeling the subtle, yet genuine flow of life within her. Along with the cold, heavy sensation of the ring on her fourth finger, an overwhelming tide of questions, sealed memories, and the dread of an uncertain future surged towards her. Dumbledore's wise yet weary blue eyes gazed at her with a gentle resolve, as if to convey, the long slumber has ended, Rachel Weir. Welcome back to the world that needs you to fight for it. Your enemy remains the one whom you once loved deeply and loathed profoundly, Tom Marvolo Riddle, now known as Voldemort. Chapter 33, The Destroyed Gaunt Ring and Hagrid's Reunion. In the headmaster's office, Rachel Weir sat in a grand armchair. Now clad in a modern wizarding robe, simple yet fitting, prepared with the assistance of Professor McGonagall. Her light golden hair fell gracefully over her shoulders. Despite having just returned from the grave, and the depths of her eyes holding the weight of half a century's weariness and sorrow, her astonishing beauty shone anew. Like a pearl uncovered from dust, sparkling in the glow of the hearth. Harry stood beside Dumbledore's desk, his gaze irresistibly drawn to Rachel once more. An aura that seemed to belong to another era, interwoven with elegance and a fragile resilience, enveloped her. Harry felt a fleeting dizziness and disorientation until Dumbledore's gentle voice brought him back. Rachel, it is time for you to learn what transpired in the magical world during your 50 years of slumber regarding Tom Riddle, or rather, Voldemort. Rachel lifted her gaze, her once clear blue eyes meeting Dumbledore's with a calmness that bordered on foreboding. What has he done? Her voice was soft, yet tinged with an almost imperceptible tremor. Dumbledore did not respond immediately. He approached the pensive, waving his ancient wand to extract strands of silvery memories, rather than allowing Rachel to immerse herself in them again. He suspended the images like animated murals in the air, accompanied by his deep, resonant narration. The scenes flickered, beneath a stormy sky. Death Eaters donned horrific masks as they rampaged through Muggle streets, wreaking havoc and slaughter. The high walls of Azkaban crumbled, and Dementors poured forth like a dark cloud. Giants trampled villages with their heavy strides. In the Ministry of Magic, Fudge appeared pale and incoherent under the flash of cameras. In the graveyard of Little Hangleton, Cedric Diggory fell in bewilderment. Beside the ruins of Godric's Hollow, baby Harry bore the lightning scar on his forehead. In the Department of Mysteries, Sirius Black plummeted into the veil, and there was Voldemort's pale, twisted snake-like visage, with crimson eyes ablaze with the madness of annihilation. Dumbledore's voice flowed like a cold stream, recounting Voldemort's rise, the shadow of his first reign of terror, his physical demise, the dormancy of his followers, and his horrific rebirth using Harry's blood in Little Hangleton. He spoke of the outbreak of the Second Wizarding War, the rampancy of the Death Eaters, the chaos and compromise within the Ministry, and the blood of innocence staining the entirety of the magical realm. The history of darkness, condensed into 50 years of slaughter, conspiracy, betrayal, and fear, weighed heavily on Rachel's heart as Dumbledore's calm, yet weighty narration unfolded. As the tale progressed, Rachel's complexion grew increasingly pale. Her hands, folded in her lap, gripped the fabric of her robe tightly, knuckles widening. She gazed in disbelief at the bloody scenes, hearing familiar names like Malfoy and Lestrange entwined with atrocities. The brooding, reclusive boy from the orphanage, the seemingly flawless top student at school, the handsome youth who had once whispered our daughter in her ear. How had he transformed into such a terrifying Dark Lord who valued power above all and life as mere fodder? Her gaze ultimately fell back upon Harry, the boy with the lightning scar on his forehead, yet possessing an extraordinary resolve. She re-examined him. This boy whom Dumbledore had labeled the boy who lived, the child bearing Voldemort's curse and the hopes of the wizarding world. In his green eyes, there was no retreat, only a resilience forged in suffering. He had survived, standing against the monster she had once loved. After a suffocating silence, Rachel's voice emerged, dry and laden with cautious hope entwined with deep-seated fear. Joe, he must be quite a kind old man by now, right? Retired from the Ministry? She attempted to envision her old friend, silver-haired and surrounded by grandchildren. Dumbledore's gentle demeanor was instantly replaced by a profound sorrow. He paused, his eyes, seemingly capable of seeing into the depths of one's soul, filled with compassion. He approached Rachel, leaning slightly forward, his voice low and clear, imbued with an unavoidable weight. Rachel, my dear child, while revealing the truth may cause you immense pain, I believe that concealing it would be a greater injustice to both the departed and the living. Rachel's heart sank sharply as her azure eyes locked onto Dumbledore's. Foreseeing the worst outcome. Abraxas Malfoy. Dumbledore's voice carried a deep regret. He did not enjoy a peaceful old age. Shortly after Lucius turned 1, he fell victim to a fatal case of dragonpox. It was an excruciating ailment, nearly impossible to cure at that time, and he did not survive. He departed far too early, leaving behind young Lucius. Rachel's body swayed almost imperceptibly, as though struck by an unseen weight. Her dear friend, Abraxas, always radiant, with a glimmer of mischief in his gray-blue eyes. The very one who could sense the nuances of her relationship with Tom and lighten her spirits with jest. Had he truly left so soon? He hadn't even had the chance to witness his son grow up. A tidal wave of sorrow engulfed her like icy waters. And Joe? Rachel's voice carried a hint of a plea she was unaware of, as if grasping for a final lifeline. He must have been doing well after retirement, right? Dumbledore's expression darkened further with pain. He shook his head slowly, his voice laced with suppressed anger. Joe Weir, your brother, was a true gentleman, a remarkable philanthropist. He devoted the Weir family's resources to rescue numerous orphans in the war-torn Muggle world, continuing your legacy of kindness. However, Rachel, Voldemort found him at Weir Manor. Dumbledore paused, as if reluctant to share the brutal conclusion. To extract the location of your grave, Voldemort unleashed his most deranged follower, Bellatrix Lestrange, upon Joe, subjecting him to the Cruciatus curse repeatedly. Each word struck Rachel's heart like ice shards. Joe had been tortured to death. Dumbledore's voice fell silent, and an oppressive stillness enveloped the office, the only sound being the crackling of the fire, which felt particularly jarring. He safeguarded your resting place with his life, guarding the location of that ring. I personally laid him to rest. Weir Manor, too, was consumed by the frenzied retribution of the Death Eaters. A broken sob escaped Rachel's throat. She abruptly lowered her head, her light golden hair cascading down, obscuring her face, which had instantly drained of color. Her shoulders trembled violently as she pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, yet she could not suppress the torrent of sobs that surged forth. A tumultuous blend of profound sorrow, anger, and despair. Tears cascaded like a string of broken pearls, plummeting onto the robe she clutched, staining it with darkened marks. 50 years. Her kin, her only brother, had been mercilessly tortured to death by the minions of Voldemort. Her home, the illustrious Vale Manor, a repository of countless childhood memories and familial bonds, had been reduced to smoldering ruins. Her dearest friend, Abraxas, had met an untimely demise, deprived of the chance to witness his son grow. And that very son, Lucius Malfoy, had emerged as one of Voldemort's most loyal Death Eater henchmen. All of this stemmed from the man she had once entrusted her heart to, only to be treated as a mere tool and sacrifice, Tom Riddle. A profound hatred ignited within her, akin to the flames of hell, instantly consuming all traces of sorrow and confusion. The unbreakable vow to never reveal secrets. The promise of never meeting again in this life. These were rendered null and void in that moment of death and rebirth. The boundary of mortality had been crossed. The oaths binding her existence between life and death had lost their absolute power. She lifted her head abruptly, tears still glistening. But within her cerulean eyes burned the flames of vengeance, cold and resolute enough to incinerate all in their path. She raised her left hand, the ring adorned with a dark gemstone glimmering ominously in the firelight. Pointing to it, her voice, infused with sheer rage, echoed with chilling clarity. Destroy it. Professor Dumbledore, Harry. Immediately obliterate this ring. Her gaze was as sharp as a poison blade. This was the Horcrux he had forged using my death as a sacrificial offering. An evil creation born from the sacrifice of my life and soul, and it must be annihilated. Harry stood frozen, a chill racing from his feet to the crown of his head. To use his fiancée's life to create a Horcrux? The depths of Voldemort's cruelty and malevolence had once again shattered his understanding. He gazed into Rachel's eyes, filled with a profound hatred and a resolve that threatened to consume everything, his heart filled with an indescribable shock and a hint of fear. Dumbledore's expression flickered with astonishment. He evidently had not anticipated that Voldemort would link Rachel's death so intricately with the creation of a Horcrux. He nodded gravely. Indeed, Rachel. This ring contains a fragment of his fractured soul. It is one of the key anchors of his immortality. To destroy it is to sever one of his lifelines. From a heavily protected box, he carefully retrieved a curved, glimmering fong, the venomous tooth of the basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk's venom was potent enough to annihilate a Horcrux. However, Dumbledore's brow furrowed, his gaze shifting to Rachel's finger, the immediate question being how to remove the ring. Just do it, Rachel interjected resolutely, her voice leaving no room for hesitation. The image of Joe writhing in agony under the Cruciatus curse, of Voldemort's treachery and betrayal, ignited the flames of vengeance, consuming all doubts. She extended her left hand, ring adorned, before Harry, her expression as steadfast as granite. Pierce it with the fong. We cannot waste time on how to remove it. Our time should be devoted to locating and destroying the other Horcruxes. Harry gripped the cold, heavy basilisk fong, staring at Rachel's pale, slender hand, now awaiting destruction like a sacrificial offering, and the ominous ring, his palms slick with sweat. He had never envisioned a day when he would be compelled to drive a poisonous fong into a living being, especially one as recently resurrected, beautiful yet fragile. Miss Vale. Harry's voice faltered. Do it, Harry Potter. Rachel's tone was imbued with an undeniable command, her azure eyes locked onto his. Dumbledore regarded the determination in Rachel's eyes, then glanced at the Horcrux that must be destroyed, a flicker of sorrow crossing his aged face, yet ultimately transforming into resolution. He gave Harry a slight, yet profoundly serious nod. Taking a deep breath, Harry felt his heart race wildly within his chest. He tightened his grip on the fong, feeling its cold, unyielding texture. No longer hesitating, he focused on the dark gemstone at the center of the ring and, with all his might, plunged the fong downwards. A searing pain erupted instantaneously. Rachel's body tensed, releasing a muffled groan of agony. The fong not only pierced the hardened gemstone, but also sank deeply into the flesh of her ring finger. She could distinctly feel the venom mingling with the icy burn as it coursed through her. Harry quickly withdrew the fong, and within the pierced black gemstone, a boiling, inky substance began to churn violently. A thick, malevolent smoke, exuding a palpable aura of evil, erupted from the fissure. The smoke twisted and roiled, the echoes of countless anguished wails and vengeful curses faintly discernible. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave, imbued with destructive energy, burst forth from the shattered ring. Rachel's ring finger bore the brunt, the area consumed by dark smoke and malevolent energy rapidly turning charred, shriveling as if scorched by searing flames. The excruciating pain drained the color from her face, cold sweat soaking her back, yet she bit down hard on her lip, refusing to retract her hand. Enduring this inhuman torment. Heal swiftly, Episky. Ease the pain, Anapneo. Dumbledore reacted swiftly, his wand weaving intricate movements, enveloping Rachel's injured finger in a gentle white light, attempting to dispel the malevolent energy and staunch the bleeding. The charred area ceased its spread, the intense pain alleviated under the spell. But the finger's form could never revert to its original state, leaving behind a stark, permanent black scar, an indelible mark of cruelty. The ring lay utterly shattered, reduced to several dull, blackened fragments scattered across the carpet. The suffocating aura of evil dissipated accordingly. Rachel gazed at her charred, misshapen finger, then at the remnants of the Horcrux on the ground, her eyes devoid of pain, only a chilling satisfaction akin to vengeance fulfilled and a profound sense of relief. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, in the old study of Abraxas, Voldemort's crimson, serpent-like eyes fixated intently on the Quidditch portrait adorning the wall. In the image, Rachel wore that carefree, mischievous smile as she gazed back at him. Nagini coiled at his feet. Tom, why do you always wear such a gloomy expression? The portrait of Rachel chimed in once more, her melodious voice ringing jarringly in the silent study. Voldemort's lips curled into a twisted, emotionless smirk, ready to mock the naivety of this painted specter. Suddenly, an indescribable, soul-wrenching agony surged from the depths of his being, akin to the sharpest, searing iron branding him mercilessly. This was not merely physical torment. It was the ultimate anguish of the soul being forcibly torn asunder, its core violently obliterated. A piercing scream erupted from Voldemort's lips, infused with unparalleled pain, fury, and a madness tinged with desecration. The chaotic surge of magic erupted uncontrollably, shattering the antique furnishings and glassware within the study. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls. Nagini hissed in terror. The Death Eaters waiting outside the study were paralyzed by the sudden, agonizing scream, filled with an aura of destruction, exchanging fearful glances, none daring to advance. The portrait of Rachel seemed equally startled by the horrifying scene, her smile vanishing, replaced by genuine concern. What is wrong? You seem to be in great pain. Voldemort hunched over, his crimson eyes bloodshot from agony and wrath, heaving labored breaths. His twisted visage a terrifying mask. He understood. They not only stole Rachel's remains, but also uncovered his secrets. They annihilated the ring he had gifted to Rachel, within which lay the precious fragments of his soul, the cornerstone of his immortality. It was the soul, twisted connection to a past he had personally interred. And now, it lay in ruins, destroyed by Dumbledore and that wretched Potter boy. How dare they? Voldemort's voice rasped like sandpaper, each word saturated with profound hatred and boundless murderous intent. He extended his pale, trembling fingers, morbidly caressing Nagini's cold scales, his crimson pupils ablaze with a frenzied fire of annihilation. They must pay the price. They would all suffer the most excruciating consequences. None would escape. Time at Hogwarts continued to flow under the shadow of war. Rachel spent several days forcing herself to digest the monumental information gap that spanned half a century. Grief, anger, and bewilderment surged like tides, but ultimately, a chilling clarity with a resolute purpose took precedence. Revenge, the destruction of Voldemort, and the termination of this devastation wrought by him became the singular belief sustaining her existence. When Harry revealed Rachel's presence and her peculiar identity as Voldemort's former fiancée to Ron and Hermione, their reactions were nothing short of legendary. What? Ron's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a chicken leg, his eyes bulging like brass bells, as his quill clattered to the parchment. Voldemort? Fiancé? Merlin's knickers? How is this possible? That noseless, serpent-faced creature was in a relationship? Engaged? Hermione, in utter disbelief, covered her mouth, her brown eyes round with astonishment. Then quickly fell into rapid contemplation, her brow furrowing. This is too hard to fathom. Logically, with the timeline and everything. Harry, are you certain Professor Dumbledore didn't err? Or that the memory wasn't tampered with? I mean, the Dark Lord appears to lack any semblance of normal human emotion. This overturns everything known about his psychological profile. It's true, Hermione, Harry asserted confidently, striving to recall Rachel's breathtaking beauty and the profound sorrow in her eyes. Dumbledore showed me a memory. Her name is Rachel Vale. Hagrid knows her too. Hagrid, Ron and Hermione exclaimed in unison, their shock intensifying. To confirm, Harry brought Rachel to Hagrid's hut one weekend afternoon. When Hagrid swung open his massive wooden door and beheld Rachel standing beside Harry, her visage still reminiscent of youthful beauty, the half-giant stood frozen for several seconds. Rachel. Hagrid's face, obscured by a thick beard, flushed crimson, his large eyes brimming with tears, his voice quivering with emotion. Merlin's beard. It truly is you. I thought I was dreaming or had gone blind. He babbled incoherently, his immense frame trembling with excitement. Hagrid. Rachel gazed at her familiar, yet unfamiliar old friend. Now larger and etched with the marks of time, her heart swelling as she smiled, tears glistening in her eyes. She opened her arms wide. Hagrid carefully bent down, treating her like a rare treasure, and enveloped her in a massive, nostalgic embrace. His hug was warm and strong, imbued with the sense of earth, rock cakes, and animals. Rachel could feel the emotion he was desperately holding back. Come in, come in. Hagrid wiped his tears and enthusiastically ushered them into his cozy yet cluttered abode. Sit. I'll brew you some tea. Oh, Fong. Stop that. This is Rachel, remember? Our old friend. He fumbled to manage the excited dog, Fong, while scrambling for his largest tea set. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat aside, observing the touching reunion with mixed emotions. Ron was still grappling with the unsettling revelation of Voldemort's fiancée, while Hermione curiously scrutinized Rachel, seeking traces of history within her. Harry noted the way Hagrid looked at Rachel, filled with pure, unreserved joy and a near-reverent nostalgia. Look at you, Hagrid, Rachel remarked, surveying the hut, her gaze sweeping over the familiar yet strange magical creature specimens and tools. You still have a fondness for these magnificent beasts. Not much has changed here. Indeed, indeed. Hagrid placed a steaming pot of tea, as thick as tar, on the table, his enormous hands still trembling with excitement. I just love being here. Rachel, I can hardly believe you haven't changed a bit after all these years. Still as, he hesitated, his face reddening. Beautiful. He felt awkward using the word beautiful. Rachel chuckled at his bluntness, her smile dissipating the sorrow that lingered in her brow like sunlight piercing through clouds. Hermione keenly captured this moment, silently marveling at the gravitas that time had instilled in Rachel. Ron stared in a daze until Hermione kicked him under the table, jolting him back to reality, causing him to awkwardly gulp down tea, only to grimace from the scalding heat. Hagrid rambled on about the changes at Hogwarts over the years, discussing the creatures in the Forbidden Forest, his blast-ended scroots, and thestrals, striving to avoid heavy topics. Rachel listened quietly, interjecting occasionally, her gaze gentle. After several rounds of tea, the atmosphere gradually warmed. Rachel set down her nearly untouched cup of strong tea, her azure eyes turning to Harry and the others as she posed a question that shifted the ambience. Could you three tell me about Draco Malfoy, Lucius's son, Abraxas's grandson? This question fell like a boulder into a placid lake. Harry was the first to respond, his tone dripping with unabashed disdain. Draco Malfoy. He always bullies people using his family's influence, his head filled with that pureblood garbage. I wager my firebolt, he's definitely a Death Eater. He has been sneaky this term, surely up to no good. Harry recalled the incident at Borgin and Burke's, his tone growing more certain. Hermione immediately frowned, contradicting him. Harry, Not this again. We need evidence. We can't condemn someone based solely on feelings before we have solid proof. She turned to Rachel, her tone softening. Miss Vale, you've been through so much. We shouldn't burden you with baseless speculations. Hermione keenly noticed the complex emotions flickering in Rachel's eyes upon hearing the name Malfoy. Ron, with his mouth stuffed with rock cakes, chimed in. Yeah, that white ferret. He has been insufferably arrogant since first year. Always causing us trouble, especially for Harry. I reckon the Malfoy gene for being a bad seed is hereditary. Just like Lucius, Draco's the same. Upon hearing Ron's last remark, Hagrid halted his tea pouring, his furry face unusually solemn as he shook his head emphatically. Ron, that last statement is gravely mistaken. He set down the teapot and reassuringly patted Rachel's shoulder, his large gesture imbued with a clumsy tenderness. The Malfoy I knew, the one Rachel was friends with at Hogwarts, is not the way you describe. Abraxas Malfoy was one of Rachel's closest friends. Their bond was incredibly strong. They attended classes together, shared meals, and delved into the study of magic. Just like the three of you are inseparable now. Hagrid's gaze swept over Harry, Ron, and Hermione, finally resting on Rachel. His voice dropping to a solemn tone. There's another person. He sighed heavily, refraining from uttering the forbidden name, yet all present understood implicitly. Rachel offered Hagrid a knowing smile, tinged with a faint melancholy. The beauty of her expression belied its fragility. You are indeed correct, she murmured, her voice flowing like a clear stream over smooth pebbles, imbued with a calming influence. It seems that your relationship with Draco is rather strained. However, Abraxas Malfoy is quite different from the Lucius and Draco you describe. She paused, as if reminiscing about a distant past, her gaze turning wistful. He was remarkably polite, though inherently proud, as is the Malfoy lineage. Yet he would never stoop to bullying the weak without cause. He possessed intelligence, a sense of humor, and excelled at Quidditch. Her voice carried a sincere nostalgia, seeking to honor her long-lost dear friend. Speaking of which, Hagrid seemed to recall an amusing incident, a smile breaking across his furry face, lightening the earlier heaviness. I remember a time when Abraxas sneaked in with an injured owl, its wing hurt. The poor creature, unaware of what had attacked it, had fallen outside the Slytherin dungeon and was found by him. Hagrid mimicked Abraxas's cautious demeanor, looking around furtively, capturing the essence perfectly. He was in quite a panic, afraid of tarnishing his noble, aloof Malfoy air image. Hagrid, you must help me. Don't tell anyone, especially Rachel and, that person. They would mock me for my usual seriousness. You should have seen his anxious and awkward expression, as she recalled her youthful friend's secret benevolence. Rachel could not help but laugh genuinely, dispelling the last remnants of gloom in the small cabin. Harry, Ron, and Hermione gazed at her, and in that moment, it felt as though they had traversed time, witnessing the carefree girl basking in the sunlight of Hogwarts 50 years prior. After the laughter, the atmosphere lightened considerably on their way back. Harry walked beside Rachel, hesitating before finally speaking. Miss Weasley. Rachel. He remembered her request for them to call her by her name. Although Hermione was right that evidence was necessary, I still feel that Draco Malfoy has been acting rather strangely lately. He often isolates himself, plotting something unknown. Hermione shot him a warning glance. Harry. Rachel gently waved her hand, signaling that it was all right. Just call me Rachel, truly. She looked at the trio of spirited young heroes, recalling her own youthful self alongside Ab and Tom half a century ago. The thought pierced her heart. She half-joked, after all, I have only lived a similar age to you before time stood still for me. Think of me as a senior with a rather unique experience. She attempted to lighten the weight of her words, yet both Harry and Hermione keenly sensed the lingering sorrow and concern hidden in her eyes. Her gaze drifted towards the illuminated Hogwarts castle, heavy with unspoken thoughts. What are the other Horcruxes of Tom? Where are they hidden? Destroying the ring was merely the first step. There are more arduous battles ahead. And what of Draco Malfoy, Ab's grandson, whom she had yet to meet, seemingly unlikable? What is he truly up to? Has he indeed embarked on the dark path of his father, perhaps even surpassing his grandfather? In Rachel's heart, doubts began to entwine like creeping vines. She needed to understand this boy, for Ab's sake, and to seek a potential breakthrough. Chapter 34. The Child of an Old Friend. Before the storm approaches, the brief exhilaration brought on by the destruction of the Horcrux ring was swiftly supplanted by the pressing reality of Voldemort's other Horcruxes. Where could they be concealed? Rachel Weir's existence was akin to a dust-covered key, which Dumbledore cautiously employed to unlock the deliberately forgotten corners of history. In the headmaster's office, the fire crackled. Rachel, Dumbledore, and Harry gathered around the pensive, the air thick with contemplative gravity. Rachel's slender fingers unconsciously traced the charred scar on her left ring finger, an indelible mark left by the destruction of a Horcrux, a tangible manifestation of her hatred for Voldemort. Tom Riddle, Rachel corrected herself, her voice maintaining an effortful calm. After graduating from Hogwarts, he declined all lucrative offers from the Ministry of Magic, including those laid out by Jo. Her gaze turned to Dumbledore, whose blue eyes sparkled with memories and insights. He went to Knockturn Alley and worked at Borgin and Burke's. I recall that during that time, when he occasionally returned, he seemed rather peculiar, exhausted, brooding, bearing strange, almost curse-like burn marks, which he concealed well, attributing them to accidents with certain magical items. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if trying to piece together those time-blurred fragments. At the time, I merely felt that his pursuit of power was excessively radical and dangerous, and I advised him against it, but he dismissed my concerns. In hindsight, her voice sharpened with clarity and conviction. Those were likely the scars left by the creation of Horcruxes. Each soul division necessitates a murder, a process inevitably accompanied by immense pain and backlash. Dumbledore's blue eyes suddenly gleamed with piercing clarity, like a lighthouse breaking through the fog. Borgin and Burke's collects and trades various items of dubious provenance, often imbued with dark magic, an excellent cover for hiding and seeking the vessels of Horcruxes. He immediately turned to a massive bookshelf lined with hefty tomes and bound newspapers. We need to focus on the years during which Tom worked at Borgin and Burke's, particularly the peculiar deaths involving members of ancient pure-blood families in the magical community. The clues spread out like a spider's web. Harry was tasked with searching through the Ministry's public archives, while Rachel utilized her knowledge of pure-blood genealogies to provide direction. And Dumbledore leveraged his unparalleled connections and memory for cross-referencing. Time slipped away amidst the rustle of yellowed pages and hushed discussions. "We found it," Harry suddenly exclaimed, lifting his head with excitement and a hint of chill in his green eyes. He projected a microfiche of the Daily Prophet into the air. The front-page headline was shocking. Mrs. Hepzibah Smith mysteriously dies. House elf accidentally kills mistress? The publication date was notably at the end of 1946, precisely during Tom Riddle's tenure at Borgin and Burke's. The article was vague. Mrs. Smith, an elderly and exceedingly wealthy pure-blood witch, was found dead in her lavish home. The sole eyewitness was her devoted house elf, who claimed that while serving cocoa to his mistress, he became overwhelmed with grief, resulting in a magical mishap that inadvertently led to her demise. After an investigation, the ministry concluded that the elf had suffered a mental breakdown, and due to the lack of a clear motive for murder, the case was hastily closed as an accident. The report casually mentioned that Mrs. Smith was renowned for her collection of rare treasures, yet failed to note any records of theft. Hepzibah Smith, Dumbledore mused softly, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. "Yes, I remember her, a somewhat eccentric old woman obsessed with collecting. Though her family had declined, they indeed possessed a few legendary artifacts, purportedly relics from one of Hogwarts' four founders." "No records of theft?" Rachel astutely grasped the crux of the matter, her voice frigid. How could it be that a collector of such immense wealth could pass away suddenly, and the Ministry of Magic had not meticulously accounted for her treasures? It was utterly illogical, more akin to a deliberate concealment of certain items' disappearance. Harry interjected, recalling the cold gaze of young Tom in the pensive. If Voldemort had approached her at that time, it could very well have been in pursuit of the founder-related artifacts in her possession. He glanced between Rachel and Dumbledore, piecing together the burns he had sustained at that time. This case was rife with suspicious elements. It was likely a meticulously orchestrated murder, aimed at acquiring a vessel for the creation of Horcruxes. Harry's eyes were filled with genuine admiration for Rachel. This woman, who had returned from decades past, leveraged her profound understanding of Voldemort's past actions and her keen insight to swiftly unveil a new avenue for the search for Horcruxes. She was not merely a victim, but an indispensable strategist in the battle against Voldemort. Dumbledore's eyes shimmered with wisdom as he spoke. Hepzibah Smith is indeed a crucial lead. We must ascertain which specific items in her collection are related to the founders, particularly those that are currently unaccounted for. With a preliminary direction established, the tense atmosphere slightly eased. Rachel rose to depart, but Dumbledore called her back. The elderly headmaster walked to the window, gazing out at the swirling clouds over the forbidden forest, his silhouette appearing particularly desolate. "Rachel," his voice was low and tranquil, yet imbued with an undeniable gravity. "The road ahead will be fraught with challenges. Dark forces are gathering. I must consider all possibilities." He turned to face her, his blue eyes, deep as the sea behind his crescent-shaped glasses, bore into her. This is to say, if one day I am no longer here to guide Harry, Rachel's heart plummeted, a wave of intense unease seizing her. "Professor," she interrupted urgently, her azure eyes brimming with defiance, "do not speak like that. You will live for many more years. You must." Dumbledore gently but firmly raised his hand to halt her. "Listen to me, child. The future is unpredictable, especially in this war. I need you to promise me that, should that day come, You will use your wisdom, your understanding of Tom and Voldemort, to aid Harry from the shadows. Guide him, protect him, and be his ally in the search for truth and the fight against darkness. Can you promise me this? Gazing into Dumbledore's eyes, which reflected a heavy burden of trust, all words of refusal lodged in Rachel's throat. She nodded emphatically, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible quiver. Of course, Professor. I will do as you say, but please, do take care of yourself. Dumbledore offered a weary yet appreciative smile. As Rachel exited the headmaster's office, she strode alone down the empty corridor, her thoughts a tempest. Dumbledore's near-last words, the mystery surrounding Hepzibah Smith, and the weighty contemplation of Voldemort's other unknown Horcruxes pressed heavily upon her heart. She needed to catch her breath, to clear her mind. Unbeknownst to her, she arrived at the 8th floor, opposite the tapestry depicting the giant beating the foolish Barnabas. This was the entrance to the Room of Requirement, a place brimming with infinite possibilities yet shrouded in countless secrets. Just as she prepared to leave, a figure hurriedly rounded the corner of the corridor. Platinum hair, meticulously styled, shone with a cold luster beneath the dim corridor lights. A tall, slender frame was encased in a well-tailored black suit, moving with an urgency that belied a deliberate stiffness. The outline of his profile, the straight nose, the gray-blue eyes were unmistakable. Rachel's heart felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, momentarily halting its rhythm. Abraxas. That face bore an almost striking resemblance to that of her dear friend from 50 years ago. Yet, it lacked the usual hint of Abraxas's characteristic, carefree brightness, replaced instead by a shadow of gloom and tension. Draco Malfoy, Abraxas's grandson. Instinctively, Rachel stepped back, retreating into the shadows beside the tapestry, holding her breath. She watched as Draco paced anxiously before the empty wall opposite the tapestry, muttering to himself as he walked back and forth 3 times. A smooth door quietly materialized in the wall. Draco glanced around warily before swiftly slipping inside, causing the door to vanish behind him. Rachel's heartbeat thundered in her chest. Harry's suspicions, Draco's furtive behavior, and the moment he entered the Room of Requirement all pointed ominously in one direction. She hesitated for less than a second, then resolutely approached the empty wall, focusing her thoughts. I need to see what Draco Malfoy is doing. After pacing 3 times, a door quietly opened. The interior was not as she had envisioned. It was a cluttered storeroom filled with discarded items, thickly coated in dust, the air heavy with a musty odor. The light was dim, illuminated only by the faint glow at the tip of Draco's wand. Draco stood with his back to the entrance, positioned before a tall, dust-laden black cabinet, a vanishing cabinet adorned with intricate serpentine designs. His shoulders trembled slightly, his breathing rapid. Rachel stealthily approached, concealing herself behind a large, worn sofa, straining to hear his movements. Draco, with shaking hands, extracted a panicked, chirping yellow canary from his pocket. His face bore a look of near desperation as he abruptly opened the cabinet door, violently stuffing the small bird inside before swiftly shutting it again. A suffocating silence ensued for several agonizing seconds. Draco yanked the cabinet door open once more. It was empty. The canary had vanished. The color drained from Draco's face, his gray-blue eyes brimming with fear and a morbid anticipation of failure. He closed the cabinet again, pacing restlessly, muttering nervously to himself. After approximately a minute, he opened the door once more. This time, a small, lifeless bundle of yellow feathers lay quietly at the bottom. The corpse of the canary, its tiny body contorted. He had succeeded, but it was not the outcome he had desired. No. Draco emitted a suppressed wail. He staggered back a step, his wand slipping from his feeble grasp, thudding onto the thick layer of dust. Overwhelmed by immense fear, the pressure of failure, and a sense of helplessness, he collapsed. The Slytherin prince, who always held his head high in front of others, could no longer maintain that fragile facade. He clutched his head with both hands and slowly crouched down, the stifled, intermittent sobs echoing through the silent storeroom, filled with despair. Rachel's heart ached painfully. The boy before her, crumbling and weeping, was no longer the insufferable Malfoy heir, but the bloodline left behind by her dear friend Abraxas. She could no longer remain a bystander. Gently, she rose, stepping out from behind the sofa, her footsteps softly disturbing the dust on the floor. Who? Draco sprang up as if struck by an arrow, his movements startlingly swift. He quickly seized his wand from the ground, its tip quivering violently with fear and agitation. Aimed directly at the shadow from which the sound had emerged. His voice, strained from tears and tension, rose to a sharp pitch. Come out. Stop hiding and show yourself. It was as though he believed a roar could dispel his inner cowardice. Rachel did not pause, but stepped directly from the shadows, fully revealing herself under the glow of Draco's wand. She did not glance at the wand pointed at her face, her calm gaze settling on Draco's tear-streaked, pale, and terrified countenance. What troubles you, Malfoy? Rachel's voice was soft, deliberate, yet carried an uncanny penetrating quality. There was no questioning, only a profound, empathetic sorrow drawn from their shared past. Draco was momentarily taken aback by her presence and her tranquil demeanor, bathed in the glow of his wand. He finally discerned the features of the approaching figure. A visage so exquisitely flawless, with delicate, golden tresses cascading down and azure eyes as clear as the sky. This face. His gray-blue pupils dilated in astonishment, his countenance etched with profound shock and disbelief. I know you. You're the woman from the portrait in my grandfather's study. His voice rose in incredulity. Impossible. That painting is over 50 years old. How can you still appear so youthful? The age difference between the girl in the portrait and the woman before him could hardly exceed a decade. This was utterly contrary to reason. Rachel, of course, recognized the Quidditch portrait. She refrained from addressing the age query, instead adopting a tone reminiscent of reminiscing. I hear you play Quidditch, in the position of seeker? Did you know your grandfather, Abraxas, was an exceptionally skilled seeker? His diving catches were such that even Tom Riddle acknowledged his prowess. She intentionally invoked Voldemort's original name. Keenly observing Draco's reaction, Draco wiped away the traces of tears from his face with the back of his hand, yet new tears flowed uncontrollably. The situation was too bizarre. A figure who should have aged, or even perished, now stood before him, alive and familiar with his grandfather. The overwhelming chaos and pressure threatened to shatter his composure. What do you want? Draco's voice quivered with a mix of desperation and furious indignation, his wand trembling violently. Why are you following me? What have you seen? Speak. He was desperate to ascertain whether his secrets had been unveiled. Rachel disregarded the wand pointed at her and stepped forward, her gaze deeply penetrating Draco's gray-blue eyes. So reminiscent of Abraxas, as if searching for a trace of an old friend within them. Her voice resonated with a tenderness and sorrow that transcended time. I merely wish to see the grandson of my dearest friend, Draco. She extended her hand, her icy fingertips gently brushing away the burning tears from the boy's cheek, her gesture instinctive and filled with compassion. If Abraxas were still here, he would not want to see you alone, hiding here, weeping. This gentle touch, coupled with her words imbued with nostalgia and concern, washed over Draco like a warm stream, unexpectedly dismantling his tightly held defenses. The last vestige of strength seemed to drain from him, and the wand he clutched fell limply to his side. The immense pressure, the unspeakable fears, and the despair of impending punishment found an outlet. This has nothing to do with you. Draco's voice was thick with nasality, defiantly turning his face away, yet unable to mask the vulnerability in his tone. What did you see? He still harbored doubts. I only saw a boy. Rachel's voice was calm and sincere, describing the helplessness and confusion of one crushed beneath immense pressure and fear. Nothing more. She paused to add, coincidentally, he is the most precious legacy left in this world by my best friend. Draco abruptly turned back, his gray-blue eyes swirling with complex emotions, doubt, wariness, a flicker of hope, and an unfathomable fear. What reason do I have to trust you? His voice trembled. At that moment, a sudden, intense, searing pain, akin to branding iron, shot through the inner side of Draco's left forearm, concealed beneath his sleeve. It was the dark mark burning. Voldemort was summoning, warning, or punishing him. Ah! Draco gasped, caught off guard, a muffled cry of agony escaping his lips as his body curled inwards, clutching his forearm tightly, cold sweat instantly beading on his brow. His features contorted in pain. Rachel's expression shifted dramatically. She stepped forward without hesitation, rolling up Draco's left sleeve. The grotesque, green skull mark, composed of what appeared to be twisted serpents, was seared into the pale skin of the boy's arm, emanating an ominous glow akin to a heated branding iron. Rachel's mind went blank, an overwhelming tide of incredulous rage and heartbreak crashing over her. This was the mark of a Death Eater. Voldemort had branded Abraxas' grandson, a mere 17-year-old boy, with the mark of slavery, forcing him into darkness. This madman, this inhuman monster. Her nails dug deep into her palms, her azure eyes ablaze with a wrath potent enough to incinerate all in its path. She longed to rush before Voldemort and tear him apart. Cease the pain. Anapneo. Soothing calm. Tranquillo. Rachel suppressed her fury, swiftly casting her wand, enveloping Draco's agonized arm in a gentle white light. The glow of the dark mark dimmed, and the intense pain rapidly subsided. Draco gasped for breath like a fish out of water, collapsing to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. He raised his head, his gray-blue eyes filled with a dim despair as he looked at Rachel, his voice hoarse with dread. Now that you've seen this, will you kill me? Will you report me to Dumbledore? He had already foreseen his fate. Rachel slowly shook her head, her gaze filled with complexity and sorrow as she looked at him. She bent down, picking up Draco's fallen wand, brushing off the dust before carefully placing it back into the pocket of his jacket. Her actions radiated a maternal tenderness, leaving Draco momentarily disoriented. You should not have to endure this. Rachel's voice was deep and powerful, imbued with an undeniable certainty. I can see it. You are being coerced. Within you still resides the pride of the Malfoy lineage. But what Abraxas bestowed upon you is not merely pride. There is also an unextinguished kindness. You are a good boy, merely caught in a vortex from which you cannot escape. Rachel's thoughts swirled like a boiling tempest. Draco's appearance in the room of requirement signified that Voldemort's plans had infiltrated Hogwarts. Draco was the insider. The safety of the school was compromised. She had to inform Dumbledore immediately. As she safely escorted Draco to the entrance of the Slytherin common room, he suddenly halted, his gray-blue eyes locking onto Rachel's, posing the question that had lingered in his mind. Why do you still look the same as in the portrait? Why have you not aged? This extraordinary phenomenon filled him with fear and a glimmer of inexplicable hope. Rachel met his gaze, her eyes distant yet tender, as if peering through him to a time long past. She offered a vague yet deeply affectionate response, because this is how Abraxas would wish to remember me. Those words acted as a key, gently unlocking a corner of Draco's heart that had been frozen, leaving him momentarily speechless. Without pausing, Rachel turned and quickly departed. She did not return to her temporary quarters, but headed straight to the astronomy tower, aware that Dumbledore favored pondering there. Ascending the spiral staircase, she pushed open the heavy wooden door, the brisk night wind rushing in. Dumbledore stood by the railing, his silver hair billowing in the breeze, his silhouette appearing profoundly solitary yet resolute beneath the deepening night. Professor. Rachel's voice trembled with suppressed anguish and urgency. Draco Malfoy bears the dark mark on his arm. He is a Death Eater, but he is being coerced. She hastily relayed her observations to Dumbledore with clarity and urgency. Dumbledore slowly turned, his expression devoid of surprise, marked instead by profound compassion and a weariness that suggested he understood all too well. He gazed into Rachel's eyes, where the pain of a friend's lineage being sullied was evident, and gently reassured her. Dear child, I comprehend your sentiments. Should Abraxas be watching from beyond, he would lament Draco's plight. But listen, Rachel, the present circumstances have already been set into motion. Voldemort's grasp has extended towards the innocent next generation. We cannot alter the undeniable truth that Draco has ventured into darkness, yet what we can do is prevent more children like him from being ensnared, to thwart the abyss from completely consuming their futures. Our aim is to reshape what lies ahead. Rachel nodded vigorously. Dumbledore's words resonated within her like a clarion call, transforming her sorrow and indignation into a resolute determination. Just then, a tempest arose, dark clouds enveloping the castle, and the distant rumble of thunder grew nearer, while blinding flashes of lightning rent the sky, illuminating Dumbledore's unusually pallid visage and the resolute glimmer in his eyes. A storm was imminent. Dumbledore suddenly turned toward the shadows at the entrance of the astronomy tower and intoned solemnly, Harry, step forth. Harry emerged from the shadows, clearly having awaited this moment, his face awash with anxiety. Dumbledore regarded the two with an unprecedented gravity, his tone imbued with an unwavering command. Listen, whatever transpires, do not emerge. Do not make a sound. Harry, assure me. I promise, Professor, Harry replied without hesitation, his verdant eyes brimming with unshakable trust in the headmaster. Yet, at that moment, Rachel's unease reached its zenith. Jo had once remarked that Dumbledore was an astute old bee, one of the foremost strategists. The headmaster's gaze shifted to Rachel, an expression of complex significance passing between them, as if imparting a final testament. Rachel, when the moment demands, you must employ your talents. Utilize your intellect and standing to navigate among them, act as a spy, and collaborate with Harry to identify and obliterate the remaining Horcruxes. He paused, his voice imbued with an uncanny certainty. Voldemort will not kill you. I can assure you of that. No, Professor. In an instant, Rachel grasped the underlying implication of Dumbledore's words, a wave of overwhelming panic rendering her speechless. She surged forward, seizing Dumbledore's frail, trembling hand hidden within his sleeve. The icy touch and unnatural tremor sent a jolt of terror through her. What do you intend to do? You cannot. Just then, a resounding crash echoed as the heavy wooden door of the astronomy tower was forcefully flung open. Draco Malfoy burst in, his complexion as pale as parchment, his platinum hair tousled by the gale, and his slate-blue eyes bloodshot, filled with terror and a frantic desperation. His wand quivered violently, aimed directly at Dumbledore, who stood at the tower's precipice. Disarm you. Expelliarmus. Draco screamed, a crimson beam shooting forth toward Dumbledore. The headmaster's wand was dislodged, arcing through the air before clattering onto the stone floor. Rachel's heart felt as though it had been seized by a frigid hand. She gazed in disbelief at the trembling youth brandishing his wand. Abu's grandson, the very boy she had just comforted. Still possessing a flicker of innate goodness, now compelled to point his wand at the headmaster of Hogwarts. Draco observed Dumbledore's tranquil countenance, and the immense psychological strain, coupled with the searing pain of the mark upon his arm, drove him to the brink of collapse, tears streaming down his face. "He.S. forcing me. He has my mother. If I don't do this, look." He frantically rolled up his sleeve to reveal the grotesque dark mark. Dumbledore's gaze remained calm and compassionate as he gently shook his head, his voice imbued with profound conviction. "No, Draco, you are not a killer. You will not do this. Don't move, or I will." Draco shrieked, his wand trembling even more violently, aimed at Dumbledore's chest. His mental state was evidently fraying. The atmosphere within the tower had become unbearably taut, the wind howling, thunder crashing, and lightning illuminating Draco's despairing visage alongside Dumbledore's serene form. At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged like a specter from the entrance of the astronomy tower, Severus Snape. His gaze, as sharp as a blade, swept across the scene, landing with precision upon Harry and Rachel, who were concealed behind a massive stone column. His index finger swiftly and silently pressed against his lips, issuing an extremely stern, unambiguous hush. The depth of his dark eyes roiled with emotions that neither Harry nor Rachel could decipher. Was it a warning? An order? Or part of some intricate plan? Harry felt his heart leap into his throat, tension rendering him nearly breathless, instinctively clutching Rachel's icy hand. Rachel, too, held her breath, her cerulean eyes fixed on Snape before darting back to the heart-wrenching standoff at the tower's center. Before Harry and Rachel could react further, a loud bang resounded as the wooden door of the astronomy tower was violently pushed open once more. Several figures, exuding a palpable aura of darkness, streamed in, their wands flickering ominously like serpents poised to strike. Death Eaters. By what means had they infiltrated Hogwarts? The foremost among them, with a piercing, shrill cackle, was Bellatrix Lestrange. The true crisis had arrived. Chapter 35. The Fall of Dumbledore and the Seven Potters Relocation Plan. Atop the astronomy tower, the winds howled, as if mourning the impending tragedy. Bellatrix Lestrange's shrill laughter rent the heavy atmosphere, as she, like a vulture scenting blood, caressed Draco Malfoy's cold, sweat-drenched cheek in a twisted display of affection. Draco trembled violently, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest. "Look who we've caught." Bellatrix's voice dripped with morbid excitement. "Do it, Draco, quickly. Prove your loyalty to the Dark Lord. Kill him." She gestured toward Dumbledore, who stood unwavering at the tower's edge, like a lighthouse amidst the storm. A towering werewolf Death Eater, Fenrir Greyback, growled lowly. Dripping with disdain, "He won't act. He's just as weak as his father. Coward." Draco's wand quivered more fiercely, his slate-blue eyes bloodshot and filled with tears of despair, barely able to maintain his grip. At that moment, Severus Snape emerged like a dark phantom, silently yet exuding an overwhelming aura of authority, stepping forth from the shadows. His deep-set eyes, resembling two fathomless abysses, scanned the scene before settling upon Dumbledore. Rachel, hidden behind the stone column, felt her heart nearly cease as she fixated on Snape's eyes. Beneath their icy depths, she sensed a fleeting struggle, perhaps hesitation? No, Snape's voice emerged, low and frigid, akin to a poisoned icicle, shattering the stalemate without needing to raise a hand. He raised his wand, steady and unerring, aimed directly at Dumbledore's heart. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Dumbledore's expression bore no fear, only a profound weariness. His final gaze, swift and laden with significance, flicked towards the shadowy corner where Harry and Rachel concealed themselves. In that glance resided a sense of entrustment, an apology, and a tranquility that Rachel could not fully comprehend, as if a plan was reaching its culmination. Then, Dumbledore's lips moved slightly, his voice barely discernible above the wind, yet clear to Snape and the nearby Rachel. "Snape, please." Avada Kedavra, a blinding, emerald flash, the very embodiment of ultimate death, erupted from the tip of Snape's wand, striking true at Dumbledore's heart. "No." Harry's silent scream resonated within, an overwhelming wave of grief and fury engulfing him in an instant. He felt Rachel's hand tighten suddenly, her nails almost embedding themselves into his flesh. And he reciprocated with equal force, grasping Rachel as though she were the sole anchor preventing him from collapsing. Their intertwined hands were icy and trembling, nearly drawing blood under the immense strain. Dumbledore's tall, slender frame was hurled backward by the force of the spell, akin to a desiccated leaf stripped of all weight, drifting over the low railing and plummeting into the unfathomable abyss of the dark night sky. No, this time, it was Draco Malfoy's voice that erupted in a cry of despair, as if the last thread of support had severed completely. Bellatrix unleashed a piercing, maniacal laugh. "Well done, Severus." She raised her wand, and a blinding green light shot into the sky, exploding into a gigantic, terrifying symbol composed of skulls and serpents, the Dark Mark. It loomed ominously over Hogwarts, announcing the Dark Lord's triumph and the desecration of this ancient fortress. The Death Eaters surged forth like unleashed beasts, led by Bella as they stormed down the astronomy tower, traversing the corridors and charging into the Great Hall. Wherever they went, spells flew wildly, exquisite statues were shattered, hanging banners ignited, and charred marks were left upon the walls. Fear and chaos swept through the castle in an instant. Harry had completely lost his grip on sanity. Overwhelming grief and a profound hatred for Snape surged within him like molten lava. He broke free from Rachel's grasp, charging after the retreating Death Eaters like a frenzied lion. Heedless of everything, intent on avenging Dumbledore. "Harry, come back," Rachel shouted in horror, immediately pursuing him. She could not allow Harry to walk into death's embrace. Absolutely not. The Death Eaters wreaked havoc as they arrived at Hagrid's hut. Bellatrix kicked open the wooden door, shrieking into the empty interior. "Hagrid, you filthy half-breed giant. Where have you hidden? We're here for you. Come out." At that moment, Harry caught up, his eyes blazing with fury, fixated on Snape, who was about to depart. And with all his strength, he roared, "He trusted you so much. Yet you killed him. You traitor. Coward." Anger drowned out reason. Harry's wand pointed wildly at Snape. "Disarm you. Expelliarmus. Petrify. Petrificus totalis. Torture. Crucio." A flurry of spells illuminated the air, hurtling towards Snape. However, Snape's form flickered like a wraith, effortlessly deflecting Harry's attacks with a casual wave of his wand, neutralizing them without retaliation. Merely regarding Harry with an almost pitying disdain in his cold, dark eyes. Sectum Sempra. In a fit of rage, Harry unleashed the most perilous curse he had learned from the Half-Blood Prince's potion book. An invisible, razor-sharp slicing spell surged towards Snape. Snape's pupils constricted momentarily, and with a swift flick of his wand, an invisible barrier formed instantly, absorbing the force of the spell and rendering it null. "Enough," Bellatrix screeched impatiently, a red light emanating from her wand, striking Harry squarely in the chest. He gasped, as if struck by a heavy hammer, and was propelled backward, crashing to the ground, his wand flying from his grasp. "Harry!" Rachel cried out, rushing forward to kneel beside him, her wand moving rapidly. "Revive. Renervate. Heal. Episci." A gentle white light enveloped Harry, alleviating his pain. Snape cast a cold glance at Harry on the ground, addressing Bella with an unwavering authority. "Stop, Bella. He is the Dark Lord's prey. Only the Dark Lord can deal with him." His voice brooked no argument. Bella huffed in disappointment, then pointed her wand at Hagrid's hut. "Incendio." A roaring flame instantly engulfed Hagrid's beloved wooden home, the firelight reflecting off Bella's crazed, contorted face. Her gaze inadvertently swept over Rachel, who was tending to Harry. In the fire's glow, Rachel's golden hair and exquisitely defined profile caused Bella to pause momentarily, before a mocking, piercing laugh escaped her lips. "Ha, perhaps I am mistaken. But your face resembles that of the blonde man from the Vila family, whom I personally tortured to death decades ago." His desperate screams, followed by a final breath of silence. All the blood in Rachel's body surged to her head, instantly freezing into ice. Her brother's murderer, right before her. With such contemptuous and venomous words, she recounted Joe's agonizing demise. An overwhelming fury and profound hatred consumed Rachel's reason in an instant. She lifted her gaze, her cerulean eyes ablaze with a fire potent enough to incinerate everything, her wand trembling in her grasp, ready to kill Bella, to avenge Joe. However, just as she was on the brink of losing control, a fragment of icy rationality forcibly pulled her back. Outnumbered, and with Snape still nearby, Harry lay on the ground. Charging in would not only thwart her vengeance, but also result in both her and Harry's immediate death. Dumbledore's charge, the mission to destroy the Horcruxes, would dissolve into nothingness. She bit down hard on her lip, nearly drawing blood. Forcing herself to lower her head, she continued to heal Harry, concealing the rage and murderous intent threatening to spill from her eyes. Snape's gaze seemed to linger on Rachel's heaving shoulders and her white-knuckled grip on her wand. He turned to the barely risen Harry, his voice cold and imbued with a peculiar sense of proclamation. "You dare to use my spells against me? Yes, Harry Potter. I am the Half-Blood Prince." With that, he did not linger, his black robes billowing as he turned and melted into the darkness. Hogwarts was engulfed in profound sorrow. All students and faculty gathered spontaneously in the courtyard before the castle, surrounding Dumbledore's serene body. He lay upon the cold stone slab, his silver hair gently fluttering in the night breeze, his crescent-shaped spectacles still perched upon his nose, as if merely lost in slumber. Harry, overwhelmed with grief, knelt beside Dumbledore, tears blurring his vision. This man, who had guided him like a grandfather, protected him, and placed his trust in him, was gone forever. He could not accept it. It was unclear who first raised their wand, a faint glimmer of light igniting. Then, a second, a third, as more and more students and professors lifted their wands. Thousands of pale, warm lights ascended from the tips of their wands, reminiscent of the purest fireflies on a summer night, or stars imbued with boundless sorrow. They slowly ascended, converging, dispelling the gloom left by the dark mark, forming a brilliant, silent river of stars in the night sky over Hogwarts. This was the highest tribute to the departed, the gentlest resistance against darkness. Rachel stood among the crowd, gazing up at the sea of light forged from love and remembrance, tears slipping down her cheeks silently. She had lost so much, and Dumbledore's departure felt akin to the removal of the last and most formidable pillar in the darkness. The portraits of past headmasters on the walls of the headmaster's office were all closed in slumber, including the newly painted portrait of Dumbledore, seemingly lost in a peaceful sleep in his armchair. The air was thick with sorrow and heaviness. Harry and Rachel sat across from each other. Harry's spirits remained low, his green eyes filled with confusion and pain. What does death truly feel like? Harry's voice was dry and hoarse, his gaze unconsciously resting on the sleeping portrait of Dumbledore. Rachel momentarily paused, then revealed a bittersweet yet transcendent smile. Harry, you have indeed posed the right question. She gently caressed the charred scar on her left ring finger, her gaze distant. It's akin to those days when one is utterly exhausted, both in body and spirit, and then naturally drifts into slumber. There is neither pain nor fear, only an eternal tranquility enveloped in darkness. At least, that has been my experience. Harry remained silent for a moment before inquiring. Professor Dumbledore trusted Snape so profoundly. Why? This question tormented him deeply, a source of pain and confusion. Rachel looked at Harry, her azure eyes glimmering with a penetrating insight. My brother, Joe, once remarked that Albus Dumbledore is one of the most astute minds in this world and an exceptional strategist. She paused, her voice imbued with an undeniable conviction. A masterful player would never sacrifice a piece without reason. Every move he makes, seemingly perilous, is inevitably backed by profound deliberation. I have faith in his strategy, including his trust in Snape and that final move. Harry appeared to grasp the essence, yet remained puzzled by the memory of Dumbledore's final glance at Snape, that plea echoing in his mind. On the eve of Harry's 17th birthday, Number 4, Privet Drive buzzed with tension. The Dursleys hurriedly packed their belongings, preparing to depart forever under the protection of the Order of the Phoenix, escaping the storm brewing in the wizarding world. The atmosphere was stifling and fraught with anxiety. Petunia Dursley, unusually pausing before Harry, turned her back to him, her voice stiff yet laced with an imperceptible tremor. On that day, it wasn't just you who lost your mother. I lost my only sister as well. She hesitated for an extended moment, seemingly gathering her courage. I truly wish Lily had never ventured into that world. Had she not, she might still be alive, visiting us now and then like your uncle's sister, Petke. With that, she entered the car without a backward glance. Harry stood frozen, the long-held resentment and dissatisfaction towards his bitter aunt dissolving like melting snow in that instant. Beneath Petunia's cold, hard exterior lay a love for her sister, Lily, twisted by jealousy and fear, yet profoundly felt. In the dead of night, Number 4, Privet Drive lay shrouded in darkness. Members of the Order of the Phoenix appeared like shadows, preparing to execute the perilous plan codenamed Seven Potters, safeguarding Harry, whose trace still lingered, as he made his way to the safety of the burrow. The participants included Remus Lupin, the expectant Nymphadora Tonks, Arthur Weasley, Fred, George, Fleur Delacour, Bill Weasley, Mad-Eye Moody, Mundungus Fletcher, and Rachel Weir. She had been residing with the Order for some time, as per Dumbledore's plans before his demise. Take this, Harry. Rachel thrust a worn, cracked shard of a two-sided mirror into Harry's hand, her expression serious. Hold on to it. It will prove useful. Thank you. Harry gripped the cold fragment tightly. Rachel turned to Bill, scarred yet still striking, alongside his stunning fiancée, Fleur. I heard you two are to be wed. Congratulations. She attempted to lighten the mood amidst the tension. There will be plenty of time for small talk later. Mad-Eye Moody interrupted gruffly, his magical eye scanning the surroundings with relentless vigilance. Drink the polyjuice potion first. Hermione plucked several strands of Harry's hair, placing them into one of 7 beakers filled with murky, sludge-like liquid. The potion bubbled and churned, transforming into a murky mixture. George took a cup, grimacing. I hear this stuff tastes like goblin urine. Rachel reached for a cup as well, but was halted by Moody's strong hand. No, you stay with me. Moody's normal eye fixed intently on Rachel, while his magical eye remained alert, scanning outside. We protect Mundungus together. His tone brooked no argument. Rachel frowned, puzzled. I can easily transform into Harry and divert some of the Death Eater's attention. What? Do you not trust me? Her voice carried a hint of indignation and confidence in her abilities. The surrounding members of the Order exchanged sympathetic, slightly exasperated smiles. Moody's magical eye turned back to Rachel, his voice low yet curiously gentle. Dumbledore instructed us to treat you like a child, to protect you. Those words silenced all of Rachel's rebuttals. She understood this was Dumbledore's final protective command for her. The plan was finalized, the 6 Harrys, each accompanied by a member of the Order after consuming the Polyjuice potion. Rachel would remain with Mad-Eye Moody, tasked with guarding, or, rather, watching over the most unreliable Mundungus Fletcher, who had transformed into Harry's likeness. The Real Harry would be with Hagrid. Prior to mounting his motorcycle, Hagrid enveloped Rachel in a large hug, not adept in sentimental words, but leaving her with, "We'll see each other again soon at the Burrow, surely. Are you all ready, Harrys?" Lupin surveyed the 7 identical Harrys, inhaling deeply. To the Burrow. They plunged into the inky, thick night sky. As they breached the dense clouds, the anticipated attack descended upon them instantaneously, as if they had disturbed a hornet's nest. "Grab him. It's Harry Potter. He is over there." The cries of Death Eaters erupted from all directions. A deluge of lethal curses fell upon them like a torrential storm. Green light, killing curse, red light, stupefying spell, piercing curse, and purple light, blasting curse. All flashed and collided in the pitch-black sky. The sounds of explosions, howls, and human screams mingled in a chaotic symphony. Voldemort's cold, hoarse voice, reminiscent of a hissing serpent, pierced through the chaos of battle, vibrating in every ear, imbued with a soul-freezing power. "Harry Potter, where are you? Hand over that boy to me." That voice. A creeping dread sent cold sweat coursing through Rachel's palm, gripping the broomstick, her heart racing uncontrollably. Though that voice was twisted and distorted, it still bore a chilling familiarity. A remnant of Tom Riddle. Fear coiled around her heart like a venomous serpent. "Don't worry, girl." Mad-Eye Moody's booming voice erupted beside her, carrying the weight of battle-hardened valor and immense reassurance. "Straighten your spine. Do not fear him. Fear only empowers him further. Trust in ourselves." Moody maneuvered his signature broomstick, resembling an armored tank, deftly dodging the onslaught of curses while launching powerful counterattacks, clearing a path for Rachel and Mundungus. His magical eye whirled frantically, predicting every source of danger. However, upon hearing Voldemort's voice, Mundungus Fletcher's remaining courage evaporated in an instant. Terrified, he screamed, heedless of their high-speed flight, and abruptly activated the disillusionment charm. With a faint pop, Mundungus and his broom vanished without a trace, leaving Rachel stunned and Moody fuming with curses. "That coward!" Moody bellowed. But now was not the time for blame. He and Rachel were immediately exposed to even fiercer fire. "Shatter them." "Reducto." Rachel gritted her teeth, aiming her wand at a Death Eater, casting the piercing curse upon them. A blinding red beam struck true, the Death Eater shrieking as he plummeted from his broom. Before Moody could commend her, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A sinister cruciatus curse swept in from the rear, striking Moody violently in the back. The seasoned Auror let out a muffled groan of agony, his body instantaneously stiffening, the searing pain rendering him nearly incapable of controlling his broom. Yet, his formidable willpower compelled him to endure, as he abruptly swung his wand around, poised to retaliate. However, in that critical moment, another Death Eater, lurking in the shadows like a long-awaited viper, seized the fleeting opportunity presented by Moody's momentary rigidity, directing his wand with precision towards the Auror's vulnerable back. Avada Kedavra! A horrific green light, a harbinger of death, surged forth, unimpeded, penetrating Moody's robust frame. Alastair Moody, the legendary Auror who had dedicated his life to battling the darkness and remaining ever vigilant against danger, trembled violently, the final spark of life in his eyes extinguishing rapidly. His wand slipped from his grasp, along with his unblinking magical eye, as he fell from his speeding broom like a marionette with severed strings, disappearing into the vast, bottomless abyss below. "Moody!" Rachel cried out in a heart-wrenching scream. A tidal wave of profound sorrow and fury engulfed her in an instant. Meanwhile, high above, Voldemort was engaged in a fierce duel with the real Harry, seated upon Hagrid's motorcycle. His immense, serpentine form weaved through the clouds, spells colliding and intertwining in the air. Just as he was about to lock onto Harry, an exceedingly faint yet hauntingly familiar presence brushed against his senses, akin to a stone cast into stagnant waters. Was it her presence? Voldemort's crimson, serpent-like eyes dilated in shock and confusion. Yet, at that moment, he was locked in a crucial duel with Harry, unable to divert his focus. "Damn it!" Voldemort hissed, forcibly suppressing the tumult within him, concentrating all his attention on Harry. He had to capture Potter. At the very instant Rachel was shaken by Moody's sacrifice, a silent, stunning spell struck her from below, accurately hitting her back. The tremendous force caused her vision to black out, consciousness fading away, and her grip on the broom released. Her body plummeted like a bird with broken wings, falling from her broom. Below, a tall, shaggy werewolf Death Eater, Finra Greyback, bared his toothy grin, revealing a predatory smile. He sprang forth with agility, catching the unconscious Rachel midair like a prized catch. "Hey, look what I've caught!" Greyback roared with excitement, greedily sniffing the air around Rachel, which bore no trace of battle, hinting at her unusual status. Perhaps he could extract some valuable information from her to please the Dark Lord and deliver her to Malfoy Manor. Inside Grimmauld Place's kitchen, the atmosphere was heavy, nearly suffocating. The flickering flames in the fireplace illuminated several weary, sorrowful faces, bearing the marks of survival. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of successive apparition explosions echoed. 6 Harrys, each shielded by their guardians, stumbled into the kitchen in disarray, each bearing wounds, tattered clothing, and faces smeared with ash. "My child!" Mrs. Weasley cried out in a piercing wail, rushing toward her son. George Weasley lay pale on the sofa. Where his left ear had once been was now a bloody, gaping wound. Blood stained his shoulder. The moment Voldemort spoke, "That scoundrel Mundungus abandoned Moody and Miss Vila and fled," Bill Weasley recounted, his voice choked with emotion. "We had scarcely regrouped when we witnessed his words faltered, overcome by immense sorrow." The terrible scar on Bill's face appeared even more grotesque in the firelight as he continued in a hoarse voice. "Mad-Eye Moody has fallen." Each word landed like a stone upon the ground. The kitchen was suddenly engulfed in silence. Moody, the ever-watchful old Auror, had sacrificed himself? Bill's next words sent a chill through every heart. "And Miss Rachel Vila has been captured by the Death Eaters." Harry felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Frozen in place, he had just escaped the brink of death, scarcely able to mourn Moody's sacrifice before this even graver news shattered him. Captured by those cruel Death Eaters. Especially after Bellatrix had recognized her as possibly being of the Vila family. A wave of helplessness and fury washed over Harry once more. So many sacrifices had been made along the way. Dumbledore, Moody, and now Rachel had been ensnared in that dreadful darkness. What fate awaited her at the hands of the brutal Death Eaters? In Grimmauld Place's kitchen, silence reigned, the air thick with grief and deep concern for Rachel's fate. For the woman who had just returned from the grave, now plunged into an even darker abyss, drawing cold sweat from all. Would Voldemort recognize her? Chapter 36, a reunion with Tom Riddle after 50 years. The cold, damp air, imbued with the scent of mildew and rust, filled Rachel Vila's nostrils as she struggled to open her eyes amidst a fierce headache. It took a while for her blurry vision to focus. In the dim light, she discerned that she was in a cramped space formed by rough stone walls. The floor strewn with hay that exuded a decaying odor. She was in the dungeons of Malfoy Manor. The lingering effects of the stunning spell left her dizzy and nauseous. She fought to sit up, leaning against the cold wall, attempting to untangle her chaotic thoughts. Moody had sacrificed himself. She had been stunned. Had the werewolf captured Harry? Were they safe? How was everyone at Grimmauld Place? A wave of immense worry overshadowed her physical pain. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced through the dungeon's thick stone walls, clear and resonant. The voice was cold, hoarse, akin to a serpent slithering over smooth stone. Imbued with the chilling power of control, it was Voldemort. "Perhaps some of you have yet to have the pleasure of meeting our guest tonight, Miss Charity Burbage." Voldemort's voice echoed in the vast banquet hall, laced with a hypocritical, nauseating elegance. She once served as a professor of Muggle studies at Hogwarts. A low, malicious chuckle erupted among the Death Eaters. "Miss Burbage," Voldemort's voice turned sharp and piercing as an icicle, "she naively believes that we, who possess the noble blood of magic, are no different from the Muggles who merely create machines and pollute the environment, like ants. She even dares to suggest that we should intermarry with those filthy creatures?" A louder, scornful laughter erupted, filled with derision. Rachel's heart plummeted. Professor Burbage? The gentle, somewhat neurotic yet kind-hearted which she had seen just recently had also been captured. Soon after, Rachel heard Professor Burbage's terrified, desperate pleas, her voice trembling with fear. "Severus, we are friends. I beg you, I implore you." The pleading abruptly ceased. A familiar, deathly green light pierced through the cracks in the stone wall, casting a fleeting shadow on the dungeon floor. Silence. Then, Voldemort's emotionless voice resumed, as though discussing the disposal of refuse. "Your dinner, Nagini." A chilling, grotesque sound of tearing flesh and crunching bones echoed faintly. Rachel's stomach churned violently, a wave of nausea rising in her throat. She pressed her mouth tightly shut, her nails digging deep into her palm, compelling herself to remain alert through the pain. Fear coiled around her heart like a chilling vine. Yet a more potent emotion surged within her, a profound loathing for Voldemort's heinous crimes. At that moment, an acute sensation seized her. A colossal, frigid creature, heavy and reeking of blood, was silently gliding across the cold stone floor of the dungeon towards her. It was Nagini. Rachel's body bristled with terror as she instinctively recoiled into the corner, catching sight of the enormous serpent's head in the dim light that filtered through the dungeon entrance. It had grown to an unimaginable size since the last time she had seen it, the triangular head adorned with emerald scales, its crimson tongue flicking eagerly as it emitted a menacing hiss. Most terrifying of all were the fresh, dark red stains that marred its jaws and chin, evidence of its recent kill. Nagini halted a few paces away from Rachel, raising her massive head, the icy serpent eyes fixated intently upon her. It appeared to be carefully scenting the air, its inquisitive gaze roaming over her mud-streaked and dust-laden face. Rachel held her breath, paralyzed with fear. She recognized those serpent eyes. This was the small snake that had once served as a sentinel beside Tom. In the banquet hall, the coarse voice of Fenrir Greyback echoed with a triumphant tone. "My lord, that night was not without its gains. I captured one of them, a woman, though she seems of notable standing. Perhaps we could pry some information about Potter's whereabouts from her using the Cruciatus curse?" Voldemort seemed to pause for a fleeting moment. The familiar scent that stirred something deep within his soul was now so close, yet it bore an illusory quality of death and resurrection, filling him with an inexplicable irritation and wariness. "Oh." Voldemort's voice betrayed no emotion. "It appears we have a new guest. Bring her forth, Greyback." The dungeon door was wrenched open violently, and Greyback's towering, fur-covered figure blocked the feeble light. He grinned maliciously, revealing a mouth full of jagged yellow teeth. "Hey there, beauty. Up and awake. Time to provide us with some useful information." He strode forward, seizing Rachel's slender arm with little regard for her dignity, dragging her roughly to her feet. Rachel stumbled, being pulled through the dimly lit corridor adorned with shadows. The grandeur of Malfoy Manor had long since faded. The air was thick with decay, potion fumes, and dark magic, resembling a vast, opulent tomb. Greyback threw Rachel violently onto the cold, smooth floor of the banquet hall. The impact left her momentarily dazed, her insides feeling as though they had been jolted out of place. Before she could catch her breath, Greyback's coarse hand grasped her light golden hair, yanking her head back, exposing her face to the blinding light and the myriad of gazes, some curious, some greedy, and others malicious. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. At the long table, Lucius Malfoy's pallid face, once marked by worry and fatigue, drained of all color upon seeing Rachel's visage. His slate-blue eyes widened in utter shock and disbelief. Narcissa clutched her husband's arm tightly, her well-maintained face mirroring his astonishment. Draco Malfoy's gray-blue pupils contracted in abject terror, his lips quivering soundlessly, as if he wished to speak but could utter no sound. "Oh!" Bellatrix Lestrange cackled, her voice shrill, her crimson tongue licking her lips as her gaze slithered over Rachel's face. "We seem to have seen this face recently at Hogwarts, haven't we? What a pity you didn't fall alongside your Dumbledore." Her tone dripped with malicious mockery. Voldemort stood with his back to Rachel at the head of the long table. As Greyback unveiled her face to the room, the motion of his fingers playing with Lucius's wand faltered for the briefest moment. He turned slowly, as if in slow motion. His crimson snake-like eyes met Rachel's, which were muddy yet still gleaming with a defiant fire. Voldemort felt as though an invisible hand had seized his heart, causing it to stop momentarily. An indescribable tsunami of emotions surged through his cold, deadened heart. Shock, disbelief, fury at having been deceived, and an unsettling stir from the depths of his very soul. Yet he remained still, his twisted, noseless face like an unyielding mask, betraying none of the tumult within. Only in the depths of his scarlet gaze did one sense the silent flames of hell burning fiercely. He approached Rachel step by step, his flowing black robes trailing silently upon the polished floor like a ghostly specter. Each step bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, suffocating the very air in the banquet hall. Nagini followed closely behind, her massive body gliding across the ground, her enormous head nearly brushing against Rachel's face. Her cold eyes filled with confusion and a complex mix of emotions upon recognition. Greyback continued to boast, "My lord, I struck her with the stunning spell. Let us employ the Cruciatus curse to interrogate her thoroughly. Perhaps we can extract the location of Potter's hiding place." He was eager to witness the suffering of his prey. Voldemort disregarded Greyback, his gaze like a searing iron, fixated on Rachel's face as if he wished to burn through her very skin. The tempest within him was far from quelled. It surged higher. She was truly alive, in a manner he could not comprehend. Dumbledore, the old fox, had stolen her body and revived her. He had even destroyed that ring. "Rachel Weir." Voldemort finally spoke, his voice hoarse and low, like sandpaper scraping bone, each syllable laced with chilling venom. The name escaped his lips, tinged with a perverse familiarity that spanned half a century. Rachel gazed at the grotesque serpent face before her. The handsome Tom Riddle she once knew had long been consumed by darkness, leaving behind a twisted monster steeped in murder and lust for power. Her beloved, her betrothed, had perished, buried by the very demon standing before her, known as Voldemort. I struck her with the stunning spell. Greyback persisted, his voice insistent. Voldemort abruptly raised his hand. A silent wave of magic abruptly silencing Greyback's further words. The werewolf recoiled, as if his throat had been constricted. Voldemort leaned down, extending a skeletal hand. Pale as bone and sharply defined, roughly grasping Rachel by her collar, lifting her effortlessly from the ground, as if she were a lifeless object. The immense strength left Rachel dangling, gasping for breath. He callously dragged her through the silent, terrified ranks of Death Eaters towards a secluded study adjacent to the banquet hall. The door slammed shut behind him with a resounding thud, sealing off all sight and sound from the outside world. The Malfoy family exchanged anxious glances. Lucius's eyes reflected deep concern for his family's future, while Narcissa clutched Draco's arm tightly. Draco's face was as pale as a sheet. His gray-blue eyes filled with dread for Rachel's fate and a sense of helpless anguish. Inside the study, the light was dim. Voldemort abruptly slammed Rachel against the frigid wall, the tremendous impact eliciting a pained gasp from her lips. In the next instant, his icy hand, akin to a steel vice, viciously tightened around her slender neck, the force rendering her breathless. Suspended helplessly in midair, Rachel struggled futilely, her hands desperately attempting to pry away the iron grip that constricted her. The air was swiftly siphoned from her lungs, and darkness began to encroach upon her vision. "Tell me, Rachel Vale." Voldemort's face loomed dangerously close, his crimson eyes resembling smoldering coals, reflecting the agony contorting Rachel's features due to asphyxiation. His voice, hoarse and infused with a twisted fury, or the weight of mockery. "Have you not perished many years ago?" He seemed eager to sever her delicate neck then and there. Decades prior, she had died, and even the grave had concealed her from him. Now, she stood silently resurrected, opposing him alongside the Order of the Phoenix. Just as Rachel felt her consciousness slipping into oblivion, Voldemort abruptly released his grip. Coughing violently, she collapsed to the ground like a broken bellows, curling her body as she gasped for the frigid air, her lungs ablaze with pain. From his elevated position, Voldemort regarded her with disdain, as one might observe a dying insect. "You implored me not to resurrect you." His voice was a chilling whisper, laced with scathing derision. "But that old fox Dumbledore stole your corpse, brought you back to life, and even obliterated that ring." His gaze flickered like a serpent's tongue, tracing the charred, unsightly scar on Rachel's left ring finger, the cost of destroying a Horcrux, a sacrilege against his immortality. He knelt, his pale, cold fingers gripping Rachel's chin with force, compelling her to meet the horrifying visage of his serpentine face. As his fingertips caressed her still youthful and smooth skin, it echoed their parting 50 years ago. She had once shunned his invitation to eternal life, resolutely severing ties with him. Yet now, she had returned in this manner, emerging as his most unexpected and disconcerting adversary. "Now tell me," Voldemort's voice dripped with venom, each syllable heavy with intimidation, "what have you divulged to Potter and his band?" Rachel's azure eyes, misted with the remnants of her cough, nevertheless burned with unyielding hatred and clarity. She stared into Voldemort's terrifying face and those murderous eyes, forcing herself to remain composed. A head-on confrontation would lead only to her demise. Dumbledore's counsel echoed in her mind, maneuver with cunning. She needed to bide her time, to seek an opportunity. Her voice, hoarse from the strain, barely rose above a whisper. "Your secrets are guarded from me. What could I possibly know? What could I tell them?" She endeavored to obscure the truth with her words, implying her limited worth. A short, icy laugh escaped Voldemort's lips, as if he had heard the most absurd jest. He tightened his grip on her chin, the pressure nearly shattering her bones. "Your falsehoods are as clumsy as a child's." His scarlet gaze bore into Rachel's eyes, searching for weakness. "Malfoy Manor is stocked with plenty of Veritaserum. I have countless questions for you. Care to test it?" The threat was palpable. The mention of Veritaserum sent a jolt of dread through Rachel's heart. If forced to ingest such a potion, all her secrets regarding Horcruxes, the Order's plans, and Harry's whereabouts would be laid bare. Her mind raced, desperately concocting a strategy to cast forth a morsel of valuable yet non-lethal information before she was cornered. "The secret of your Horcruxes," Rachel managed to utter, her voice trembling with feigned apprehension. "They have learned of it." This was indeed the truth, yet also a possibility Voldemort might have already surmised. Without waiting for his reaction, she swiftly diverted the conversation, her gaze scrutinizing his inhuman features as if for the first time. "You have changed." The statement carried an almost imperceptible sigh, echoing from a distant past. Voldemort hesitated momentarily, releasing his grip on Rachel's chin only to lift a muddy lock of her light golden hair, toying with it between his pale fingers. His motion imbued with a sickly tenderness, though his tone remained frigid. Your brother, Jovial, said the same thing the last time he saw me. He deliberately invoked Jovial's name, as if sprinkling salt upon Rachel's still healing wounds, attempting to ignite her fury and provoke her into revealing more. Indeed, the mention of Jovial's name transformed the suppressed sorrow in Rachel's eyes into a tempest of rage. She shot her head up, her azure irises aflame with indignation. Glaring fiercely at Voldemort, we made an unbreakable vow. You swore never to harm them. Her voice quivered with righteous anger. Voldemort's lips curled into a cruel, twisted smile, as if savoring the sight of her wrath. I did not lay a hand on your pitiable brother, granting him a modicum of mercy. He mimicked Rachel's tone with exquisite sarcasm, his voice suddenly turning icy. Yet, did you not also breach your vow by revealing my secrets to Dumbledore? Oh, I forgot. He leaned closer, his breath chilling. You have died once. That cursed vow means nothing to you now, does it? His hatred for Rachel's betrayal was palpable. With a sudden, vicious tug, he seized Rachel's hair, forcing her head back until her face was nearly pressed against his nose. Let us discuss your relationship with the Order of the Phoenix, shall we? You seem quite eager to oppose me. His crimson pupils seethed with fury at being challenged. The sharp pain in her scalp made Rachel gasp. Yet she met his demonic gaze without flinching, her voice steady and powerful. You have slain my loved ones. You persecute my best friend's son and his family, enslaving them. You have murdered countless innocents. How could I not stand against you? Each word struck like a poisoned arrow, piercing Voldemort's icy defenses. Love. The very word felt like a searing needle, accurately targeting the deepest, most loathed pain within him. She loved Jovial, loved Abraxas, loved those so-called innocents. To avenge them, she would risk death, even if it meant opposing herself, yet she had never truly loved him. Tom Riddle. She had scorned the notion of sharing eternal life and supreme power with him until her last breath. Voldemort's breath grew ragged, a tumultuous blend of rage, denial, and an indefinable emptiness crashing over him. Miss Vale, his voice emerged from the depths of a frozen abyss, devoid of warmth. Are you not afraid of death? His gaze swept over her charred fingers. He understood the agony of a soul being torn asunder. Rachel met his blood-red, predatory gaze with unwavering resolve, straightening her spine despite her trembling body, her voice ringing clear and resolute. I have died once. I wish to live with dignity, with personhood. Unlike you. Dignity? Personhood? Voldemort erupted into a suppressed roar, as though her words had unlocked a floodgate within him, unleashing a torrent of chaos. He slammed Rachel against the unforgiving wall, the force causing her to cry out in pain. In the following moment, he brandished his wand, its cold tip poised like a serpent's fang against her fragile throat. Glimmering with a haunting, sickly green light, the killing curse ready to erupt at any moment. The overwhelming threat of death and the frigid pressure bore down upon Rachel, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. The shadow of death loomed over her. She could not die, not in such a meaningless manner. The echoes of Dumbledore's charge reverberated in her mind. She found herself within the heart of the enemy's lair. She required both an inner and outer alliance. Her sacrifice must yield a greater value. The primal instinct for survival and the weight of her mission momentarily eclipsed her fear. A resolute glimmer flashed in Rachel's eyes. She had to endure, even if it meant bearing the burden of humiliation, just as Voldemort's murderous intent reached its zenith. The anger and defiance etched on Rachel's face ebbed away like the retreating tide, supplanted by a facade of strikingly realistic weakness, fraught with terror and despair. She suddenly extended her trembling hands, grasping Voldemort's wrist, not to attack, but in a desperate plea akin to a drowning person clutching a lifeline. Please, don't kill me. Her voice trembled with a suppressed sob, laden with helplessness. I beg you, don't take my life. Tears instantly welled in her azure eyes, resembling a frightened fawn beseeching Voldemort for mercy. This unexpected transformation momentarily halted Voldemort's movements, the pressure of his wand against Rachel's throat slackening slightly. A flicker of astonishment crossed his crimson pupils, soon replaced by a deeper, more sinister enjoyment, as if he were observing a specimen in an experiment. His gaze involuntarily returned to the charred ring finger, where once rested the ring he had bestowed upon her, a symbol of a twisted relationship he had personally interred. Slowly, with the playful malice of a cat toying with its prey, he withdrew his wand. Ha! Voldemort let out a chilling sneer, yet his fingers remained gripping Rachel's chin, compelling her to gaze upwards at him. Had I known it would come to this, why did you not choose to embrace immortality with me? You are nothing but a coward masquerading as noble. He trampled upon her earlier declaration of dignity with the most venomous words. Anger surged within Rachel, yet her countenance maintained the facade of fear and supplication. She detected the fleeting complexity in Voldemort's eyes, realizing she needed to deepen this impression, to inflict a more subtle sting. "Please don't kill me, Tom," she quivered, her voice faint, imbued with an almost accidental hint of old affection as she uttered the long-buried name. Voldemort's body trembled imperceptibly, his grip on Rachel's chin tightening violently. His scarlet pupils constricted as if enraged, and he flung her away as if her face were a loathsome thing. "Do not utter that pathetic, mundane name again," he hissed, his voice laced with offended fury and an obsessive desire to obliterate his past. "I am Voldemort, the embodiment of fear and power." He needed to emphasize this identity, as if it might sever all ties to Tom Riddle. Yet, gazing upon the face before him, marred yet capable of stirring his emotions, he was compelled to acknowledge that Rachel Weir's existence remained an undeniable variable in his life. He could not allow her to perish, at least not now. That would be too lenient, and it would prevent him from uncovering the truth of his resurrection and Dumbledore's machinations. But he could not afford to grant her any opportunity for betrayal or escape. A twisted notion formed in his mind. "Swear allegiance to me." Voldemort's voice regained its icy tone, laced with an undeniable command and an air of condescension. "Serve me, and I shall spare your life." He was acutely aware that Rachel's current submission was a ruse, a temporary tactic. He would not trust a single word. Yet, he desired to witness her performance. As one might relish the futile struggles of a caged beast, this in itself was a cruel delight. Alarm bells rang in Rachel's mind. Yet her visage appropriately displayed a semblance of relief, mingled with fear and a touch of feigned piety. She nodded vigorously, her voice quivering with the tremor of one who has narrowly escaped death. "Really? Please don't kill me. I will serve you." Voldemort regarded Rachel's exquisite performance, the corners of his mouth curling into a chilling, sardonic smile. He reached out once more, this time with an unnerving gentleness, his pale fingers brushing away the dirt and grime from her cheek. The icy touch sent shivers coursing through Rachel's skin. "That's right, Rachel." Voldemort's voice was low and deliberate, akin to a serpent whispering in her ear, imbued with a sadistic pleasure in his mastery over her. He understood Rachel's intentions, as if seeing through a thin veil. Yet, he would not grant her even the slightest chance. From this moment forth, she would be his most unique and closely monitored prisoner and pawn. This play had only just begun, and he, Voldemort, was the sole architect of it all. Chapter 37. Tenderness severed by one's own hand. The modest kitchen was enveloped in a peculiar atmosphere, a blend of birthday celebration and the ominous shadow of war. The sweet aroma of Harry's 17th birthday cake lingered in the air, yet the serious figure of Rufus Scrimgeour, the Minister of Magic, appeared at the door, like a stone cast into still waters. "Mr. Potter," Scrimgeour's voice was as robust as ever, carrying the tone of official business as his sharp gaze swept over Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the anxious Weasley family. "I am here to execute the will of Professor Albus Dumbledore." This declaration instantly solidified the already oppressive atmosphere. All eyes focused on Scrimgeour and the boxes his assistant held. Without preamble, Scrimgeour opened the first box. Inside lay a small, exquisite golden object, the golden snitch that Harry had caught during his first-year Quidditch match. It rested quietly on its velvet cushion, glimmering with a faint, almost sealed radiance. "Professor Dumbledore bequeathed this golden snitch to you, Mr. Potter," Scrimgeour stated, pushing the box toward Harry. Harry gingerly accepted the box, his fingertips brushing the cold metal. And the exhilaration of catching the snitch for the first time, along with Dumbledore's encouraging smile, flooded his mind, only to be swiftly drowned by overwhelming sorrow. He gently caressed the snitch's smooth surface, sensing it vibrate slightly in his palm, as if imbued with remnants of ancient magic. "Professor Dumbledore bequeathed the Sword of Gryffindor to you, Mr. Potter," Scrimgeour announced. "The Sword of Gryffindor?" Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Hermione gasped in astonishment. However, Scrimgeour's next words doused their excitement with cold water. "I must clarify that the Sword of Gryffindor is an item of immense historical significance and magical value. It is not Professor Dumbledore's personal property and cannot be treated as a mere inheritance. It belongs to the entire wizarding world, to Hogwarts. Currently, the sword is lost." His tone bore the unmistakable authority of officialdom, and Harry's heart sank. He understood the sword's extraordinary significance. Dumbledore's decision to leave it to him must carry great meaning. But lost? As for Mr. Weasley, Scrimgeour turned to Ron, opening a small, silver device. "Professor Dumbledore left you the Deluminator, a device of his invention that can absorb and release light sources." Ron accepted the Deluminator, his face etched with confusion, clearly unaware of its utility. "Miss Granger," Scrimgeour concluded, turning to Hermione and handing her an old book with a worn cover and frayed edges. "Professor Dumbledore left you this collection of tales, the tales of Beedle the Bard." Hermione took the book, her brown eyes sparkling with surprise and a hint of curiosity. The Tales of Beetle the Bard? A collection of fairy tales? Why had Dumbledore given her this? The reading of the will concluded, yet Scrimgeour did not immediately take his leave. He cleared his throat, casting his gaze over the assembly, and added, "Moreover, in accordance with the stipulations of Professor Dumbledore's will, there exists an additional bequest. To Rachel Vale, I bequeath my cherished portrait. It resides within the drawer of my office. I hope that upon her return to the school, she will discover it herself." Rachel Vale? The name elicited a moment of shock among Harry, Ron, and Hermione, their eyes exchanging a startled glance. Dumbledore had left something for Rachel, a treasured portrait? Yet, Rachel was currently ensnared within Malfoy Manor. Scrimgeour evidently had no recollection of Rachel Vale. The effects of Voldemort's oblivion curse still lingered, and he merely executed the formalities of the announcement. That is all. He nodded curtly before departing the burrow with his assistant. Silence enveloped the kitchen. The trio gazed at the relics in their hands. A seemingly meaningless golden snitch, a fairy tale book, a deluminator, and a proclamation regarding a lost sword, alongside a mysterious portrait that Rachel must personally seek out, all of which filled them with an overwhelming sense of confusion and gravity. What intricate game was Dumbledore playing? How could these seemingly unrelated items aid them in their struggle against Voldemort? Meanwhile, Malfoy Manor stood as a lavish prison, firmly confining Rachel. Unlike other Death Eaters, Voldemort had not branded her with the unsightly dark mark. On one occasion, in a setting intimate to just the two of them, his pale, cold fingers, imbued with a sickly fascination, had brushed lightly over the charred, grotesque scar upon her left ring finger, the permanent mark left by the destruction of the gaunt ring Horcrux. His hoarse voice, tinged with mockery and a peculiar sense of satisfaction, insinuated that this scar was a brand of her betrayal, deeper and more painful than any mark of slavery, a constant reminder of the cost of her defiance. He had not assigned her any specific tasks. Voldemort merely seemed to permit Rachel to sit beside him, a silent, ironic ornament, coldly observing the dark machinations at play. Rachel's heart was a mirror of clarity. Voldemort understood her limitations. She was neither a warrior nor exceptionally powerful. What he desired was not her strength, but her very being. The woman who once belonged to Tom Riddle, able to remain within his line of sight, no longer betraying or fleeing. This was an invisible, more suffocating shackling. The Death Eaters had captured the elderly wand maker, Ollivander. Voldemort took him into a private chamber. Soon, the chilling, intermittent screams that transcended the soundproofing charms echoed through the air. The effects of the Cruciatus curse. Voldemort tortured him, attempting to extract the legends and whereabouts of the Elder Wand. Hours later, barely clinging to life and on the brink of madness, Ollivander was unceremoniously flung back into the cold, damp dungeon. Rachel's heart tightened. Drawing upon her childhood familiarity with the layout of Malfoy Manor, memories of summer adventures with Abraxas became her lifeline. Under the cover of night, evading patrolling Death Eaters, she stealthily slipped into the storage room to procure some basic pain relief and healing potions. She once again infiltrated the dungeon. The dungeon was permeated with the scent of blood and despair. Ollivander huddled in a corner among the hay, emitting pained groans. In another corner, Rachel unexpectedly beheld a familiar figure, a girl with long, pale golden hair, adorned with carrot-shaped earrings, her gaze slightly dazed. "Luna Lovegood." "Luna?" Rachel whispered, her voice barely above a murmur. Luna turned her head. Her large, silver-gray eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through the fog, rested upon Rachel without much surprise, instead imbued with a peculiar calmness. "Rachel Vale? Harry has mentioned you. Everyone is quite worried about you." Her voice was ethereal and clear. "You are bringing medicine to Mr. Ollivander. Won't the Death Eaters kill you?" As Rachel hurriedly administered the potion to the semi-conscious Ollivander, she urgently whispered, "I should be safe for now. Luna, do you have any news about Harry? Is the burrow secure?" This was her foremost concern. Luna gently shook her head, her carrot earrings swaying. At Bill and Fleur's wedding, Kingsley S. Patronus brought news. "The ministry has fallen. Minister Scrimgeour is dead." Her voice carried an almost imperceptible note of sorrow. "I got separated from my father and was captured here. I have no news of Harry." She paused, her silver-gray eyes gravely resting upon the still visible, purplish bruise on Rachel's neck. "You are hurt." "I'm fine." Rachel instinctively tugged at her collar to conceal the bruise. Dumbledore's charge weighed heavily on her heart. She glanced at the frail Ollivander and the perilous situation of Luna, feeling an acute sense of urgency. During her confinement, she had repeatedly contemplated the clues regarding Horcruxes. If Dumbledore's suspicions were correct, where could Voldemort have concealed these relics of the Founders? Just as Rachel succumbed to her thoughts, Ollivander, who had been moaning with closed eyes, suddenly opened them wide. A flicker of caution flashing through his murky gaze. He laboriously raised his hand, making an almost imperceptible gesture to silence Rachel and Luna. The heavy iron door of the dungeon emitted a piercing screech as it swung open. Draco Malfoy's figure appeared in the doorway, his complexion pale, his gray-blue eyes filled with complex emotions, anxiety, hesitation, and a hint of coerced ruthlessness. His wand was pointed directly at Rachel, who was crouched beside Ollivander. "What are you doing here?" Draco's voice was laced with an affected coldness, a challenge. "I'm going to tell him. You are not one of us. You are aiding them." He attempted to mask his internal struggle and fear with accusations. Rachel slowly rose to her feet, facing Draco's trembling wand, her expression devoid of fear, instead imbued with a semblance of pitying mockery, as if she could see through his inner turmoil. She gently shook her head, her voice calm and resolute. "Draco, put down your wand. Trying to intimidate me? It won't work. You won't harm me." She took a step forward, locking eyes with Draco's evasive gaze. "We both know what the right course of action is." Draco's grip on the wand quivered violently, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Rachel's words acted like a key, precisely unlocking the door in his heart that had been sealed by fear and familial obligation. After a tense moment, as if all strength had been drained from him, his arm fell limply to his side, the light from the tip of his wand extinguishing. "They're coming back," he said, his voice tinged with a weary resignation. Avoiding Rachel's gaze, he looked toward Ollivander and Luna, his tone betraying an almost imperceptible concern. "You need to get up. Don't let them find you." Rachel nodded, casting a final glance at Ollivander and Luna, silently conveying her message of safety, before following Draco out of the dungeon. As they walked through the dim corridor, Draco could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly asked, "How did you know where the potions were? That storage room is seldom visited, even by me." Rachel paused, her gaze sweeping over the familiar yet dust-laden family portraits adorning the corridor walls, her voice tinged with distant nostalgia. "Because during my childhood, I spent nearly half of my summers with your grandfather, Abraxas, at Malfoy Manor. Those carefree, sunlit days filled with friendship stood in stark contrast to the manor's current atmosphere of dread." Draco fell silent, emotions roiling within his gray-blue eyes. The banquet hall once again became a breeding ground for dark plans. The Death Eaters congregated around the long table, the air thick with a fervor tinged with cruelty. Rachel sat beside Voldemort, resembling an exquisite marionette, her expression devoid of emotion as she forced herself to listen to the abhorrent reports of their grim endeavors. Voldemort's scarlet serpent-like eyes surveyed the assembly, proclaiming a new tyranny. "Today, we establish the Muggle-born Registration Committee. All who claim to possess magical abilities and hail from Muggle lineage must undergo scrutiny. Any mudblood who cannot substantiate the purity of their magical bloodline will be arrested and cast into Azkaban." His voice was cold and authoritative. The Death Eaters erupted in cruel laughter and approving hisses. Rachel clenched her hands beneath the table, her nails digging painfully into her palms. Then, Voldemort announced a more chilling arrangement. Severus Snape was formally appointed as the new headmaster of Hogwarts. This signified that the last bastion of hope had entirely succumbed to darkness. Finally, a cruel and frigid smile crept across Voldemort's lips. "Furthermore, I have placed a taboo curse upon my name. From this moment forth, wherever one may be, should anyone dare to utter the name Voldemort," he paused deliberately, relishing the palpable tension among the Death Eaters, "my loyal followers will immediately perceive their location." Rachel felt her heart constrict as if gripped by a cold hand. The taboo curse, Voldemort was utterly mad. This meant that as long as Harry and his companions mentioned his name, even in casual discourse, their whereabouts would be instantly compromised. It was perilous. She had to find a way to warn them. She exerted immense control over her expression. Yet the brief dilation of her pupils and the hitch in her breath did not escape Voldemort's venomous perception. His serpent-like gaze skimmed over Rachel's suddenly pallid visage, a fleeting, almost imperceptible smirk of amusement and dominance flickering at the corner of his twisted mouth. He chose not to expose her, as if savoring the futile struggles of his prey. Rachel's heart sank to the depths. She had to warn Harry. She must warn Harry. But foremost, she needed to escape this confining manor. She required a legitimate excuse that would arouse no suspicion from Voldemort. In the dead of night, Malfoy Manor lay shrouded in silence. Within Voldemort's chamber, no lights were lit. Only the pale moonlight from outside outlined his ghostly silhouette as he stood before the window, deep in thought about the whereabouts of the Elder Wand and the terror in Gregorovich's eyes before his demise. The powerful dark magic had long since stripped him of the need for sleep. The door was silently pushed open. Rachel's figure appeared at the threshold. She did not knock. "Are you lost, my dear?" Voldemort's voice, gravelly and laced with icy mockery, echoed in the darkness. "Has no one taught you that knocking is the most basic of courtesies?" It was as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. Rachel stepped into the room, shutting the door behind her, her gaze fixed upon the shadowy figure. Her voice feigning dissatisfaction with a hint of provocation. "You haven't assigned me a single task in ages. Is this what you call loyalty?" She paused, her tone deliberately challenging. "Or do you simply not trust me?" Voldemort slowly turned to face her, his crimson eyes glowing like embers in the dark, studying Rachel with an air of amusement, as if reveling in a meticulously staged performance. He was acutely aware of her hidden motives. "Heh," he let out a short, derisive laugh. "What kind of task do you desire? How about sending you to eliminate some muggles? Use your wand as one would crush an ant." His voice slithered like a serpent, imbued with malicious provocation. Rachel suppressed her revulsion and fury, knowing she could not acquiesce to such a demand. Meeting Voldemort's gaze, her tone resolute, she declared, "Where are you headed soon? If you require my loyalty, I will accompany you. I wish to witness your grand endeavors firsthand." This was the only excuse she could devise to remain close, both to gather intelligence and to seek an opportunity for escape. Voldemort's lips curled into a wider, mocking smile. He regarded Rachel with a mixture of disdain and intrigue, amused by her facade of feigned loyalty, even as her hatred for him simmered beneath the surface, her naivety a source of entertainment. Suddenly, Rachel felt as though invisible chains had bound her legs. An irresistible force compelled her to kneel, her knees crashing against the cold, hard floor. It was the Cruciatus curse. Voldemort had not even lifted his wand. "Loyal to me?" He loomed over her, his voice dripping with sadistic pleasure. "This is how you show your allegiance, Rachel. You ought to be a pious, humble servant, not one to question me with your childish temper." He knelt before her, his pale, cold fingers gliding up her slender neck like a serpent, lingering on the dark red bruise left from days prior. The pressure of his touch sent a shiver down her spine, each caress eliciting a sting of pain. "You should deliver medicine to that old codger Ollivander." Voldemort's voice was low and dangerous, like a whisper. "Why not apply some to yourself as well?" His tone carried a mocking insight. Rachel felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. He knew. Despite his absence from the manor, how could he possibly have known? A paralyzing fear seized her. Before this man, every action of hers seemed transparent. Voldemort appeared satisfied with the fleeting look of horror in Rachel's eyes. He refrained from further inquiries, merely extending his other hand, the tip of his wand silently tapping the bruise on her neck. A soft glow enveloped the area, and the glaring red mark faded as if erased by an eraser, her skin restoring its pristine condition. Observing the healed skin, a complex emotion flickered in the depths of Voldemort's crimson gaze. Was it possessiveness? Or perhaps a twisted form of pity he himself would not acknowledge? If only she would remain obedient, requiring no effort on his part to tame her, it would be ideal. Alas, her heart still resisted, still harbored thoughts of betrayal. "Prepare to depart," Voldemort commanded, rising to his full height, his voice reverting to its icy, authoritative tone, as if the previous exchange had never transpired. "Accompany your master, Voldemort, to fulfill our grand designs." He emphasized the master-servant dynamic. "Remember your place, Rachel." The invisible restraints on her legs dissipated, yet the humiliation she felt rendered her momentarily unable to rise. She lifted her gaze, the fire of defiance burning in her azure eyes, her voice steadfast. "So now, shall I kneel and kiss your robes like the other Death Eaters?" Voldemort scoffed once more, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the room. The girl's tenacity even sparked a flicker of admiration within him. He tolerated her deceit, endured her underlying defiance masked by superficial respect, and permitted her subtle insubordination. This indulgence in itself granted him a sense of superiority. "If you dare utter such audacious words again," Voldemort's voice turned cold as ice. His wand having inexplicably found its way to Rachel's lips, its tip glinting with a dangerous light, "I would not hesitate to render you mute for all eternity." The invisible pressure suddenly lifted. Gritting her teeth, Rachel braced herself and stood, supporting her slightly trembling legs. She straightened her spine, her body still quivering. Yet her gaze remained defiantly fixed upon Voldemort. Through her piercing azure eyes, filled with indomitable spirit and seething hatred, Voldemort momentarily glimpsed the girl from over 50 years ago, radiant and blooming with joy, who had once thrown herself into his embrace, professing love and a promise of eternal togetherness. Holding him tightly, as if never to part, the sunlight danced upon her golden locks, warm and resplendent. Yet now, the world had irrevocably changed. To compel her to submit, to kiss his robes as a servile wretch? No, that had never been his desire. What he sought had been severed long ago by his own ambition, deceit, and bloodshed. That purity, that reliance, that warmth he had briefly possessed and subsequently discarded like refuse had long since vanished. Rachel gazed at the sinister visage before her, grotesque, yet bearing an unsettling familiarity, and her heart brimmed with loathing and chilling resentment. Yet for the sake of survival, for the sake of her mission, She was compelled to continue feigning submission. She forced herself to lower her head, her voice laced with a deliberately suppressed obedience. I shall accompany you in your grand endeavors. With that, she did not linger, swiftly turning to stride toward the door. The night breeze slipped through the slightly ajar window, lifting her pale golden strands, tracing a cold arc behind her. Instinctively, Voldemort reached out, his pallid fingers pausing in midair, ultimately brushing against that single, drifting lock imbued with her essence, as well as her resolutely departing, cold and unfamiliar silhouette. The lingering coolness upon his fingertips stirred an almost imperceptible ripple deep within his scarlet pupils. A faint echo of an emotion he had not even recognized, a profound sense of emptiness, mingled with loss and rejection, washing over his heart, which had long been encased in darkness. Rachel's heart ached uncontrollably, despite her deep-seated hatred for Voldemort, for the lives he had extinguished, for the devastation he had wrought. The fragments of sweet yet illusory memories with Tom Riddle would still intrude upon her dreams, inflicting excruciating pain. Love and hate, like maggots, tore her asunder. In the days that followed, Voldemort departed from England, journeying to Germany in search of the reclusive wand-maker Gregorovic. However, his interrogations and tortures yielded no satisfactory answers regarding the whereabouts of the Elder Wand. In a fit of rage, he killed Gregorovic, his crimson eyes burning with a deeper thirst for power and a barely perceptible agitation. The trail seemed to have gone cold. Voldemort resolved to set out before Christmas Eve, taking Rachel with him to a place he was certain Harry Potter would visit, Godric's Hollow. There lay the graves of his parents, and he would undoubtedly seek the truth there. His hoarse voice addressed Rachel with a cruel anticipation akin to a cat playing with its prey. Let us surprise him. The blood-red serpent eyes glimmered with a feral light in the darkness. Simultaneously, within a hastily erected tent beside the ruins, Hermione Granger, after diligently poring over the tales of Beedle the Bard, had finally uncovered a crucial symbol within an ancient legend concerning the Deathly Hallows, a triangular mark identical to the one inscribed upon the golden snitch left to her by Dumbledore. It pointed towards one of the Hallows, the invisibility cloak, and led to the very heart of the Deathly Hallows legend. Harry, Hermione exclaimed, her brown eyes sparkling with excitement and determination. I believe I know where we must go next. Godric's Hollow. Not only is it your birthplace, but it is also a significant source of the Deathly Hallows legend. The story of the Peverell brothers likely originated there. We need to search for clues. On a night marked by howling winds and swirling snow, the church spire of Godric's Hollow, blanketed in thick snow, emerged intermittently beneath the moonlight. Voldemort, accompanied by Rachel, descended upon the scene like shadows merging with darkness. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the valley, Harry and Hermione, shrouded by the disillusionment charm, trudged laboriously through the knee-deep snow, drawing closer to the ancient graveyard where the Potters lay interred. The threads of fate had once again been drawn taut in this town steeped in sorrow and legend, on the eve of Christmas. Chapter 38. Painful memories and cold-blooded embraces on the eve of Christmas in Godric's Hollow. A chilling silence enveloped the landscape. Delicate snowflakes drifted like silent sighs, blanketing the spire of the church, the ancient gravestones, and the lowly homes, draping the sorrow-laden town in a melancholic silver shroud. Voldemort and Rachel appeared as two ominous shadows, silently traversing the path leading to the cottage of Bathilda Bagshot. The snow was not overly thick, yet for Rachel, clad inadequately against the cold, each step proved a formidable challenge, the biting chill piercing through her thin soles to her very bones. Her gaze fell upon the small church in the distance, the very place where she and Tom Riddle had nearly held their engagement ceremony. Ironically, the one accompanying her back to this place was the very demon who had obliterated that future. Voldemort's stride remained unperturbed, his billowing black cloak sweeping silently through the snow. His scarlet gaze scanned the surroundings, akin to a predator hunting its prey. Ultimately, his sights fixed upon a dilapidated old house, Bathilda Bagshot's residence. We have arrived. Voldemort's hoarse voice shattered the stillness of the snowy night. He paused at the threshold, hesitating before entering, turning instead to Rachel, his serpent-like eyes glinting with a cold and perilous light in the dimness. Remain on the first floor. His voice bore an undeniable command and overt threat. If I descend and find you have fled, he slowly raised his pale finger, the tip of his wand hovering ominously towards Rachel's legs. I shall undoubtedly break them and cast you into the darkest dungeon, ensuring you regret today's folly for the remainder of your days. As the last words left his lips, an invisible wave of magic shot from his fingertips, wrapping around Rachel's wrist like a frigid brand, forming an unremovable and unmaskable tracking mark. Rachel's heart sank. Her final avenue of escape had been sealed. Stay put. Voldemort cast her one last glance before pushing open the creaking wooden door, his figure vanishing into the dim hallway. Rachel remained in the cold, permeated by the musty scent of ancient books and dust within the first-floor parlor. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, attempting to dissipate the fear and helplessness that enveloped her. She could sense the suffocating aura of dark magic emanating from above. Surveying her surroundings, she noticed signs that did not belong to the reclusive old woman. Several old tomes inscribed with Albus Dumbledore's name, and a yellowed photograph carelessly pressed beneath a glass pane, depicting two spirited young individuals, one of whom was the familiar Dumbledore, while the other was a striking boy with unruly golden curls and defiant eyes, Gellert Grindelwald. Her gaze was drawn to a small, unassuming pendant on the mantelpiece, bearing the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. Rachel's heart raced. She swiftly scanned her surroundings to ensure no one was watching, then, as if a thief, quickly snatched the pendant and concealed it within the inner pocket of her robe. This object could prove crucial. The tension in the air tightened like a noose. Suddenly, a blinding, deathly green light erupted from above without warning, illuminating the dark staircase. It was followed by a heavy thud, akin to a sack falling to the ground. The killing curse. Another innocent life had been extinguished by Voldemort's hand. Bathilda Bagshot. Rachel's heart plummeted into an abyss of icy despair, overwhelming grief and impotence threatening to engulf her. She stared intently at the staircase, her azure eyes now devoid of warmth, filled solely with a chilling stillness and an abiding hatred for the monster before her. From the upper floor came the faint rustle of Nagini's scales gliding against the wooden floor. Rachel distinctly heard Voldemort's low, hoarse voice, speaking in Parseltongue to the great serpent, his tone imbued with authority. Almost immediately, a strange light flickered. Through the gap in the staircase, Rachel was horrified to witness the once collapsed figure of Bashida, who should have been lifeless, shakily rising to its feet once more. Its posture was rigid and grotesque. Had Nagini penetrated her body? A chill coursed through Rachel. Voldemort's silhouette reappeared at the top of the stairs, descending with deliberate slowness, his face twisted in a sickly, distorted satisfaction. "Come," he uttered to Rachel, his voice rasping and frigid. "Let us lie in wait for our prey. It may require some time." The cruel anticipation gleamed in his scarlet eyes as if he had already envisioned Harry walking into the trap. They arrived at the small chapel, blanketed in a thin layer of snow. The icy stone benches were biting. Voldemort sat across from Rachel, closing his eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration as he attempted to wield powerful legilimency, probing into Harry Potter's mind to discern his location and movements. The chapel was enveloped in a deathly silence, broken only by the howling wind outside and the soft whisper of falling snowflakes. Rachel's heart raced, nearly lodged in her throat. She forced herself to remain calm, yet her gaze involuntarily flickered towards Bashida's cottage. Just moments ago, she had seemingly glimpsed a faint, abnormal glimmer of light within that house. It was Harry and the others. They had arrived. A wave of icy dread washed over Rachel. Voldemort was right there. The moment Harry entered that house, confronted by Bashida, now under Nagini's control and the ever-looming presence of Voldemort, survival was utterly hopeless. What should she do? At the very moment Voldemort seemed to sense something, his brow twitching as he prepared to open his eyes, Rachel's heart nearly leapt from her throat. She had to act, to stall him, even if for a mere second. "You," Rachel's voice pierced the tense atmosphere, laced with a feigned nostalgia. "You remind me of a time at the observatory." She paused deliberately, observing how Voldemort's movements momentarily hesitated. "When you used legilimency on me, seeking that diary." Voldemort's eyes snapped open, the crimson orbs piercing through her like searchlights, filled with scrutiny and cold skepticism. Struggling for words, he hissed, his voice sharp as an ice pick. "Your actions make me suspect you harbor some ulterior motive." His gaze seemed to bore into Rachel's very soul, threatening to unearth her every thought. The immense pressure nearly suffocated her, yet she forced herself to meet those dreadful eyes, forcing a calm facade with a hint of sorrowful smile. "Not at all. I merely found myself reminiscing upon arriving at this location." Her fingers absently traced the cold edge of the stone bench. Voldemort's lips curled into a frigid smirk, clearly unconvinced. "If you wish to indulge in small talk, seek the Malfoys." Yet, deep within his scarlet pupils, the deliberately stirred memories of the observatory and the diary indeed rippled like pebbles cast into a stagnant pond. Despite his profound skepticism, his thoughts were briefly drawn back to the past. Sensing this slight shift, Rachel's heart raced. She seized the moment to press on, clumsily diverting the conversation. "Aren't you cold on such a frigid day?" Her tone feigned innocence and concern. Voldemort scoffed at what he perceived to be an exceedingly foolish question. "Such trivial matters," he retorted coldly. Over the years, he had been irrevocably transformed by powerful dark magic. The needs of mortals, cold, hunger, sleep, were far removed from him. He felt none of it, nor did he require such things. "This mission, is it just the two of us?" Rachel continued to pry. her gaze casually sweeping over the desolate chapel. What of the other Death Eaters? She was rapidly assessing her surroundings, calculating the potential for escape should Harry and his friends appear at that moment, realizing that with only herself and Voldemort present, their chances were slim. But the invisible tracking curse on her wrist felt like icy shackles, extinguishing the flicker of hope she had just ignited. She could not flee without revealing Harry's location. Urgency compelled her to devise a method to convey the taboo concerning Voldemort's name to Harry. Voldemort's serpent-like eyes fixed intently on Rachel's frostbitten nose and cheeks, his response delayed. Indifferently, he waved his wand. With a soft crack, a pile of dry firewood in the corner of the chapel ignited, flames leaping forth, casting warmth and light that dispelled a small portion of the cold. With me here, Voldemort's voice was low and filled with absolute confidence, laced with an arrogance that belittled all. Those others are unnecessary. I will personally seize this Potter. The fire illuminated his twisted snake-like visage, making it all the more menacing. At that moment, Voldemort's body jolted violently, his crimson pupils dilating in alarm. He sensed a powerful summoning signal emanating from Nagini through their soul link. The prey was within that very house. Harry Potter had arrived. Instantly, he comprehended the true purpose behind Rachel's clumsy ruse. Voldemort whirled around, his serpent eyes igniting with overwhelming fury and malice, locking onto Rachel with unyielding intensity. Without hesitation, he activated apparition. Almost simultaneously with Voldemort's disappearance, Rachel instinctively followed suit. Apparating after him, she could not remain there. She had to intervene, if only to deliver that crucial warning. Bashida's cottage lay in ruins, books strewn about, furniture shattered. Harry Potter was desperately evading Bashida's rigid yet ferocious attacks, that hunched figure unleashing an incredible force and speed, each strike carrying a lethal gust. Hermione Granger lay crumpled amidst the debris in the corner, seemingly struck by a curse, her life in the balance. Harry, don't. Rachel's silhouette appeared in the doorway, witnessing the perilous scene, and summoned all her strength to scream, but her voice was abruptly silenced. A powerful silencing charm enveloped her, akin to invisible tape sealing her lips, conjured by the imminent arrival of Voldemort. Standing at the threshold, his crimson eyes ablaze with the madness of annihilation, he raised his wand, aimed directly at Harry, who stood in the center of the room. Rachel watched as Voldemort's lips moved silently, the lethal green light poised to erupt from the tip of his wand. No, it could not end this way. In a desperate bid, Rachel lunged towards the fallen Hermione, shielding her with her own body, while simultaneously raising her wand toward Voldemort and the advancing Nagini. Reducto, a blinding red beam shot towards Voldemort. With a thunderous roar, books were obliterated by the explosive spell, pages swirling through the air like burning butterflies. Dense dust and acrid smoke quickly filled the room, shrouding visibility. Voldemort, caught off guard by the sudden explosion and the ensuing cloud of smoke, faltered momentarily, while Nagini hissed in furious protest, her assault disrupted. With all her strength, Rachel thrust the cold triangular locket into Hermione's hands, who was just regaining consciousness, still somewhat dazed. Wordlessly, Rachel conveyed her most urgent warning and trust through her eyes. Run. Take it. Hermione, being astute, would surely understand. This fleeting chaos and obscured sight granted Harry and Hermione their only chance. Grab me, Hermione. Harry's voice rang out through the haze. With a soft pop, the sounds of apparition resonated almost in unison, Harry and Hermione vanishing amidst the swirling smoke and fluttering pages. They had escaped. Gradually, the smoke began to clear. Voldemort stood motionless, his voluminous black cloak billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind, emanating a chilling aura that could freeze one's very soul. He surveyed the desolate room before turning his gaze upon Rachel, who was crouched in the corner, clutching the spot where Hermione had just collapsed and was now racked with violent coughs. Nagini coiled at his feet, hissing menacingly in Rachel's direction, as if condemning her treacherous betrayal. Voldemort slowly raised his hand, lifting the silencing charm that bound her. His voice had been hoarse, akin to the rasping of sandpaper, each word saturated with a palpable intent to kill and fury. Nagini ought to sever your throat. His wand was steadily raised, a sickly green light flickering at its tip, coalescing like a venomous serpent poised to strike. The luminescence cast an eerie glow upon his twisted snake-like visage, brimming with a madness bent on annihilation. She had betrayed him once more. Right before his eyes, she had freed the very prey he yearned to slay, a greater affront than any curse could inflict upon him. He advanced toward Rachel, the green light from his wand nearly scorching her eyes. With a hand as pale as bone, he brutally grasped her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze, those fiery red serpentine eyes ablaze with a murderous desire. Rachel was compelled to look up at the grotesque, fearsome face so close to her, one that bore a hauntingly familiar contour. No explanation could placate his wrath, nor could any deceit ensnare him again. She had done what she was meant to do. She had saved Harry, leaving behind a trail of clues. Closing her eyes, her long lashes trembled like butterfly wings, awaiting the arrival of that green light that would herald the end and the eternal darkness to follow. A single scalding tear slid uncontrollably from the corner of her tightly shut eyes, tracing a path down her pale cheek, and falling silently onto the cold back of Voldemort's hand that gripped her chin with an iron hold. The temperature of that tear, like a searing brand, instantly seared Voldemort's frigid skin. The fingers that clutched Rachel's chin trembled imperceptibly. The frenzied desire for slaughter that burned in his crimson pupils faltered, as if plunged into icy waters. He stood stunned. That tear, imbued with despair and resignation, transported him back decades to the frigid ward of St. Mungo's. In that hospital bed, a girl, equally tear-streaked, had cursed him with her last ounce of strength, vowing never to see him again, her tears scorching his cold heart. Time seemed to fold upon itself in that moment. The icy intent to kill receded like a tide, leaving behind a more intricate, twisted void of pain. Within Voldemort's crimson gaze, the ferocity faded, supplanted by a profound, inscrutable bewilderment and a ripple of something stirred within him. How hypocritical! Voldemort's voice remained hoarse and chilling. Yet it lost its earlier ferocity, now tinged with a peculiar accusation, as if questioning, "Do you only despise deceit? I abhor it too." He spoke as though he were both interrogating and stating an incomprehensible truth. He released his grip on Rachel's chin. Just as she anticipated the rise of his wand once more, he instead seized her right hand, where she clutched her wand. Crack! The sharp, jarring sound of splintering echoed through the silent room. Rachel's wand, a companion for years and intertwined with her very soul, shattered under Voldemort's overwhelming strength. As if it were but a frail twig, the broken core flickered with a dim, mournful light before extinguishing completely. The destruction of her wand unleashed a torrent of anguish and despair upon Rachel. Instead of the anticipated death, she was met with the shattering of her wand. Rachel opened her eyes in disbelief. Through her tear-blurred vision, she beheld Voldemort's serpentine face, still cold, yet seemingly devoid of its earlier murderous intent. She could not comprehend why. Why had he not killed her, the very traitor before him? "Why do you not slay me?" Rachel's voice trembled with the aftershocks of survival. Confusion etched upon her face. Tear stains still fresh. Voldemort gazed down at her, his crimson pupils swirling with a tumult of emotions. Unquenched rage, the bitterness of betrayal, the coldness of control, and an inexplicable obsession not to let her vanish from existence. Many years ago, Voldemort's voice was low and deliberate, as if reciting a twisted verdict. "I granted you the opportunity for immortality, akin to mine, which you scornfully rejected." He paused, his gaze lingering on Rachel's charred ring finger. "Now, I offer you the chance to pledge your loyalty to me, to ascend to the pinnacle of power by my side, and you have betrayed me yet again." His voice rose sharply, laced with seething hatred. "I certainly wish to kill you. I desire it more than I wish to kill Harry Potter." He suddenly bent low, his icy breath nearly brushing Rachel's face, his crimson eyes locking onto her terrified gaze. "But I shall not." Straightening, his voice morphed into a frigid wind from the depths of hell, cruel and unrelenting. "I will make you witness. To see them die one by one before your very eyes. To behold how those you love, whom you strive to protect, are mercilessly tormented and slain before you." He emphasized the word love, as if it were the most vile curse imaginable. "I will make you watch, your most despised sacrifice. All those you cherish will perish, and it will be by my hands, the very one you loathe." Each word struck Rachel's heart like a poisoned dagger. No, the immense sorrow and despair overwhelmed Rachel. Shattering her resolve, she emitted a heart-wrenching scream, a torment more excruciating than death itself. This agony surpassed any curse, forcing her to witness the demise of all she held dear due to her own actions at the hands of this very demon. It was akin to hell itself. "Do you revel in my suffering, wishing for me to wish for death?" Rachel lifted her tear-streaked face, her voice a fragmented accusation, her eyes brimming with profound hatred and despair. Voldemort offered no reply. In the moment Rachel succumbed to her anguish, he executed a move he had not anticipated himself. He abruptly extended his arm, drawing the trembling Rachel, curled on the floor in tears, into a forceful embrace that brooked no resistance. This embrace was cold and rigid, devoid of warmth, imbued only with a fierce possessiveness and a near-sadistic sense of control. His vast black cloak enveloped Rachel entirely, his pale, frigid cheek pressed against her tear-soaked golden hair. He inhaled deeply, greedily savoring that familiar yet foreign scent, feeling her body tremble violently from grief, pulsating with the warmth of life. Only after uttering the most cruel, Most damaging words could this act be perceived as the ultimate humiliation and control, rather than revealing a flicker of warmth and longing that even he despised within himself. I am pleased, Voldemort's voice whispered in Rachel's ear, hoarse and low, like the hiss of a serpent, laced with a perverse delight. You will witness how the world you love is gradually transformed by the very ones you detest. Rachel trembled in his icy embrace, weeping, her heart shattered. Voldemort held her tightly, absorbing her anguish as if drawing forth a morbid energy. Yet, within him churned an ineffable pain and an immense void. He could not fathom the love Rachel spoke of, nor comprehend why she would sacrifice everything for those he deemed insignificant, even betraying him to stand against him. He sought power, immortality, dominion over all. These were the ideals he understood as greatness. He would never grasp Rachel. He shall never comprehend that it was he who, with his own hands, obliterated the sole individual capable of imparting the essence of love to him, thereby irrevocably severing his chances of understanding this profound emotion. The tighter he clung, the deeper his inner void became, much like the relentless blizzard that enveloped Godric's Hollow on Christmas Eve, cold and despairing. Chapter 39. Rachel Vale, are you a traitor? The biting snowstorm of Godric's Hollow seemed to seep into Rachel's very marrow, wrapping her in a frigid, suffocating grip that drew her back to the opulent yet eerie confines of Malfoy Manor. Voldemort's voluminous black cloak lingered momentarily at the threshold, his scarlet serpent-like eyes smoldering like dying embers, branding an invisible mark upon her rigid spine. Stay! The hoarse command, laced with lingering chill, resonated as the door silently closed behind him, shutting out the light of the outside world and siphoning away Rachel's last vestige of strength. She slid down the cold door, her back pressed against its unforgiving surface, as the invisible tracking curse on her wrist began to simmer, mocking her futile resistance and the emptiness left by her shattered wand. There was no anticipated agony, no Avada Kedavra, only this suffocating silence, a punishment more cruel than torture, awaiting the fulfillment of the curse she had witnessed. Overwhelmed by extreme fatigue and taut nerves, she succumbed to darkness. As the darkness receded, she found herself bathed in the unreal warmth of late summer sunlight, flooding the Hogwarts entrance hall, the scent of grass mingling with old parchment. Rachel cradled a tome on the history of magic, her steps light and buoyant. Rachel, a voice, desperate to the point of breaking, echoed behind her. She turned in astonishment to see her spirited cousin, Joe, his complexion as pale as parchment, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow, and his usually smiling blue eyes now filled with sheer terror and despair. He rushed toward her, seizing her shoulders with a grip so fierce that her book tumbled from her arms. Rachel, run, quickly. Joe's voice was hoarse and trembling, each word seeming to squeeze through clenched teeth. Do not stay with Riddle, keep your distance. Never agree to marry him. He is the most wicked, the darkest being in existence. He will ruin you, drag you into hell. An icy grip clutched at her heart. Absurd anger swiftly eclipsed her shock. Joe. Rachel attempted to break free, her voice resolute. You don't understand him at all. He just doesn't let people into his heart easily. He needs me. His heart? Joe emitted a short, anguished laugh, his eyes reflecting bottomless desolation. Rachel, all he harbors is ambition, murder, and greed. Wake up. Flee. Joe's voice and visage suddenly distorted and shattered, blinding light engulfing everything. When she opened her eyes again, she was met with the serene glow of candlelight. Before a grand floor-length mirror, she stood adorned in an intricate ivory wedding gown, a breathtaking vision of beauty. Reflected in the glass was another figure, young and handsome Tom Riddle, clad in a perfectly tailored black suit, exuding an air of regal stature. His face bore the perfect smile that had quickened the hearts of countless witches. His gaze deep and captivating as he approached her step by step. He halted behind her, his cold hands resting lightly on her bare shoulders as he leaned closer. In the mirror, his lips brushed against her sensitive ear, his breath chilling her to the bone. Rachel, my dear, he whispered, his voice rich like a cello yet slithering like a serpent's scale across her heart. I have taken many lives, a peculiar satisfaction lacing his tone, as though sharing a sweet secret. So many lives, their fear, their despair, what exquisite offerings. I have sacrificed their power to me. Rachel's smile in the mirror froze, the coldness spreading through her limbs. You shall forever be mine. Tom's hand slid downwards, possessively encircling her waist, drawing her cold form tightly against him. Within my fortress of power, you shall be protected for eternity. In the mirror, Tom smiled, his obsidian eyes reflecting an unfathomable abyss of darkness. Rachel suddenly looked down, horrified to see her ivory gown silently soaking in large patches of glaring crimson. No, Tom, don't. A wave of pure terror tore through her throat as Rachel screamed, bolting upright in bed, her cold sweat soaking her nightgown. her heart racing as if it would burst. Tears streamed down her face, her icy fingers gripping the silk sheets beneath her. The blood on the wedding gown, Joe's desperate face, Tom's bloody whispers, all collided violently in her mind. Why? A cold, hoarse voice, devoid of any warmth, slithered close to her ear, akin to a serpent's crawl. Suddenly erupting in proximity. Why do you call upon this name in your dreams? It has been like this for nights. Rachel's cries and gasps were abruptly stifled. She jerked her head up to find herself ensnared in a pair of snake-like eyes burning with crimson flames, mere inches away. Voldemort sat at her bedside, his towering figure casting a monstrous shadow in the dim light, enveloping her entirely. He had evidently been there for some time, his grotesque serpent face betraying no emotion. Yet his scarlet pupils churned with cold scrutiny, violent intent, and an almost twisted anticipation. He had heard her. What did he think it was? Affection? Indulgence in past dreams? What answer did he seek? Did he wish to hear her say she still cherished that Tom? That she was still in love with that phantom? A wave of profound humiliation and fury surged forth, eclipsing her fear. Rachel raised her hand abruptly, wiping away the tears streaked across her face with all her might. She forced herself to meet his terrifying gaze, her voice hoarse and fractured from her screams, yet imbued with a chilling detachment. Because it is a nightmare. She enunciated each word clearly, her gaze unwavering. It has been a nightmare that continues to haunt me. Silence fell. The faint crackling of the dying embers in the fireplace reflected Voldemort's serpent face. The faintly discernible tension on his features, as if awaiting an answer, solidified the moment her words left her lips. His scarlet pupils constricted suddenly, the hidden anticipation swiftly supplanted by offended, frigid rage. The oppressive atmosphere caused the room's temperature to plummet. Have you been spying on me while I sleep, Rachel? She asked, raising her chin slightly in a near-challenging manner. Mind your words when addressing me and your master. Voldemort surged to his feet, his black cloak billowing as if conjuring a tempest, his voice rising like a serpent's shriek. Imbued with thunderous wrath, his crimson gaze locked onto Rachel, his wand poised to deliver punishment at any moment. Yet the wand remained concealed. Voldemort's chest heaved as he fought to suppress the urge to destroy. He turned his back on Rachel, facing the dim glow of the fireplace, his voice reverting to an icy monotone. I shall be departing for a time. He paused, choosing the most effective threat during this period. It would be prudent for you to remain here. He tilted his head slightly, his scarlet eyes glancing toward her silhouette on the bed. Otherwise, the fate of the Malfoy family will be dire. He knew all too well. Rachel's safety no longer posed a threat to him. Her stubborn love and compassion were the true vulnerabilities. Rachel glanced at the invisible tracking curse on her wrist. Escape? Across the ends of the earth. He could retrieve her in an instant. She forced a faint, weary smirk, her voice resigned. Understood. She did not meet his gaze. Her eyes vacant as they fixed upon the canopy above. You may leave now. Voldemort's body stiffened almost imperceptibly, the last flicker of movement in his crimson pupils extinguished, leaving only a frozen darkness. How dare she speak to him, as if dismissing a servant? He whirled around, his wand instantly aimed at Rachel, the tip erupting with blinding light. Stupefy. The powerful sleep-inducing spell struck Rachel, and as her consciousness was engulfed by thick darkness, the last image etched in her mind was Voldemort's twisted, demonic face illuminated by the spell's glow, and the fleeting currents of complex emotions, rage, control, and a hint of confusion within the depths of his scarlet pupils. Rachel Vale, to you, is that memory truly just a nightmare? The thought flitted like a ghost. Crushed beneath his heel, he withdrew his wand, gazing at Rachel, who lay in a deep slumber upon the bed, her pale serpentine visage devoid of any expression. The black cloak whispered silently across the floor as he glided from the room like a shadow, merging into the more profound darkness. The call of the Elder Wand murmured from afar, by the fireplace in the shell cottage. Hermione Granger clutched tightly the cold, triangular pendant that had been given to Rachel in Godric's Hollow. The flames danced, casting reflections upon the ancient symbols of circles, vertical lines, and triangles. Her brow furrowed, her brown eyes sharp with intensity. This symbol was too familiar. It bore an identical resemblance to the one meticulously drawn by Dumbledore on the title page of the Tales of Beedle the Bard he had left for her. Following Hermione's advice, the trio sought out Luna's father, Xenophilius Lovegood. They inquired about Grindelwald's symbol. Upon learning of the legend of the Deathly Hallows, the three soon discovered that Mr. Lovegood had betrayed them to the Death Eaters, as Luna had been kidnapped, and he could only secure his daughter's safety by trading the trio's whereabouts. Hermione blasted the floor, concealing Ron beneath the invisibility cloak, and the three finally escaped from Lovegood's home. Before Easter, Harry declared with certainty that Voldemort was in search of the Elder Wand, inadvertently breaking the taboo curse associated with the Dark Lord's name. A hunting party led by the werewolf Greyback captured them. In the final moment, Hermione used a swelling charm to inflate Harry's face, rendering it impossible to identify him temporarily. The three were taken to Malfoy Manor, where they needed someone who knew Harry to affirm his identity. Called Draco. The lavish yet tomb-like drawing room of Malfoy Manor was suffused with an oppressive tension and fear. Bellatrix Lestrange paced angrily across the exquisite carpet, the tattered hem of her black cloak sweeping the floor as she nervously bit her nails. Her mad eyes fixated on the two boys and the brown-haired witch, who had been roughly shoved into the center of the room. One boy's face was swollen like a purple pumpkin, while the other appeared disheveled, with blood at the corner of her mouth. Look closely, Draco. Bellatrix abruptly halted, her sharp voice grating like nails on glass, as she seized the pale-faced Draco Malfoy and yanked him toward the swollen-faced boy. Open your eyes. Look well. Is it him? Is it Harry Potter? Her bloodshot eyes bulged with rage, flames of madness burning within. If the Master discovers we have wasted his time, he will tear us all apart. Do you understand? Draco was forced to confront the distorted face up close. His gray-blue pupils constricted sharply as he recognized the familiar emerald eyes of his lifelong adversary. It was Harry Potter. Without a doubt. A colossal fear swept over Draco like a chilling tide. His heart was gripped by an invisible hand, nearly ceasing to beat. He caught a glimpse of his father Lucius Malfoy's eyes, filled with fear and pleading, and his mother Narcissa's pale, bloodless face with tightly pressed lips. Horrifying images of those slain by the Death Eaters flashed frantically through his mind. Betraying Harry meant death for him, and the Malfoy family might gain a moment's respite. But he would forever bear the sin of treachery. What would silence bring? Voldemort's wrath would consume everything. Draco trembled violently, cold sweat soaking through his silk shirt. In a desperate attempt to escape, he turned his head away, unable to bear the piercing gaze of Harry's emerald eyes, his throat emitting a suffocating rasp. Is it him? Draco? Lucius Malfoy stepped forward, his voice taut like a string at its breaking point, his gray-blue eyes filled with a desperate urge to survive. Answer, Bellatrix. If it truly is him, if it is indeed Harry Potter, the Master may forgive our previous missteps. All eyes were fixed upon Draco. The drawing room fell silent as if the dust had settled. Bellatrix was frantic, Lucius pleaded, Narcissa was silently terrified, and the Death Eaters loomed like countless cold, venomous serpents, coiling around Draco's fragile nerves. He felt as though the pressure might crush him. Seconds stretched into an eternity of silence. Draco inhaled sharply, summoning all his strength, and forced out a broken, hoarse voice from his swollen throat, feigning confusion. I don't know. Pain contorted his brow, his gaze flickered, his face twisted in anguish. I cannot recognize him in this state. He averted his eyes, unable to meet anyone's gaze. His ambiguous response incited Bellatrix's fury. She turned like a viper toward the shadowy corner where Rachel stood silently. You. Bellatrix bent her wand like a serpent's tongue, pointing directly at Rachel, her mad eyes glinting with cruel light. I remember you, from Hogwarts. Now it is time for you to pledge your loyalty. Look at him. The wand indicated the swollen Harry. Tell me, is he Harry Potter? Rachel stepped out from the shadows, her stride steady, her expression devoid of emotion, an icy silence enveloping her. Her gaze swept over Harry's distorted face, the emerald eyes peering through swollen eyelids, emanating a calm trust as if entrusting her with a secret. Without a hint of hesitation, Rachel met Bellatrix's crazed eyes, her voice clear, cold, and resolute. No, not him. Bellatrix's voice rose, filled with incredulity and rage. She was about to erupt when her gaze was suddenly drawn to an object in the hands of another Death Eater. That Death Eater triumphantly displayed the spoils he had extracted from Ron, a magnificent silver sword adorned with rubies. The sword of Gryffindor, its darkened sheen reflecting the blood-red light of the rubies. How did it come to be here? Bellatrix's voice, once filled with rage, now trembled with shock and fury, her tone sharp and grating. She swiftly shifted her gaze from the sword to the three bound individuals, her eyes locking onto Hermione with a predatory glare. How did it come into your possession? Bellatrix's frenzied interrogation struck Rachel's mind like thunder. The vault of Gringotts. The treasure chamber. In an instant, she grasped Bellatrix's acute sensitivity regarding the missing items from the vault. A bold and reckless speculation flashed through her mind. Could there be something in Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault that was related to Voldemort? Wormtail. That blonde-haired one. Bellatrix concluded that the sword was from the vault, her patience for questioning others evaporating in fury. Take these two useless fools and throw them in the dungeon, immediately. Right now? Her wand pointed threateningly at Hermione's pale, trembling face. As for the mudblood, she would have no trouble extracting information from her. A chilling, sadistic grin spread across her face. Peter Pettigrew, trembling with fear, complied, stepping forward to untie Harry and Ron. Rachel remained expressionless, silently following. As Wormtail pushed Harry and Ron toward the dark corridor, Rachel seized the opportunity to distract Wormtail. Leaning closer to Harry and whispering rapidly in a hushed tone, "Go to Bellatrix's treasure chamber. Look for anything related to the four founders. Remember, do not mention that name again. It has a taboo curse. It will trace your whereabouts." Harry's swollen body stiffened. He struggled to turn his head, the green pupil of his swollen eye narrowing sharply. Unable to speak, he offered a slight, yet resolute nod, the muscles in his distorted cheek pulling into a clear expression of understanding. He comprehended the life-and-death secret that Rachel had conveyed. Wormtail remained oblivious, rambling about the damp, foul-smelling dungeon. He shoved them into the cold, moldy confines of the dungeon, as if completing a chore, grumbling about the master's displeasure with the weight, and hastily turned to leave. The heavy iron door slammed shut, severing their connection to the light. The dungeon was not empty. Through the faint light filtering in from high walls and iron bars, Harry and Ron spotted Luna Lovegood supporting the frail, nearly incapacitated Mr. Ollivander as they emerged from a shadowy corner. In the deeper shadows, a small, feeble figure crouched, the pointed ears of a Gringotts goblin drooping in fatigue. "Harry, Ron." Luna's ethereal voice brimmed with surprise, her silvery gray eyes brightening in the dimness. "You made it too? Oh, Harry, your face looks quite amusing." "Luna, Mr. Ollivander," Ron exclaimed in surprise, though his concern for Harry's swollen visage lingered. Luna tilted her head, her carrot-shaped earrings swaying gently, her ethereal gaze shifting to Harry's tattered socks. Harry, with an unusually focused voice, remarked that there seemed to be something intriguing concealed within your sock. Suddenly, a harrowing scream echoed from upstairs, unmistakably belonging to Hermione. The cry pierced through the thick floorboards and stone walls, stabbing at each person's eardrum like a searing hot needle, laden with unbearable, heart-wrenching agony. Hermione, Ron, as if struck by lightning, felt his eyes blaze with fury, a primal roar escaping his lips as he lunged towards the locked iron door, pounding it with his fists and body, producing a thunderous noise. No, Hermione has fallen into the hands of that madwoman. Ron. Harry's heart twisted in anguish, his expression contorted with rage and fear. Luna and Ollivander gazed in terror at the ceiling, as if they could penetrate the stone layers to witness the horror unfolding. Rachel. Ron spun around violently, his bloodshot eyes fixating on the silent figure of Rachel lurking in the shadows, his voice hoarse and fragmented, pleading with a desperate, broken tone. "Rachel, I beg you, quickly, save Hermione. Bella is a lunatic. A complete lunatic. She will kill Hermione. I implore you." Rachel stood still, as Bella's maniacal laughter intertwined with Hermione's anguished cries, amplifying them in their ears. Those sounds overlapped with the last wretched screams from years ago under the Cruciatus curse. A chilling hatred, like a venomous vine, wrapped around the heart, constricting it to the point of suffocation. The madwoman who had tortured and killed her brother was now tormenting Hermione, in the depths of her azure eyes. The final hesitations were entirely consumed by the cacophony of despairing screams. Only a cold, resolute intent to obliterate remained. "I will," Rachel stated with an eerie calmness. An unsettling tranquility. She glanced deeply at each person in the dungeon. Harry's swollen, determined face, Ron's desperate, crimson eyes, Luna's calm yet worried silver-gray gaze, and Ollivander's silent, weakened expression. "Take care." Without hesitation, she turned and, like a silent gust of wind, rushed up the stairs leading to hell. The reception room transformed into a purgatory. Hermione Granger lay pinned to the ground by Bellatrix, her disheveled brown hair and pale cheeks smeared with dust and blood. Bella yanked her hair brutally, forcing her to tilt her pained face upward. In her other hand, she wielded a gleaming silver knife. The blade dripped with thick, viscous blood. Hermione's forearm bore the cruel mark of the mudblood. "Speak!" Bella shrieked, her bloodshot eyes wide with rage, her face contorted in sadistic pleasure. "Aside from this sword, what else did you steal from my vault?" The blade pressed against Hermione's tear-streaked, sweat-soaked cheeks, the cold gleam flickering ominously. "I don't know what you're talking about." Hermione's voice trembled, weak and fragmented, her eyes filled with defiance. "Liar." Bella, now completely enraged, raised the silver knife, poised to plunge it into Hermione's other uninjured arm. In a moment of desperation, a figure lunged forward like a moth to a flame, filled with a reckless determination. She collided with Bella like an enraged lioness, the tremendous force catching Bella off guard, causing her to stumble backward, the silver knife slipping from her grasp and clattering to the floor. "You are asking her futile questions." Rachel stood protectively in front of Hermione, her chest heaving, her azure eyes ablaze with a consuming fire, her voice trembling with utmost fury, delivering a resolute reprimand. "She has no idea what you're talking about." Bella steadied herself, taking in the sight of Rachel and the crumpled, suffering Hermione behind her. Her initially shocked expression morphed into a twisted joy. as if she had discovered a more entertaining prey than tormenting a mudblood. Rachel Weir. Bella's piercing laughter rang out. Her wand suddenly pointing at Rachel, the tip glowing with a dangerous green light, her gaze sharp with malice. Huh, I remember who you are now. Her voice rose with excitement, dripping with the satisfaction of unveiling a shocking secret. That golden-haired Weir, jovial. He was tortured like a rag doll before he died. And the last name he uttered was yours, Rachel. His tears ran dry. Rachel's body froze as if struck by an invisible hammer. Bella reveled in the pain flickering across Rachel's face, her smile twisting into something more malicious, like a venomous snake. And what of your master? He never found your grave. How ironic. Rachel Weir, you were always under his nose. She roared, imbued with boundless hatred. Her brother met a tragic end. Every image seared into Rachel's soul like a branding iron, the cold hatred bursting through the dam of reason. She looked at Bella's deranged, contorted face, noticing the wand pointed at her, and an inner voice screamed madly, "Kill her, with that knife." Rachel's gaze turned to solid ice, piercing directly into Bella's eyes. Her right hand instinctively forming a fist, knuckles whitening, her body leaning forward as if ready to pounce and seize the bloodied silver knife from the ground. A small, swift figure emerged, accompanied by a clear, furious shout, suddenly appearing from the void. "Do not harm Harry Potter's friend, Dobby the house elf." His dirty pillowcase fluttered, long ears stiff with rage, and his large green eyes blazed with unprecedented courage. Following closely behind, Harry and Ron materialized in the hall. Dobby swiftly and ruthlessly twisted the most vulnerable connection of the chandelier. Crack! The sound of metal breaking echoed. The massive, heavy chandelier, adorned with sharp crystal branches, descended like a behemoth severing a head, bringing with it a gust of destruction, crashing down towards Bella and Lucius. "No!" Bella screamed in horror, instinctively raising her wand in defense, but the chandelier fell too swiftly. Boom! Chaos. Utter chaos. Disarmament spell, Expelliarmus. Harry bellowed amidst the smoke as the chandelier plummeted. He lunged to snatch Draco's wand from his startled grasp. Impedimenta. Narcissa Malfoy shrieked, the obstruction spell unintentionally targeting Ron, who was caught in the chaos. His face turned pale, eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions, completely instinctual. Smoke enveloped the room, shadows danced, and spells flew wildly. Death Eaters roared. The sound of shattering crystals mingled with the groans of the wounded. Rachel shielded Hermione as the chandelier crashed down, shards of crystal splintering and grazing her face and arms with a fiery sting. Coughing through the choking dust, she urged, "Quickly, grab my hand." Harry shouted in the tumult, one hand clutching Draco's wand, the other reaching desperately under Rachel's protection towards Hermione, whose swollen face was filled with urgency. Without hesitation, Rachel pushed the struggling Hermione in Harry's direction. "Go." Rachel's voice was hoarse yet clear, her azure eyes locked onto Harry through the dust. "Hurry. Harry, Ron." And Hermione reached for Dobby's slender fingers. Harry signaled to Rachel to join them, but she shook her head. She was still under a tracking spell. Dobby knocked Narcissa's wand from her grasp. "You dare defy your master, you foolish little elf." Bella shrieked madly at Dobby and the group. "Dobby has no master. Dobby is a free elf. Dobby came here to save Harry Potter and his good friends." Dobby's eyes burned with the light of justice and the pride of being a free elf. Subsequently, Dobby transported the three to a shell cottage by the sea. Bella's eyes ignited with a mad desire for mutual destruction as she bent down to retrieve the silver knife stained with Hermione's blood, using all her might. Her arm muscles bulging, she hurled it towards Harry and the others, especially that detestable little elf, as they prepared to disapparate. No, Rachel's pupils constricted. She saw the deadly knife, infused with all of Bella's vengeful power, tearing through the air, like the fangs of death, aimed precisely at Dobby's small chest. The blade pierced flesh with a muffled thud. Time froze. The sound of the disapparation space compressing resonated amidst the despairing wails. Dobby used his final magic to transport Harry, Ron, and Hermione, disappearing amidst the bloody smoke of Malfoy Manor's reception room. No. Rachel watched helplessly as Dobby was impaled by the flying knife, witnessing him complete his sacrifice in his final moment of life. A colossal sorrow erupted within her, a furious rage boiling like a volcano. Ha ha ha. Bella stood amidst the crystal ruins, her face smeared with blood, watching Rachel's breakdown, laughing maniacally with a sadistic glee, her laughter echoing like the cries of a night owl, filled with cruel satisfaction. What a familiar sound. It was almost identical to the wretched wails of Jovial in his final moments. She extended her arms, as if reveling in an exquisite symphony. "Rachel Weasley, you treacherous fiend, your master shall return momentarily. He will ensure your demise is far more grotesque than that of the house elf, or even your precious Weasley." Draco Malfoy's countenance turned ashen. his gray-blue eyes wide with sheer terror, instinctively wanting to act, yet held back by his father Lucius, who gripped his arm tightly. Lucius's eyes reflected a primal fear, silently shaking his head in desperate plea to his son. Narcissa covered her mouth in horror, gazing at the bloodied knife on the ground, shaking slightly. The images of her brother's brutal death, Dobby's stabbing, and Dumbledore's demise flooded Rachel's mind, her eyes ablaze with fury. An inferno of wrath consumed Rachel, obliterating her last vestiges of sanity. Her hand, accidentally cut by Bella's blade and dripping with blood, tightened into a fist. Warm droplets fell through her fingers, her gaze like a venomous arrow, locking onto Narcissa Malfoy's fallen wand nearby. Without a moment's hesitation, Rachel lunged forward with a resolve to meet her fate. Seizing Narcissa's wand with her bloodied palm, kneeling on the cold floor, she gripped the wand tightly, channeling all her hatred into a single, furious cry aimed at Bella amidst the crystal debris. Reducto! The searing red light burst forth like vengeful flames, tearing through the smoke and roaring toward Bella. Yet Bella, seasoned in the arts of dark magic, reacted instantly, her laughter transforming into a predatory grin. Protego! Crucio! Bella steadied herself, her eyes glinting with malice as she pointed her wand mercilessly at the kneeling Rachel, her voice dripping with cruelty. Let me entertain you on behalf of my master. You'll experience a delightful appetizer before reuniting with the dead. The sickly green light of the Cruciatus curse began to coalesce at the tip of Bella's wand, ready to unleash its torment. Rachel's pupils constricted, her old strength waning, and new power yet to arise. All she could do was watch as the green light, symbolizing endless agony, expanded in her vision. In that critical moment, an anomaly occurred. Without warning, without incantation, a wave of intangible, formless magic, imbued with absolute will, descended upon the chaotic parlor like a divine sigh. Bella's wand was struck from her grasp, extinguishing its core's glow. The cruel smile on Bella's face froze, morphing into sheer disbelief. She failed to comprehend what had transpired. Time itself came to a standstill. The swirling dust settled like a gentle caress. The shattered crystals refracted a dim light. Silence, an absolute silence, enveloped everything. Beneath the grand, ornate doorway of the parlor, a towering figure emerged from the depths of darkness. Voldemort. He had returned. His expansive black robes billowed as if unfurling the wings of death. His pale, twisted serpent-like visage remained expressionless, save for the burning crimson of his snake-like eyes, which coldly surveyed the ravaged parlor, littered with shattered chandeliers and bloodstains. The Death Eaters trembling in fear, and the Malfoy family white with shock, along with Bella's astonished face. Finally, those two scarlet gazes, akin to the spotlight of ultimate judgment, fixed firmly on Rachel, who knelt on the floor, clutching Narcissa's wand, her face still etched with fury, blood trickling from her arm. The silence shattered. Master. Bella was the first to react, as if she had seen salvation, or perhaps found an outlet for her pent-up rage. She pointed at Rachel, her voice a sharp, excited accusation laced with endless malice. It was her, Rachel Weasley. She set Potter free. She aided the house elves in their escape. She is the traitor. She betrayed you. Enough. Voldemort's voice, hoarse yet low, carried an absolute pressure that severed Bella's tirade in an instant. His gaze remained fixed on Rachel's face. He stepped forward, the hem of his robe sweeping over the debris-laden floor, silent, yet bearing a weight akin to a mountain. With each step, it felt as though he was treading upon the hearts of all present. The Death Eaters, manipulated by an unseen force, knelt in fear and reverence, their heads bowed deeply. Lucius and Narcissa trembled as they pulled Draco down, his body stiff as stone. Voldemort approached Rachel directly. His towering shadow enveloped her as she knelt. The chilling aura enveloped her, carrying the scent of death. He leaned closer, his pale, grotesque face nearly brushing against her cheek. His crimson eyes like two blood moons reflecting her pale, bloodied visage and the fierce fire of her indomitable blue eyes. He observed the blood trickling down her arm, the whiteness of her knuckles as she gripped the wand, and the remnants of tears on her face mingled with the icy hatred in her gaze. Time froze. The kneeling Death Eaters held their breath. Bella's expression twisted with sadistic anticipation, awaiting her master to deliver the most brutal punishment to the traitor. The Malfoy family was paralyzed with fear. Voldemort's lips brushed against Rachel's ear, his cold, serpentine breath hissing as if laced with venom, every word deliberately articulated. Echoing in the silent parlor. So, Rachel, you tell me. The chill of his breath grazed her wounded cheek, sending shivers down her spine. Are you a traitor? Chapter 40. The humiliation of fire and ice. The silence lay thick as a frozen layer of ice, draping the opulent yet ominous parlor of Malfoy Manor. Voldemort's crimson snake-like eyes swept slowly over the debris-strewn remnants of shattered chandeliers, twisted like the carcasses of dying beasts. while sharp fragments of crystal scattered like congealed tears across the floor. Dark red stains, belonging to Dobby and Hermione, marred the carpet, stark against its luxurious fabric. He had just triumphed over Dumbledore's cold grave, wielding the fabled Elder Wand, his power surging through every dark recess of his being, ambition swelling to the point of almost tearing him apart. Yet, this exhilarating arrogance was instantly extinguished by the chaos before him, the sight of his prey escaping. His scarlet gaze locked firmly upon the figure of Rachel Weasley, kneeling defiantly in the center of the room. She maintained her combative stance, her right hand gripping Narcissa's wand, her knuckles pale and trembling from exertion. The wound carved by Bella's silver knife bled down her delicate, pale fingers, dripping onto the expensive carpet and quietly pooling into a darkened patch. Her cheeks bore the marks of crystal shards, the blood against her nearly translucent skin appearing fragile yet resolute. Voldemort's gaze lingered on the blood streaks and her wounded arm for a moment. Unbeknownst to him, within the depths of his ever-burning, cold, and wrathful snake eyes, his pupils barely perceptibly constricted, and slight wrinkles gathered on his scaled brow. "I am not a traitor." Rachel's voice shattered the suffocating silence. It was hoarse yet remarkably clear, resonating with a calm that suggested she would perish along with her beliefs, facing Voldemort's scrutinizing gaze head-on. "Liar." Bella Lestrange, like a viper with its tail stepped on, sprang into action, her twisted face a mixture of madness and vindictive glee as she pointed at Rachel, shrieking. "I saw you. You pushed that mud-blood witch back into Harry Potter's arms. You caused the chaos. It was you." Silence. Voldemort's voice, though low, sliced through Bella's sharp accusations like an invisible icicle. Without even turning to her, he slowly raised a pale hand devoid of color, making a simple, yet overwhelmingly authoritative gesture. Bella's voice ceased abruptly, leaving only her chest heaving with anger and fear. The air in the entire hall felt as though it had been siphoned away. All the Death Eaters, including the kneeling Malfoy family, held their breath, the sound of dust settling resonating in the stillness. Voldemort's gaze returned to Rachel, an icy chill swirling within, capable of freezing the very soul. Why did he attack Bellatrix? His voice, smooth yet imbued with an oppressive sense of impending storm, rendered each word akin to icy droplets crashing down. "You picked up Narcissa's wand, and your aim should have been directed at Harry Potter." Rachel abruptly lifted her head, her cerulean eyes ablaze with pure, frigid hatred, resembling a venomous sapphire, fixated intently on Bella. Her voice trembled slightly, quivering with extreme rage. "She killed Joe." Her animosity so intense that it nearly transformed into tangible flames. "What wrong had Joe committed? I shall avenge her." So, Voldemort's lips curled slowly into a cold, twisted arc, reminiscent of a smile, yet devoid of warmth. "You are still pondering revenge for that pretentious cousin of yours." His scarlet serpent-like eyes fixated on the unabashed hatred shimmering in Rachel's gaze, a tumultuous emotion of offense mixed with a desire for control roiling within his chest. He took a step forward, his voluminous black robe nearly brushing against Rachel's face. Then, before the astonished eyes of all present, he performed the unimaginable. He raised his hand slowly, revealing his iconic wand, the very first wand he had wielded. Astonishingly, he offered it to Rachel. "You have aimed at the wrong person, little girl." Voldemort's voice was as frigid as frost, laced with a cruel mockery and an ineffable challenge. "By your logic, the wand should be directed at me." The air thickened with tension. Bella's mouth gaped in shock, Lucius's gray-blue eyes brimmed with incredulous terror, and Draco stood frozen, nearly convinced he was trapped in a nightmare. Rachel was momentarily stunned. She gazed at the familiar wand, its shaft seemingly retaining the vestiges of countless days and nights past. A fleeting confusion flickered across her azure eyes, quickly supplanted by deeper anguish and realization. Yes, it was him, this demon who had issued the orders, who had indulged Bella's madness. The root of Joe's death lay in him. All her hatred, all her suffering, ultimately pointed to this pale, twisted fiend who controlled her destiny. Without a hint of hesitation, fueled by a desperate resolve, Rachel lunged forward, grasping the wand he had extended. The icy sensation immediately coursed through her palm, resonating with the power of her severed wand. She tightened her grip, the tip of the wand unwaveringly aimed directly at Voldemort's heart. In her cerulean eyes, only pure murderous intent burned bright, devoid of any confusion. Avada Kedavra! A blindingly bright, sickly green light erupted from the tip of Rachel's wand, carrying the essence of annihilation. Surging forth without warning, the radiance illuminated the tear-streaked determination on her face, the momentary shock on Voldemort's serpentine visage, and the sheer terror etched across every countenance in the parlor. Did she truly intend to kill him? For that damn Joe? For those so-called innocent victims? For the cheap love she spoke of? Within the depths of Voldemort's crimson pupils, The initial shock swiftly transformed into a chilling fury, a sense of profound betrayal igniting a cold rage within him. He had repeatedly tolerated her petty defiance, allowed her to feign compliance, even afforded her an opportunity to explain after she had brazenly assisted the enemy's escape. And now, she reciprocated with an unhesitating killing curse, wielding the weapon he had bestowed upon her, directing her deepest hatred towards him. Presumptuous fool. Voldemort's voice rasped with thunderous wrath. Just as the green light of the killing curse was about to touch his chest, his figure vanished like a wraith from sight. The ghastly green beam struck the wall where he had stood moments before, instantly corroding a massive, charred crater into the solid stone, with debris cascading down. In the next heartbeat, Voldemort materialized beside Rachel, an icy hand, as cold as that of a corpse and imbued with an irresistible force, seized her bloodied wrist, her wand hand, gripping it with a ferocity that made her bones feel as if they might shatter. A sharp pain elicited a muffled cry from Rachel. As she felt her wrist nearly crushed, the wand slipped from her grasp, clattering amidst the shards of crystal. Voldemort loomed over her, his eyes aflame with a cold fire, boiling with rage, the pain of betrayal, and an unexamined chill that pierced even his own essence. Foolish girl. His voice slithered like a serpent across ice, dripping with utmost derision and a chilling command. Did you truly believe you could slay me, avenge your damned brother? He tightened his grip, causing the freshly formed wound on her wrist to burst, warm blood gushing forth, staining his pale hand and his cold, serpentine skin. The visceral sensation seemed to further incite his brutality. You are gravely mistaken. He leaned closer to Rachel's ear, his icy breath brushing against her neck. His voice a low rasp laden with absolute authority. You are profoundly wrong. He no longer regarded the wand that belonged to him, as if it had become mere refuse. He yanked Rachel's bleeding wrist, lifting her nearly off the ground with a singular, overwhelming force. Everyone retreat. Voldemort's hoarse voice thundered, resonating throughout the parlor, issuing an undeniable command infused with a suffocating rage. No one dared to hesitate. The Death Eaters withdrew in a swift, silent tide, scarcely daring to breathe, though Bella seethed with resentment, her eyes ablaze with malicious delight. She could only cast a venomous glare at Rachel before hastily retreating under Voldemort's frigid scrutiny. Lucius nearly dragged a dazed Draco and a similarly pallid Narcissa away, fleeing from the storm that threatened to engulf them entirely. The heavy, intricately carved door slammed shut behind them, sealing off the last remnants of light and sound from the outside world. Voldemort gripped Rachel's bleeding wrist with no semblance of compassion, as if she were an inanimate object. Striding through the dim, frigid corridor, Rachel stumbled, the agony in her wrist and the dizziness from blood loss clouding her thoughts, leaving her to passively follow in his wake. The cold marble floor reflected their distorted shadows, while the ancient portraits of the Malfoy family on the walls averted their gazes in terror. With a resounding crash, a heavy oak door was violently flung open. Rachel was thrust into the room with overwhelming force, landing heavily on the massive four-poster bed draped in deep green silk at its center. The soft bedding absorbed the impact, yet it could do little to alleviate her physical and mental anguish. She struggled to rise, but weakness and dizziness conspired to pull her back down. Voldemort's towering figure blocked the doorway, silhouetted against the dim moonlight streaming through the high windows, resembling an insurmountable dark mountain. He advanced into the room, each step laden with oppressive weight, the hem of his robe sweeping across the polished floor with a rustling sound, akin to a serpent slithering through dry leaves. He approached the bed, looking down from his imposing height at the crumpled Rachel, who lay helplessly upon the silk sheets. The moonlight etched his pale, ghastly profile, while his serpent-like eyes glowed like two burning specters in the shadows, locking onto her with an unyielding intensity. That gaze was rife with unabashed possessiveness and an insatiable thirst for destruction, as if he intended to consume her whole, skin and bone. He leaned closer, his frigid breath enveloping Rachel in an instant. A pale hand, imbued with an irresistible strength, seized her chin, compelling her to lift her head and meet his soul-freezing gaze. I do not comprehend you, Rachel Vare. The voice of Voldemort, deep and hoarse, slithered against Rachel's ear like the cold tongue of a serpent, imbued with confusion, fury, and a profound sense of betrayal. I have indulged you, allowed your repeated treachery and deceit, feigning obedience to me. His fingers tightened slightly on her chin, as if to crush her fragile bones. Yet even now, you wish to kill me. Why? Rachel was forced to gaze upward at the visage before her, a serpent-like face embodying her darkest nightmares. Fear coiled around her heart like an icy vine, yet stronger than fear was a deep-seated hatred, the haunting images of Jo's tragic demise. The sight of Dumbledore plummeting from the tower, and the countless innocent lives extinguished in the shadows. Why? Rachel's voice trembled and fractured, yet bore the weight of a near blood-curdling accusation. Her cerulean eyes brimmed with tears, stubbornly refusing to fall. I hate you. For Joe's death, for Dumbledore's death. For the innocent lives you and your minions have slaughtered. The word hate seared into Voldemort's cold heart like a red-hot brand. It was the most loathsome sentiment he could imagine, especially when uttered by Rachel, the one person who had once truly belonged to him. She could lavish love upon that foolish Joe, extend compassion to the unrelated victims, and even express affection for that mudblood friend of hers, Harry Potter. Yet she reserved for him, the one who had wielded control over her fate, nothing but the most unadulterated hatred. He had granted her such indulgence, only to be met with venomous disdain, a wrathful fury that obliterated the last remnants of his reason. He leaned in closer, the chill of his nose almost brushing against her forehead, his crimson eyes swirling with a tempest of rage. He could feel her warm breath, the frantic beating of her heart driven by fear and anger, the heated blood coursing beneath her skin. This vibrant vitality, this proximity, was solely reserved for hatred. A peculiar thrill, mingled with a fierce possessiveness and sadistic desire, surged within him, growing rampant in his cold, hollow heart. Rachel sensed the malevolent thoughts radiating from him. No longer merely a desire to kill, but a far more terrifying urge to utterly crush and devour her. If you wish to torment me so, why not simply kill me? Voldemort offered no response. Instead, he seized her lips with an almost predatory fervor. The kiss bore no warmth, only a frigid violation and a punitive gnawing that reeked of iron and blood. His actions were brutal and aggressive, as if he sought to obliterate all her defiance and hatred between his teeth. I have told you, I will not kill you. He momentarily released her lips, his voice rasping like sandpaper, his scarlet pupils fixated on the humiliation reflected in her tears, a twisted sense of pleasure and control surging within him. But you are correct. I shall indeed torment you. His fingers grazed the bloodied mark on her cheek, a chilling touch that made her flinch. Seeing you suffer brings me great joy. The ensuing ordeal was a protracted and harrowing torment for Rachel, devoid of any warmth she might have remembered, stripped of even the faintest semblance of tenderness. Only the cold, serpentine caress of his body entwined with hers, and the unyielding grip of his dominion. The tearing pain, coupled with overwhelming humiliation, engulfed her whole being. She struggled like a moth ensnared in a web, expending her dwindling strength in vain. Her painful whimpers echoed in the cold, empty chamber, further igniting the perpetrator's morbid satisfaction. Voldemort reveled in this twisted ecstasy of control, listening to Rachel's cries of anguish, feeling her tremors and resistance. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to be transported back to those distant afternoons at Hogwarts, back when he was young and handsome, the pride of Slytherin, and she, the radiant heiress of the Weasley family, a couple admired by onlookers. He cared not for the grotesque visage he now bore, nor for the inhuman form wrought by dark magic. As long as he could possess her so completely, inflict pain upon her, and feel her true existence beneath his dominion, it was enough. This distorted possession was the only way he could prove he still held her. This one-sided, violent violation ultimately left Rachel with a profound agony and relentless humiliation. Time slipped away, the storm subsiding. The room was filled only with Rachel's muffled, intermittent sobs. She lay curled upon the disheveled, deep green silk sheets, her body trembling, skin marred with bruising fingerprints and tear stains, like a flower ravaged by a tempest. Voldemort sat at the edge of the bed, his back turned to her, his pale, tall silhouette resembling a cold statue under the moonlight. In his hand, he held a crystal goblet containing a viscous liquid that emanated a faint silvery glow, a potent calming potion. He did not wish for this girl, whose will he had thoroughly shattered, to engage in any foolish acts of self-harm afterward. That would ruin the fruits of his control. He turned around, his movements imbued with an undeniable authority, presenting the crystal goblet to her lips. Drink it. The command brooked no argument. Rachel closed her eyes, tears silently cascading down her cheeks. She lacked the strength to resist. In that moment, she would have preferred it were a cup of poison he offered. She obediently parted her lips, allowing the cold, strangely herbal and bitter liquid to slide down her throat. As it coursed through her, an odd numbness spread swiftly through her limbs, forcibly soothing her tumultuous emotions and the remnants of her pain. Watching her consume the potion, Voldemort reclined once more. He extended his icy arm, claiming her in a domineering embrace from behind, pulling the curled Rachel tightly into his hold. His frigid chest pressed against her warm back, greedily drawing in her warmth and the faint, soothing scent that belonged solely to her. Rachel's body stiffened like iron. She could feel every contour of the cold form behind her, the lack of human warmth, the hardness of his serpentine skin against her own. An overwhelming sense of humiliation washed over her like a tidal wave. She bit down on her already battered lip, mustering all her strength to stifle the sobs rising in her throat, while her scalding tears silently soaked the silk pillow beneath her. Are you in pain? Voldemort's hoarse voice broke the suffocating silence above her. It bore no discernible emotion, as if merely stating an observed fact. Rachel did not respond immediately. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for the calming potion to dull her senses, she finally spoke in a hollow voice as if from a distant place. Yes, I am in pain. Her voice was thick with nasal congestion and profound exhaustion. Do you still understand what pain means? Little girl, asking foolish questions again, Voldemort retorted coldly, yet unconsciously tightened his hold around her. He certainly understood. When she glared at him with those blue eyes brimming with hatred, when she had unhesitatingly raised her wand against him for Joe, when she proclaimed her disdain for him while generously dispensing love to the irrelevant sacrifices. He knew all too well what pain was. It was a chilling, dull ache, akin to a serpent's bite upon the heart, a profound emptiness, a feeling of utter denial and abandonment. However, he had long since become accustomed to transforming such agony into fuel for destruction, channeling it into an insatiable desire for control. Rachel's suffering manifested as visible tears, while his anguish lay buried beneath the serpentine exterior, a twisted conflagration of torment. Voldemort's frigid body temperature resembled that of cold jade, while Rachel, cradled in his arms, radiated an intense warmth that elicited both his disdain and obsession. This stark contrast evoked within him a peculiar, morbid satisfaction. He found the elder wand pressed against her ear, his hoarse voice dripping with a chilling triumph, proclaiming, the most powerful wand in the world. Soon, you shall witness how the entire magical realm of Europe succumbs to my might. This was his grand vision, a testament to his power, and an attempt to establish his supreme authority before her. He raised his hand, pale fingers lightly brushing the grotesque wound on Rachel's arm. A gentle, icy luminescence flickered, and the injury healed at an astonishing rate, leaving behind only a faint pink mark. Then, he lowered his head, his cold lips delicately kissing Rachel's bloodied, bitten mouth. The act bore a semblance of profane tenderness, provoking a tumult of revulsion and deeper fear within Rachel. She shut her eyes, forcing herself not to behold the loathsome serpent face that loomed so near. Physical pain could be mended, but the humiliation of her spirit and the trauma of her psyche would remain indelibly etched. She could not perish, could not crumble. The vengeance for Joe, Dumbledore's sacrifice, the blood of the innocents, and the struggle of Harry and his companions compelled her to survive. She must endure, carrying this indelible hatred and conviction, resolutely persevering. Under the influence of a potent calming draught, the immense mental strain and physical exhaustion finally overwhelmed her. Rachel's consciousness sank like a stone into the depths of the ocean, rapidly engulfed by a thick darkness. Her breathing became steady and prolonged as she slipped into a dreamless, death-like slumber. Yet, even in her sleep, her body instinctively curled slightly, her back pressed against the cold, inhuman form behind her, as if nestled against a block of ice. Voldemort held her tightly, his frigid serpentine arms serving as the most unyielding shackles, imprisoning her within a cage constructed of hatred and ice. Outside, the pallid moonlight continued to illuminate the sinister spire of Malfoy Manor, while the torrential rain and the effects of the calming potion allowed Rachel to dream a somewhat less terrifying dream. In this dream, she lay in Tom Riddle's embrace, a time when their love still flourished. Tom regaled her with a tale, one that still echoed through Europe. If one departs from their beloved due to their own folly, their world shall forever be shrouded in rain. Tom, if we were to part, would your world not be beset by storms every day? What nonsense you speak. We shall never part. You will not leave me. Voldemort listened to the rain and the girl's breathing, his heart tumultuous. Meanwhile, far away in Gringotts, deep within the heavily enchanted underground vault, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were laboriously following the goblin grip hook through the dim and winding tunnels. The air was thick with the scent of metal and dust. Hermione clutched tightly to the deathly hallows pendant Rachel had entrusted her, while Ron held his wand warily. And the flames of determination burned brightly in Harry's emerald eyes. Their struggle, their resistance, persisted in the depths of darkness, as Rachel's message flickered like a glimmer of light in the shadows, guiding them toward the next unknown battlefield. Chapter 41. The Final Battle at Hogwarts, 1. Voldemort's pale fingers clenched mercilessly around the throat of the Gringotts goblin, as the Hufflepuff cup vanished from Bellatrix's vault. Harry Potter, the boy he regarded as an insignificant ant, had not only located his Horcruxes, but was systematically destroying them. Potter, a bestial shriek erupted from his throat, laden with the fury of utter humiliation and the terror of a foundation shaken. He abruptly shut his eyes, attempting to untangle his thoughts amidst the seething wrath. The diary had been destroyed, the ring shattered, the locket obliterated, the cup stolen. What of the diadem and Nagini? Their whereabouts, their safety? In that instant, a faint connection, like static interference, quivered at the edge of his chaotic thoughts. A name, a location, surfaced amidst his anxiety for the Horcrux's safety. As if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, rippling clearly outward, Hogwarts. 1,000 miles away, Harry Potter, struggling through the shrieking shack passage in Hogsmeade, suddenly halted, as though struck by an invisible current. He clutched his lightning scar in agony, but the sensation was no longer one of burning, but rather a vivid image imbued with overwhelming possessiveness and obsession, in a shadowy corner of Ravenclaw Tower. A diadem gleaming with a pearl-like luster and adorned with sapphires lay undisturbed in the depths of a dust-laden old cabinet. Immediately followed was Voldemort's furious thought, coiling around his mind like a venomous serpent. Hogwarts, my diadem must be secured. Hogwarts. Harry gasped, his emerald eyes igniting in the dark like a hawk seizing its prey. There is still one left, the diadem. Ravenclaw's diadem. Ron and Hermione stared at him in astonishment, then grasped the source of this revelation. Fear and hope intertwined in their gazes. Voldemort's oversight was their only remaining chance. In the chilling main hall of Malfoy Manor, Voldemort abruptly opened his crimson eyes. A flicker of bewilderment crossing his serpentine face for the first time. Had he been too outwardly expressive in his rage? He forced himself to quell this momentary doubt. The stolen Horcruxes gnawed at the pride of his meticulous planning. No more time to waste. Gather everyone. Voldemort's raspy voice echoed like the shattering of ice, reverberating through the silent hall, laden with an inexorable will of destruction. Death Eaters, search parties, werewolves, giants, dementors, all forces loyal to me. Target, Hogwarts. Outside Hogwarts Castle, Voldemort turned, his crimson gaze settling upon Rachel Veal, who stood beside him like a pale specter. The invisible tracking mark on her wrist flickered slightly, akin to an unseen chain. Voldemort extended his hand, his icy fingers gripping Rachel's wrist with an irresistible force, squeezing so tightly it almost crushed her bones. He yanked her forward, the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle emerging from the night. Look, Rachel, his hoarse voice whispered against her ear, his cold breath brushing her skin, carrying an almost fervent proclamation. This decaying fortress, the breeding ground of Dumbledore's hypocrisy and countless incompetence, its end is nigh. Today, we shall witness its downfall together. His grip tightened, pain radiating from her wrist as he commanded, watch it crumble to dust before true power. Rachel was compelled to gaze upon the castle, once filled with cherished memories. The night was torn asunder by countless malevolent green lights, the glow of the killing curse. The sounds of crashing, explosions, and piercing screams, accompanied by the chilling presence of dementors, surged toward her like a tidal wave. The castle's towers blazed, the flames illuminating half the sky. She beheld the Thestral Knights battling the massive dementors in the air. Saw Hagrid's hut, where giants wielded tree-trunk-like weapons, colliding violently with the castle's protective enchantments. Witnessed students in their pajamas being shielded by teachers and members of the Order of the Phoenix, the light from their wands flickering wildly in the corridors. And observed familiar professors, McGonagall, Flitwick, Sprout, wearing unprecedented gravitas and resolution, commanding statues and armor to engage in battle. The once tranquil and harmonious Hogwarts had now descended into a veritable hell. The heart thudded violently within the confines of her chest, each beat accompanied by a sharp pang of pain. The silhouettes illuminated by the flickering flames, the desperate cries, the valiant resistance of professors and even first-year students. They were not mere insects. They were vibrant lives, cherished by her once and still impossible to forsake. The voice of Jovel calling her in his final moments, the blood gushing from her chest, the deep, bone-revealing wound on Hermione's arm. All the beauty and life shattered by Voldemort and his minions converged into a deluge that burst through the dam. Voldemort was intently scrutinizing the battlefield, his crimson serpent-like eyes glinting with calculation and control, as if assessing the situation or reveling in the morbid delight of destruction. In his other hand, he gripped the rebellious Elder Wand, snatched from Dumbledore's grave, still not fully subdued. Time was fleeting. Rachel's gaze fell upon a Death Eater beside her, his waist adorned with an ornate silver dagger, evidently stained with blood. Without a moment's hesitation, without contemplating the consequences, her survival instinct and yearning to protect surged forth, overpowering all else. Rachel suddenly broke free from Voldemort's iron grip. The unexpected force momentarily startled even him, who was engrossed in the chaos of battle. In a flash, she lunged at the Death Eater, and under his horrified gaze, she drew forth the dagger from his waist. The cold blade gleamed with a resolute glint in the firelight. Rachel, Draco Malfoy, standing not far away, witnessed this heart-stopping moment and emitted a short, terrified gasp. Gritting her teeth, Rachel's eyes sharpened like the edge of a blade, and she aimed it at the invisible yet serpentine tracking curse that coiled around her left wrist, slicing down with brutal force. Agony surged through her body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining her sleeves and the cold floor beneath her. The invisible tracking mark seemed to emit a silent scream before disintegrating like a severed rope, dissipating as her bindings were finally released. "What are you doing?" Draco's face turned as pale as parchment, horrified by Rachel's frantic actions. She paid no heed to her blood-soaked wrist. The pain rendered her mind unusually alert. Discarding the bloody dagger, she summoned every ounce of willpower within her to perform apparition. A violent sensation of spatial compression accompanied the dizziness from blood loss. And in the next moment, the world spun wildly as she collapsed into a familiar corridor of Hogwarts, now suffused with smoke and dust. The cold, rough stone floor collided with her body, and the pressure on her wounded wrist sent a jolt of searing pain coursing through her. Blood rapidly pooling beneath her in a glaring crimson stain. She had succeeded. She had escaped the clutches of that demon. "Rachel!" Voldemort's roar echoed like the wail of a wounded beast, akin to the eruption of hellish lava, drowning out all the tumult on the battlefield. He pivoted sharply, his scarlet pupils locking onto the spot where Rachel had vanished, and the pool of warm, glaring blood. That blood mocked him, a vile taunt against his supposed dominion, ridiculing his self-declared invulnerable chains. Fury surged around him like tangible black flames, his voluminous black cloak moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. Instinctively, he yearned to pursue her, to drag her back with the most brutal methods and make her pay 1,000-fold for this betrayal. Yet, the unruly Elder Wand in his grasp pulsed with a fierce backlash of magic, a stark reminder of his current predicament. He could not leave. The barriers of Hogwarts had not yet been fully breached, Dumbledore's remnants remained to be cleared, and the wand's power had not yet completely submitted. For the sake of greater interests, for immortality and dominion, he had to stay. His intense rage clashed violently with the icy rationality within his distorted mind. He raised his hand sharply, an invisible force like iron claws yanked the stunned Draco Malfoy from the crowd, hurling him before him. Draco fell to the ground, his gray-blue eyes brimming with sheer terror. "Listen, Draco." Voldemort loomed over him, his voice hoarse and serpentine, each word laced with a chilling essence that could freeze the soul. "Find her, find Rachel Weir." His crimson gaze swept over the equally pale Lucius and Narcissa, the threat in his eyes as sharp as a blade, ensuring she returned alive. Otherwise, he did not finish the thought, but the unspoken menace was more despairing than any Cruciatus curse. "And eliminate that Harry Potter." The final command pierced Draco's heart like an ice pick. To eliminate Harry Potter? He trembled, nearly breathless. Voldemort no longer regarded him, his scarlet gaze returning to the blazing Hogwarts, as if Rachel's escape were a mere footnote, overshadowed by grander ambitions. Yet for Draco, the last glance Voldemort cast toward his parents was enough to obliterate any remaining flicker of hope. Draco struggled to rise, unwilling to meet his parents' eyes again. And amidst the gloating or cold gazes of Bellatrix and others, he summoned all his strength to apparate. He had to find Rachel. He must. Inside the castle, it was a labyrinth filled with echoes of battle, the explosions of spells, and the groans of the wounded. Draco, disheveled and dusty, raced through the smoke-laden corridors, his heart pounding relentlessly. He encountered Goyle and Crabbe, equally frantic and flailing about like headless flies. "Draco, what do we do?" Crabbe panted, his face a mask of bewildered fear. "Find Rachel Weir." Draco gasped, his voice rising in pitch from anxiety. "And Harry Potter." That command to eliminate him lodged in his throat like a fishbone, impossible to articulate. He only needed to find them. They must be found. On the other side of the castle, around a relatively secluded corner of a corridor, Rachel leaned against the cold stone wall, gasping violently. The dizziness from blood loss assailed her in waves, her vision dimming. She tore a ragged edge from her robe, attempting to bind her wrist where the deep, bone-exposing wound continued to bleed profusely, but the excruciating pain made her fingers tremble uncontrollably, and blood quickly soaked the makeshift bandage. "Rachel?" A voice, ethereal and tinged with surprise, broke through. Rachel looked up sharply to see Luna Lovegood. Her silvery gray hair was slightly disheveled, her carrot earrings askew, yet her large eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating fog, exuded an odd tranquility. She had evidently just emerged from some fierce battle. "Luna," Rachel's voice was weak and hoarse. Luna's gaze immediately fell upon Rachel's bleeding wrist. "Oh dear, you're bleeding." Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly drew her wand. Vulnerus and enter. A gentle, pearly glow enveloped Rachel's grotesque wound. The intense pain diminished significantly. Though the injury remained grotesque, the bleeding noticeably slowed. Anapneo, Luna followed up with another flick of her wand. A cool sensation spread along the wound, reviving Rachel's nearly spent body with a hint of strength. "Thank you, Luna," Rachel said gratefully, her eyes reflecting her appreciation. "Don't mention it." Luna tilted her head, her carrot earrings swaying gently. Harry and the others are searching for Ravenclaw's diadem. It's exquisite, made of mother-of-pearl and sapphires, like moonlight. No one alive has seen it. But Ms. Gray says it's still hidden in the school, in a place that only its rightful owner can discover. Luna's words struck Rachel like a key, unlocking a long-sealed door deep within her memory. In the shadowy recesses of the Slytherin common room, the now prefect Tom Riddle leaned in closer, his voice lowered. As he seduced Rachel with an enticing whisper, "My dear, we have ventured there countless times. Do you not recall how to find that clandestine place? Be astute. You know how to enter a realm that perfectly fulfills your desires, a place that does not exist. Remember, the corridor on the 8th floor. Opposite the tapestry depicting the troll striking the daft Barnabas." He paused meaningfully, the room of requirement. Rachel exclaimed breathlessly, her eyes igniting with a brilliant gleam. Yes. On the 8th floor, opposite the troll tapestry, the crown is there. Tom's once secret of pride and persuasion now served as a beacon guiding her toward her ultimate goal. "Oh." Luna murmured softly, seemingly unfazed. "Good luck, Rachel." Her silver-gray eyes were filled with concern as they scrutinized Rachel's pale, bloodless face and her lingering weakness. Beware of the acromantulas. They seem particularly sensitive to the scent of blood. With that, she turned, light on her feet, disappearing into another smoke-laden corridor like a vigilant fawn. Rachel inhaled deeply, suppressing the dizziness and the dull ache in her wrist, wrapping the hem of her robe tightly around her hastily bandaged wound to staunch the bleeding. Without a wand, she felt as if she were navigating through a pack of wolves, entirely unarmed. She had to evade the Death Eater patrols, steer clear of the chilling tendrils of dementors, dodge the heavy footsteps of giants, and escape the bloodthirsty howls of werewolves. Pressing against the frigid walls, she utilized statues, overturned suits of armor, and the burning debris for cover, drawing upon her familiarity with the castle's layout and her unwavering determination to reach her destination. Each hurried breath tugged at her wound, and each heartbeat reminded her of the urgency of time. When Rachel finally pushed open the nondescript wooden door to the room of requirement, a gust of stale air filled with dust, charred scents, and the mustiness of forgotten objects rushed to greet her. Before her lay a labyrinth of piled debris, dilapidated cauldrons, broken furniture, rusty armor, and faded tapestries, resembling a long-forgotten junkyard. At the heart of the maze, she spotted 3 figures frantically rummaging through the clutter, their faces smeared with dirt. Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "Rachel," they exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing through the vast expanse of the cluttered room. Hermione was the first to rush forward, her brown eyes brimming with disbelief and concern. "Merlin, your hand. What happened to you?" Rachel's blood-soaked wrist, hastily bandaged with rags, rendered Hermione momentarily pale. "I'm fine." Rachel interrupted urgently, her gaze darting across the chaos. "Have you found the Horcrux?" "We found one," Ron interjected excitedly, his face still marked with the grime of battle. "In Bellatrix's vault. It nearly cost us our lives, but Hermione destroyed it with a basilisk fawn." Just then, Harry, who had been intently focused, suddenly lifted his head, his emerald eyes shining with brilliance as they fixated on a nondescript, dust-laden old cabinet at the summit of the debris mountain. "The crown. It's there." Harry's voice trembled with excitement as he pointed in that direction. Amidst the scattered remnants of copper and discarded cauldrons lay a delicate crown, glimmering with a pearlescent sheen, adorned with deep blue sapphires, quietly resting there like moonlight obscured by dust. The glimmer of hope instantly illuminated the faces of the 4. Suddenly, someone shattered this moment of joy. "Petrificus totalis. Expelliarmus." A barrage of blinding spells, accompanied by a familiar, terrified, and fierce roar, surged from the entrance. Harry and Ron reacted swiftly, rolling away just in time as the spells struck the pile of debris behind them, sending clouds of dust into the air. Draco Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle appeared at the doorway. Draco's face was pale, his hand trembling violently around his wand, while Crabbe and Goyle wore sinister expressions, their wands aimed directly at Harry and the others. Crabbe's rotund face was filled with murderous intent. "Rachel, come here, return with me," Draco shouted at Rachel, his voice laced with fear and desperation. Rachel stood firm in front of Harry and the others, her azure eyes locking onto Draco's terrified gray-blue ones as she resolutely shook her head. "No, Draco, I cannot go back. This is Hogwarts, our home. We should stand together and defend it, not follow him in the destruction of everything." "Defend?" Crabbe scoffed with a harsh laugh, his wand still aimed at Harry. "Just the 4 of you? We will take down Potter." His eyes gleamed with foolish, fervent zeal. Draco squeezed his eyes shut in anguish, trembling more violently. "My parents are still in his grasp. Rachel, do you understand? He will kill them." Tears finally slipped from the corners of his tightly shut eyes. In that moment of tension, Crabbe, blinded by rage and ignorance, made a catastrophic decision. He cared not for the crown. He merely wished to kill Harry Potter and gain favor with Voldemort. "You're dead, Potter," Crabbe roared, his face twisted in madness as he swung his wand, unleashing a spell not uttered in any known incantation, but rather an uncontrollable dark power he had illicitly learned. Fiendfire. Boom. A colossal serpent of flame, born from pure destructive intent, erupted from the tip of Crabbe's wand. It was composed entirely of rolling, golden-red flames, radiating a heat and malice that could shatter souls. As the fire serpent surged forth, the air crackled with burning sounds, and the towering piles of debris ignited like fragile parchment, consumed in an instant and reduced to ashes. Within the flames, twisted forms of malevolent dragons, venomous serpents, and fire lizards could be discerned, roaring in fury. "No, fool, stop it," Draco screamed in despair, recognizing this legendary dark magic, realizing it was beyond their control. But it was too late. The fiend fire raged forth, an unstoppable force of annihilation, rapidly spreading. The entire room of requirement was instantly transformed into a hellish inferno. The extreme heat warped the air, thick smoke billowed, and countless ignited objects crackled and popped as the flames ravenously licked the walls and ceilings. "The crown," Harry gasped, choking on smoke and heat, casting a frantic glance at the pile of debris teetering on the brink of being engulfed by flames. "Brooms. There are brooms over there," Ron shouted, spotting several discarded, unlit old brooms in the midst of the chaos. Survival instincts overwhelmed all else. The four launched themselves toward the brooms like arrows released from a bow. Harry, quick as lightning, seized the nearest broom, a shooting star, while his other hand gripped Draco Malfoy's arm, who was nearly choking from fear and smoke. "Hold on tight," Harry yelled. On the other side, Ron grabbed a comet, roughly pulling the stunned Goyle along with him. Hermione snatched another broom, while Rachel, enduring excruciating pain, clung tightly to Hermione's waist with her uninjured hand. "Up, up," Harry shouted, thrusting his feet against the ground. The three old brooms, just moments before the flames could consume them, soared through the air like arrows, narrowly escaping the grasp of the swirling flames and thick smoke, bursting through a window ablaze with fire. Behind them, the entire room of requirement was utterly engulfed by the roaring golden-red flames, the Ravenclaw crown, along with a millennium of accumulated debris, reduced to mere ashes. The cold night wind swiftly blew away the heat and smoke. Several figures hovered in the night sky outside the castle, panting heavily, their hearts racing as they gazed down at the tower ablaze like a colossal torch. "Draco." Rachel released her embrace around Hermione and soared toward Harry and Draco. Her blood-stained hands clasped Draco's cold, trembling ones tightly, her cerulean eyes locking onto his terrified gray-blue gaze. Her voice rang out clear and resolute, slicing through the night wind. "Listen, do what is right. Go find your parents, protect them, or stay and defend this school with us. Do not cower before him any longer. The choice is yours to make." Draco stared blankly at Rachel's unwavering eyes, noting the blood seeping through the bandage on her wrist, then glancing down at the castle engulfed in flames and chaos, finally resting his gaze on Harry's emerald eyes, which held no blame, only a whirlwind of emotions. His father's cowardly fear, his mother's silent worry, Voldemort's chilling threats, and Rachel's trust and call in this moment clashed fiercely within him. A silence stretched for seconds, which felt like a century. At last, the fear in Draco's eyes receded like a receding tide, replaced by a resolute determination glistening with unshed tears. He nodded heavily, his voice choked yet unmistakably clear. "Take care, Rachel." He maneuvered his broom, flying away toward the battlefield at the castle's edge where Death Eaters congregated, his figure swiftly vanishing into the chaotic night. He chose not to return to Voldemort's side. He chose to uphold the justice within his heart, to defend his school. Rachel gazed in the direction of his departure, and through his receding silhouette, she seemed to see once more the whimsical, fun-loving boy with light blonde hair, Abraxas Malfoy, from 50 years prior. She bestowed upon Draco a silent blessing. "We must go." Harry's voice interrupted her thoughts, imbued with an undeniable urgency. "Nagini, Voldemort's serpent. It is also a Horcrux. It must be destroyed." Through their brief yet clear mental connection, he had once again pinpointed Voldemort's location at the Shrieking Shack. The four descended at the outskirts of Hogsmeade, utilizing the cloak of invisibility as they glided like phantoms through the desolate streets, slipping into the secret passage leading to the Shrieking Shack. A cold, damp atmosphere enveloped them, mingled with the scent of earth and something fetid. They approached the door of the dilapidated room silently. A flickering, ominous green light seeped through the cracks. Through the gap, they beheld a scene that made their blood run cold. Professor Severus Snape lay sprawled on the ground, a large pool of dark crimson blood beneath him. His eyes, usually filled with sarcasm and indifference, now stared vacantly at the ceiling, the light of life swiftly ebbing away. Voldemort stood with his back to the door, his towering figure resembling that of a reaper in the dim light. Meanwhile, the robust serpent Nagini was ensnared within a transparent sphere of sickly green magic, hovering beside Voldemort, emitting a menacing hiss. Only by utterly vanquishing the former master could one truly command the allegiance of the Elder Wand. Voldemort's hoarse voice dripped with a cruel satisfaction as he spoke. Severus, you should be grateful for your contribution. He slowly turned around, his pale, twisted snake-like visage devoid of expression, save for his blood-red snake eyes, which pierced through the door, locking onto Rachel's position outside. Nagini suddenly raised her grotesque triangular head within the sphere, her forked tongue flickering rapidly, producing an even more frantic and excited hiss. Voldemort's voice slithered through the air like an icy serpent, entwining itself around the atmosphere outside the door. I believe he has caught your scent, Rachel. In an instant, Rachel's heart plummeted. Her body stiffened. You all hide quickly. Get under the cloak. Don't mind me. Rachel forcefully shoved Harry, Ron, and Hermione into the nearby shadows. Her voice low yet resolute, a swift command. Her gaze was unnaturally calm, devoid of fear, only a premeditated resolve to confront her end. Before she could react, the old door of the Shrieking Shack was yanked open by an unseen force. Voldemort's figure appeared at the entrance, his crimson pupils locking onto Rachel, who stood alone in the shadows outside. His towering presence completely overshadowed her, an icy breath descending like the chill of winter. Have you lost your way again, little girl? Voldemort's voice was hoarse and frigid, laced with a chilling mockery akin to a cat playing with its prey. He extended his hand, pale fingers like bone grasping Rachel's bloodied collar, effortlessly lifting her as one would a disobedient kitten, pulling her out of the Shrieking Shack. Ugh! Rachel was roughly thrown onto the cold ground. The wound on her wrist jolted anew, pain surging through her, causing a muffled groan to escape her lips. Cold sweat beating on her forehead. Voldemort's scarlet gaze remained fixated upon Rachel, a blend of cold control and a flicker of betrayed wrath. He bent down, seizing her collar once more, dragging her outward. Come with me. Let me show you what your foolish defiance has wrought. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Voldemort had erected a makeshift camp. The massive bonfire crackled, illuminating the faces of the surrounding Death Eaters, some frenzied, some weary, some terrified. Bellatrix, like a hyena scenting blood, was the first to rush forward, her face still marked with previous wounds, now contorted with excitement and malice. The master has caught her. Bellatrix shrieked, her wand aimed directly at Rachel, her eyes sparking with manic delight. We shall brand her. Let us give her the dark mark now. Let her forever remember the price of betrayal, and let us see where she can still run. She howled, as if envisioning Rachel writhing in agony beneath the Cruciatus curse. Silence, Bella. Voldemort's voice was low, yet carried an oppressive weight that instantly choked her words in her throat. His crimson snake eyes swept over the camp, finally landing on Rachel. We have more pressing matters to attend to. He approached Rachel, looking down at her pale face, drained from blood and pain. Yet her blue eyes still burned with unwavering defiance. Soon, Voldemort's voice took on a tone of almost gleeful cruelty. Each word enunciated clearly for Rachel and every Death Eater present. You will bear witness to how your perceived savior is crushed like a mere insignificant insect beneath my heel. The corners of his pale mouth twisted into a cold smile. Rachel Weir, the game Dumbledore, so carefully orchestrated, has long since unraveled. You and Potter are merely two pawns on a board, soon to be swept away. Narcissa Malfoy stood at the edge of the crowd, her face as pale as parchment, her gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Voldemort and Rachel on the ground. Her lips moved slightly, as if inquiring about Draco's whereabouts, yet upon encountering Voldemort's icy profile, she dared not voice her concern. Rachel struggled to sit up, her spine straightening defiantly, even in her disheveled state, even against overwhelming odds. Her gaze met Voldemort's burning red pupils with the clarity of forged steel, bright and resolute. Blood oozed from beneath the bandage on her wrist, dripping onto the cold earth. You will not win. Her voice, though soft and slightly hoarse, resonated with an unyielding conviction akin to granite. She believed in the trust bestowed upon her by Jorvel before his demise. She believed in the hidden wisdom behind Dumbledore's seemingly scattered chessboard. And she believed in the strength derived from love and sacrifice that resided within Harry Potter. Voldemort's serpent-like face contorted in response to her scornful prophecy, a flicker of offended rage flashing in his crimson gaze. He suddenly leaned down, his icy fingers gripping Rachel's chin like a vice, forcing her to meet his hellfire gaze. Is that so? Voldemort's voice echoed like a chilling wind rising from the abyss, each word steeped in the utmost coldness and an unwavering confidence of total dominion. Thus, widen your eyes and behold as he abruptly straightens, his gaze piercing the unfathomable darkness of the Forbidden Forest like a sharpened sword. Soon, he will obediently stride into that realm. The whispers of the wind in the forbidden forest moan, akin to the murmurs of countless lost souls, responding to his cold and resolute decree. Chapter 42, The Final Battle of Hogwarts, 2. Voldemort's frigid voice, like a plague, swiftly permeated the entirety of the Hogwarts battlefield, ringing clearly in the ears of every survivor. Listen well, resistors of Hogwarts. His voice carried a nauseating, patronizing mercy, each wizard's life precious, urging against futile sacrifices that would squander your insignificant existence. I shall grant you a merciful ceasefire for 1 hour. An eerie silence enveloped the castle's crumbling remnants. Students gasping against shattered stone pillars and members of the Order of the Phoenix, supporting the wounded, raised their heads in astonishment towards the direction of the voice, where the edge of the forbidden forest lay illuminated by the giant bonfire, emanating an ominous aura. Taking advantage of this moment, Voldemort's voice continued to reverberate, coiling around each heart like a cold viper. Tend to your wounded, collect your dead. Let your savior, Harry Potter, he deliberately emphasized the name, laden with mockery, come into the forbidden forest to seek me. He paused, allowing the lethal threat to descend like a boulder. Otherwise, in 1 hour, I shall command the slaughter of every remaining soul in this school, leaving none alive. Students clutched their companions tightly, friends, comrades forged in the fires of battle, their faces etched with terror. The sounds of weeping and suppressed sobs echoed through the ruins. Professor McGonagall's countenance was ashen, her lips pressed into a pale line. Beneath a relatively intact archway of the castle, Harry removed his invisibility cloak, his face as pale as parchment, yet his emerald eyes burned with a serene light akin to that of a martyr. He gazed at Ron and Hermione, who were tear-streaked and clinging desperately to his arm. I must go. Harry's voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. He looked at his two dear friends, his expression complex and profound. A part of his soul resides within me. Ron shook his head vigorously, his red hair disheveled, his voice choked with emotion. No, Harry, you cannot walk to your death. There must be another way. Hermione's brown eyes brimmed with tears as she bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. Harry extended his hand, embracing them tightly in a brief yet poignant farewell. Trust me, he whispered, then resolutely turned, walking alone into the dark and foreboding depths of the forbidden forest. Akin to a lamb approaching the slaughter, as Ron and Hermione's heart-wrenching cries echoed behind him. The dense trees obscured the starlight, the only sound being the faint crunch of the decaying leaf litter beneath his feet. Fear entwined around Harry's heart like an icy vine. Yet he compelled himself to move forward. Trembling, he withdrew the golden snitch left to him by Dumbledore, the cold metal grounding him momentarily. I open at the close. Harry inhaled deeply, pressing the snitch to his lips, bestowing a kiss upon it. With a quiet click, the snitch's golden shell unfurled like a blooming petal, revealing a humble, worn black stone, the resurrection stone, lying within. Harry's heart raced as he gingerly lifted the cold stone, following an instinctive urge to cradle it in his palm and reverently turn it 3 times. The surrounding air seemed to shift instantaneously, not brighter, but imbued with a warm, intangible veil. The oppressive darkness of the forbidden forest was pierced by a gentle radiance. Before him, four translucent figures, exuding a pearlescent glow, materialized slowly, as if coalescing from the deepest yearnings of the heart. Mom, Dad. Harry's lips trembled, his voice barely audible. Serious? Professor Lupin? Lily's voice caressed him like a soft breeze. Imbued with a comforting power, we have always been here, right within your heart. You have done well, my son. James's voice resonated with strength, proud and brave. I am so proud of you, my sharp-tongued boy. Sirius's smile was as bright as ever, dispelling the surrounding chill, embodying a true Potter. Death is but another grand adventure. Harry. Lupin's voice was gentle and wise. Your parents, Sirius, and I, we are all immensely proud of you. You are not alone, you never shall be. There were no excessive words, only the boundless love and support reflected in their gazes, akin to a warm spring that washed away Harry's fears, loneliness, and burdens. Their mere presence was the most profound solace and courage. Tears silently cascaded down Harry's cheeks, yet he felt an unprecedented tranquility and strength. He was no longer alone in confronting the darkness. He solemnly and carefully placed the resurrection stone beside the roots of an ancient beech tree, not casting it another glance. He no longer needed it. That love was eternally imprinted deep within his soul, straightening his back like a true warrior. He strode with conviction towards the illuminated clearing in the depths of the forbidden forest, where Voldemort awaited. As Harry's figure emerged at the edge of the flickering bonfire circle, the Death Eaters erupted in a cacophony of mockery, awe, and bloodlust. Voldemort's pale, serpentine visage contorted into an expression of utter satisfaction, a malevolent grin spreading across his features. He tilted his head slightly, his cold breath nearly brushing against Rachel's ear, who sat submissively at his feet, his hoarse voice dripping with nauseating pride. I told you, Rachel. His voice slithered like a serpent across smooth stone. He will willingly walk into this forest, like a lamb to the slaughter. Rachel was compelled to lift her gaze. Observing Harry's figure, seemingly frail yet resolute against the firelight, her heart torn asunder. The wound on her wrist throbbed under Voldemort's oppressive power. Yet the fire in her eyes remained unextinguished. She met Voldemort's crimson gaze, her voice dripping with scorn and derision. Threatening the lives of the entire school for a child who hasn't even graduated? Voldemort. She deliberately emphasized the name he despised. You truly are magnificent. Voldemort's serpentine facial muscles twitched imperceptibly, yet he disregarded Rachel's mockery, treating her as nothing more than a bothersome insect. He turned his full attention to Harry, his scarlet pupils resembling focused searchlights, brimming with mockery and a desire for destruction. Behold! Voldemort's voice rose sharply, resonating throughout the camp with a tone of judgment. Is this the savior you have placed your hopes upon? The boy who lived? He spread his arms wide, as if showcasing a peculiar trophy. Now, he stands before you, like livestock awaiting slaughter. The Death Eaters erupted into a more piercing, savage laughter. Bellatrix cackled uncontrollably, her voice sharp as an owl's screech. Rachel felt a cold rage igniting within her chest, nearly incinerating her reason. Voldemort slowly raised the ancient wand belonging to Dumbledore. Its tip aimed at the still figure of Harry Potter, who stood calmly in the center of the clearing, his emerald eyes unperturbed. No further words were exchanged. No semblance of duel etiquette. Avada Kedavra, a blindingly vivid green beam of light, akin to the scythe of death itself, cleaved through the flickering shadows cast by the campfire, unerringly piercing Harry Potter's chest. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The emerald light instantaneously engulfed the frail figure. Harry's body fell back as if severed from its strings, crashing heavily onto the cold, damp earth, devoid of any further motion. Harry! Rachel's scream was a heart-wrenching wail that shattered the oppressive silence of the forbidden forest. Her eyes, once vibrant blue, now brimmed with an abyss of despair and disbelief. She struggled, yearning to rush forward, but Voldemort's intangible force held her firmly in place, rendering her a mere spectator to the lifeless form before her. Voldemort emitted a low, satisfied chuckle. So this is the boy who lived? He seemed to inquire of Rachel, or perhaps of everyone, his voice laced with the mockery of a victor. It appeared that his streak of fortune had finally run dry. Trembling uncontrollably, Rachel's tears cascaded like a torrential flood, mingling with the dirt and blood upon her face. As she beheld Voldemort's triumphant expression, surrounded by the twisted laughter of the Death Eaters, the weight of immense sorrow threatened to tear her apart. Yet, she summoned the last vestiges of her strength to raise her tear-streaked face, her voice shattering under the weight of profound anguish. Yet imbued with a transcendent resolve, his sacrifice protected everyone within Hogwarts. Her gaze was fixed upon Voldemort's blood-red serpent-like eyes, reminiscent of the selfless act by his mother to safeguard him. You will never comprehend. Voldemort's smile faltered momentarily, replaced swiftly by a deeper malice. His crimson pupils narrowed dangerously, his voice chillingly cold. Are you not yet disheartened, Rachel Weir? Your pitiful defiance will not endure much longer. He had lost interest in tormenting her and lazily gestured towards Narcissa Malfoy. Narcissa, do check. Confirm whether our savior is truly deceased. Narcissa Malfoy trembled visibly, her gray-blue eyes brimming with an inexplicable tumult of emotions, fear, confusion, and the searing anxiety for her son Draco's safety. She cared little for Harry Potter's fate or Voldemort's triumph. Her singular concern was for her child's well-being. Under Voldemort's frigid gaze and the expectant scrutiny of the Death Eaters around her, Narcissa trudged forward with heavy steps toward Harry's lifeless body, as if walking to the gallows. Kneeling upon the cold earth, her trembling fingers reached for Harry's neck. As each second passed, it felt like a century. Rachel's heart raced to her throat, despairing as she watched Narcissa's back. Finally, Narcissa slowly raised her head, her face unnaturally pale, lips quivering. She looked towards Voldemort, her voice imbued with an eerie calm that resonated clearly with all present. He is dead. These three simple words struck Rachel's heart like the tolling of the final bell. No, Rachel could no longer bear the weight of her grief. Her body crumpled to the ground, collapsing upon the frigid earth, releasing a heart-wrenching cry akin to that of a wounded beast. Filled with accusations against the world and the utter helplessness of extinguished hope, the cruel laughter of the Death Eaters echoed around her like a sinister melody, amplifying her torment. Voldemort wore the perfect smile of a victor. He approached the weeping Rachel, extending his hand, his pale, cold fingers caressing her head in a manner reminiscent of a sinister patron soothing a once rebellious pet now tamed. His actions exuded a condescending, lofty pity. How could Harry Potter be dead? Rachel murmured through her tears, the overwhelming sorrow and despair threatening to engulf her. Was it truly the end? Would the magical world fall into the hands of these malevolent beings? The world around her faded into a monochrome existence, consumed by an abyss of darkness. Evidently relishing Rachel's collapse, Voldemort raised the Elder Wand once more, directing it at Harry's body on the ground, unleashing a series of blinding red curses that pierced the very soul. Crucio. He reveled in the torment of the lifeless form. Each flicker of the curse's light felt like a dagger plunged into Rachel's heart. She shut her eyes in agony, her body trembling violently from the depths of fury and sorrow. Enough. Voldemort finally ceased this meaningless humiliation, satisfaction lacing his voice. He gripped the incapacitated Rachel roughly, his cold fingers clamping onto her arm like iron shackles, forcing her upright. Now, Rachel Weir, his serpent-like eyes bore into her dazed face, his tone chillingly final. Let us return to the castle and proclaim our victory. He dragged her along like a lifeless trophy, leading her out of the forbidden forest. Rachel Weir, you have bet on the wrong horse. The Death Eaters swarmed around them. Bellatrix screeched an order for Hagrid to approach. The massive half-giant was brought forth, his bell-like eyes brimming with tears, and upon seeing Harry's body, he emitted a mournful bellow akin to a wounded beast. Trembling, he carefully cradled Harry's form, treating it as though it were a fragile treasure. Tears cascaded from his thick beard like pearls from a broken string. Rachel gazed at Harry in Hagrid's embrace, observing his closed eyes and ashen face, her tears once more blurring her vision, her heart turning to ash. As Voldemort, flanked by his victorious Death Eaters, marched forth with Hagrid cradling Harry's lifeless body, Rachel was dragged along like a soulless husk, arriving at the ruins of Hogwarts Castle. The surviving Resistance members were like ice statues, frozen in disbelief. Harry Potter is dead. Voldemort's voice boomed like a tolling bell, echoing with jubilant proclamation of a new era, reverberating endlessly across the smoke-filled square. Harry Potter is dead. He is dead. He cackled grotesquely, reveling in the momentary shock of disbelief that morphed into an endless sea of despair and sorrow on every face below. Professor McGonagall stifled a sob, covering her mouth. Ron and Hermione clung tightly to one another amidst the crowd, tears streaming down their faces, their bodies trembling like leaves in a tempest. Ginny wept openly, while George held her tightly, his face drained of all color. Despair spread like a plague. Now, Voldemort spread his arms wide, his voice dripping with a patronizing benevolence that chilled more than any threat. Those willing to accept reality, step forward. Stand with me. His serpent-like gaze swept over the anguished faces below. I shall forgive your initial foolish resistance, your defiance against us. This is your final opportunity. Choose survival or be reduced to ashes alongside this decaying castle. Silence enveloped the crowd. Only the muffled sobs and the heavy breaths of anger could be heard. Within the shadows of the Gryffindor Tower's ruins, Neville Longbottom crouched on the ground, his face smeared with dirt and tears, yet his gaze was resolute. His trembling fingers inadvertently brushed against something on the ground, a tattered sorting hat. Instinctively, he picked it up, his fingers probing its lining when suddenly, he encountered a hard, cold object with a familiar contour. His heart raced as a nearly forgotten thought, flickering on the edge of despair, surged into clarity. He shot up, gazing at the triumphant Voldemort, at Hagrid cradling Harry's body, and at the myriad faces filled with desolation surrounding him. A surge of unprecedented courage, mingled with mourning for the deceased and a profound sense of duty towards the living, erupted within his slight frame like a volcano. Lucius and Narcissa anxiously scanned the ranks of Death Eaters. At last, they spotted him. Amidst the battered yet resolute students of Hogwarts across the way stood their son, Draco Malfoy. His gray-blue eyes brimmed with a tumult of emotions, fear, struggle, and a bewilderment that came after irrevocable choices. He did not glance at his parents, fixating instead on Rachel, who stood beside Voldemort, and on Harry cradled in Hagrid's arms. Draco, Lucius called, urgency lacing his voice. Come here, join us. Come, Draco. Narcissa's tone was infused with maternal tenderness and pleading, tears shimmering in her eyes. Draco's body quivered violently. He glanced at his parents, then at Voldemort's cold silhouette. Ultimately, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, he moved like a marionette, step by arduous step, toward the ranks of Death Eaters, towards his parents. Voldemort watched Draco approach with satisfaction, a hint of approval curling at the corners of his mouth. Good boy, Draco. Just as Draco was about to reach his parents, a figure emerged resolutely from the crowd of Gryffindors, stepping forward into the arena, positioning himself between Voldemort and all the survivors. It was Neville Longbottom. Clutching the tattered sorting hat tightly, his diminutive frame stood tall under immense pressure, streaks of tears marking his face, yet his gaze was as steadfast as rock. Tell me your name, brave little one. Voldemort regarded him with interest, as if observing an audacious insect. Neville Longbottom. His voice rang clear, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, yet resoundingly powerful. Longbottom. Bellatrix was the first to react, erupting into a piercing, shrill laughter, her mirth laced with malice and vengeful delight, prompting the surrounding Death Eaters to join in her derisive cackles. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Voldemort's scarlet eyes. Well done, Neville. We shall certainly find you a fitting position. He emphasized the word fitting with a palpable threat. However, Neville paid no heed to Bellatrix's mockery or Voldemort's menace. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned every ounce of strength within him, transforming the pent-up sorrow, anger, and defiance into a powerful shout that reverberated across the silent square. No. I have something to say. Harry Potter is dead. Yes, he is dead. Every day, people die. Friends, family. Fred Weasley, Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, Colin Creevey. His voice quivered with emotion as he scanned the faces of the fallen, each marked by grief, yet they remain alive in our hearts. They have not vanished. Their courage, their sacrifice, their love are all here. He pounded his chest with fervor. Harry did not die in vain. He died to protect us, to protect this castle, to safeguard everything we hold dear. But you, Voldemort. Neville raised his hand forcefully, pointing at the pale, twisted serpent face by the bonfire, his eyes ablaze with righteous fury. You will die in vain because you are wrong, utterly and completely wrong. You will never understand what love is, what courage is, what sacrifice is. You only comprehend fear and enslavement. This is not the end. As the last syllable fell, Neville plunged his hand into the tattered sorting hat. The hat erupted with a brilliant, molten-like radiance. Then, amidst the astonished stares of all, he forcefully pulled out, clang. A clear, dragon-like sound of a sword echoed through the air. The sword of Gryffindor, its silver blade encrusted with rubies, gleamed with an unparalleled light, symbolizing courage and defiance. As it shimmered in the interplay of firelight and dawn, the blade seemed to hum, yearning for the blood of justice. This sudden turn of events was akin to a spark igniting a barrel of oil. In Hagrid's arms, Harry Potter's lifeless body suddenly opened its emerald green eyes. He leapt down with the grace of a long-restrained cheetah, erupting with astonishing strength, landing firmly on the ground. Harry! Ron and Hermione's jubilant screams shattered the sky. Harry was alive. Ginny and George's cheers instantly ignited the crowd. Attack! Professor McGonagall's voice rang with unprecedented fervor and might. Hope blazed like an uncontrollable wildfire, instantly reigniting the spirits of all survivors. The resistance, once steeped in despair, erupted with a thunderous roar as if infused with the most powerful stimulant. The light of wands once more sparkled like stars, aimed at the astonished Death Eaters. Draco Malfoy was stupefied the instant Harry leaped down. He turned sharply to Rachel, his gray-blue eyes filled with shock and a flicker of hope. Grasping her cold hand tightly, he urged, "Rachel, come with me. Let us leave here with my parents." Quickly, he attempted to pull her toward his parents, who were retreating in panic. Rachel met Draco's urgent and anxious gaze, then glanced around at the flames of battle that had ignited once more, witnessing students and teachers resolutely reclaiming their weapons. She gripped Draco's hand firmly in return, her cerulean eyes reigniting with flames more brilliant and resolute than ever. "Draco, you must go back." Her voice was clear and strong. "I cannot leave. They need me here." She broke free from Draco's grasp, her gaze directed towards Harry, Ron, and Hermione, who were re-engaging in battle, towards Neville, who charged at the Death Eaters with the sword, towards all those warriors fighting for freedom. Draco observed the unyielding determination in Rachel's eyes, glancing at his parents Lucius and Narcissa, who reached out to him in fear. Gritting his teeth, he turned away, retreating alongside the frantic stream of Death Eaters, running towards the direction of the castle without looking back. The Malfoy family vanished into the chaos of dust and confusion. Voldemort unleashed a deafening roar, filled with the rage of one who felt manipulated. His gaze fixated on the small figure, agilely weaving through the crowd, rejoining the battle. "Harry Potter, capture him!" he bellowed, no longer caring for Rachel. His crimson pupils filled solely with murderous intent, his form transforming into a streak of black lightning as he pursued the direction Harry had vanished. Rachel watched Draco disappear, silently wishing him well. Then, her eyes scanned the ground sharply. Amidst the recent chaos, she spotted a wand that had fallen to the ground. Without hesitation, she bent down to retrieve it. She gripped the wand tightly in her bloodied hand, turning to plunge into the smoke-filled castle entrance, where spells flew thick and fast. The battle intensified to a fever pitch, the interior of the castle more chaotic and brutal than before. The Death Eaters, driven by Voldemort's wrath, launched a frenzied counterattack, while the emboldened resistors stood their ground. Walls crumbled under explosions, staircases broke apart under spells, and house elves joined the fray. With her familiarity of the castle and her agility, Rachel navigated through the ruins, using the retrieved snake fang to deflect the occasional stray curses, desperately seeking the whereabouts of Nagini. She understood that this was Voldemort's final Horcrux, the key to victory. Suddenly, a familiar, frenzied, and vengeful curse grazed past her head, shattering half a wall behind her. "It's you, the remnants of the Weasley family." Bellatrix's deranged voice echoed amidst the smoke. She burst forth from a corner, her tattered black robe encrusted with dust and blood, her face contorted with a twisted, murderous intent. Her wand aimed directly at Rachel. "The traitor of my master, the deceitful Rachel Vale. Today marks your demise," she screamed, unleashing a barrage of lethal curses upon Rachel like a tempest. Rachel, in a desperate roll, barely managed to deflect a beam of red light with her wand. Yet the immense force rendered her arm numb, causing her wrist wound to split open once more, blood seeping through the bandage. She was no match for Bellatrix. "Shatter into pieces." "Reducto." A powerful, maternal roar echoed from the side. It was Molly Weasley. Like a lioness protecting her cubs, she lunged in front of Rachel, her wand radiating a brilliant light. A formidable blasting curse struck true, piercing Bellatrix Lestrange's chest with the precision of a hunter's arrow. The manic, vengeful, and imperious expression on Bellatrix's face froze instantaneously, her body disintegrating into fragments. Bellatrix fell, vanquished by the wand of a mother avenging her child. Rachel stared blankly at Bellatrix's lifeless form, then turned to gaze at Molly Weasley, who stood before her like a towering mountain. An indescribable pang of sorrow and relief surged within her. "Javel, your vengeance has finally been fulfilled." It was evident that Voldemort sensed the death of his most loyal servant. An angry surge of magical energy sweeping through like a tsunami. Almost immediately, Voldemort's figure appeared specter-like at the top of the staircase, his scarlet pupils locking onto Molly, who had just slain Bella, and Rachel, who stood behind her. He saw it. He saw Rachel picking up her wand. He saw her joining the fray. Saw her standing with the resistance. Incredulity, disbelief, an overwhelming rage, and the agony of betrayal engulfed Voldemort. His crimson gaze fixated on Rachel, as if he wished to rend her asunder. "Rachel Vale." His roar reverberated through the castle, filled with the fury of utter betrayal and the deepest resentment of a path thoroughly denied. "In the end, you still oppose me, clinging to your laughable sense of justice?" Rachel raised her head, meeting Voldemort's gaze, one that could freeze the soul of any being, without a trace of fear. In her eyes burned a flame of indomitable spirit. She tightened her grip on the basilisk fang, offering no reply, and turned to race up the staircase. She had no time for confrontation. Nagini. She must find Nagini. Rachel sprinted through the burning corridor and fractured staircase, her heart pounding like a war drum. She ascended a staircase littered with debris and scorch marks, when suddenly, she heard a familiar and urgent voice ahead. "Hermione, watch your left. Obstacles abound. Impedimenta. Ron, hurry." It was Ron and Hermione. Rachel quickened her pace, reaching the landing, where the sight before her caused her blood to run cold. In the shadows at the edge of the platform, a robust figure, glimmering with cold, scaly sheen, shot forth like an arrow. Its target was Ron and Hermione, who stood with their backs to it. It was Nagini, Voldemort's colossal serpent, the final Horcrux. It opened its gaping maw, revealing deadly fangs. "Nagini, no!" Rachel screamed with every ounce of her strength. Her voice resonated with a tone of command, reminiscent of something familiar from a distant past. The serpent, poised to strike, abruptly halted, its massive head freezing midair. It seemed perplexed, slowly turning its head, its cold reptilian eyes filled with an exceedingly rare hesitation, gazing towards the staircase. Towards the blood-soaked girl, wielding a basilisk fang, her azure eyes ablaze with fire. This aura, this voice. It recognized the girl who had once caressed its cold scales. This deadly hesitation lasted but a fleeting moment. However, that moment was sufficient. A courageous roar erupted from the other side. It was Neville Longbottom, who had somehow also arrived, gripping the Gryffindor sword, freshly severed from its bindings. Seizing the opportunity as Nagini hesitated, drawn by Rachel's voice, he leaped with all his might. Like a legendary hero slaying a dragon, hands firmly grasping the hilt of the sword, fueled by unmatched determination and the will of all those who had passed. The sharp Gryffindor sword, imbued with the intent to eradicate all evil, struck true, cleaving through Nagini's massive head. The grotesque serpent head, spewing foul blood and disbelief, dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. Voldemort's final Horcrux, Nagini, was obliterated. No, a heart-wrenching scream, as if his very soul were being torn asunder, echoed from the depths of the castle. It was Voldemort's voice, filled with ultimate anguish, panic, and disbelief. as he acutely felt the excruciating pain of his soul being ripped apart by the destruction of his Horcrux. He was now left with nothing but a mortal body, vulnerable to obliteration. Rachel stood at the staircase, gasping for breath. She beheld the bloodied sword in Neville's grasp, feeling Voldemort's anguished roar resonate within her heart, which thudded heavily, akin to distant thunder, imbued with power. Voldemort could be slain. Were we on the brink of victory? At that moment, from the direction of the castle's central courtyard, two powerful, opposing magical forces collided with a thunderous boom. One was the familiar disarming charm, the other, the blinding killing curse. Harry Potter and Voldemort, fated adversaries, stood atop the ruins of Hogwarts, under the watchful gaze of countless sacrifices, finally confronting one another in the ultimate showdown that would determine the fate of the magical world. Chapter 43. The rain falls silently, love and hatred endure. The end. Two beams of spell light tore through the night sky, as if fate itself collided. 1. A pure and resolute scarlet disarming charm, Expelliarmus, unleashed from Harry Potter's Hawthorn wand. The other, a sickly green killing curse, Avada Kedavra, bursting forth from Voldemort's Elder Wand, brimming with the essence of endless slaughter. The beams clashed above the battered central square of Hogwarts, creating an immense shockwave. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no standoff of equal forces. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, then collapse in an instant. Voldemort was unaware that the very deathly hallow he had so cunningly seized, believing it had fully succumbed to him, had never truly been loyal to him, nor to the severest Snape he had slain. When Voldemort aimed it at the true master of the Elder Wand, this rebellious wand finally revealed its ultimate and most lethal loyalty. It refused to kill its master. Refusal. The sickly green light, embodying absolute death, twisted and rebounded as if thrown into a pond, yielding to the silent, yet resolute resistance of the Elder Wand. It abandoned its trajectory of destruction. Like an enraged viper, it abruptly changed course, bearing an even greater and purer intent to destroy, hurtling back at its wielder, Voldemort himself, with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The sneer on Voldemort's face was replaced by utter horror and disbelief. His crimson pupils shrank to pinpricks. He beheld the familiar, bone-deep green light of death spiraling back towards him. No! A cry erupted from his throat, a primal sound intermingled with rage, panic, and the profound betrayal of his very soul. He endeavored to move, to defend himself, to engage in any semblance of struggle. But it was too late. The deathly light he had bestowed upon countless others now finally enveloped him. The green radiance penetrated his chest with unerring precision. There was no blood spattering, no bone shattering. Time appeared to come to a complete standstill in that moment. Voldemort's pale, serpentine face was frozen in a state of utter astonishment and an incomprehensible bewilderment. His eyes, burning with the fires of hell, did not glance at the astonished Harry Potter, who was so near, nor did they acknowledge the imminent collapse of his ambitious empire, or the sky above, stained red by the ravages of war, that belonged to the vanquished. Instead, his gaze, driven by an instinct that transcended the smoke and throngs, fixated with a penetrating intensity on the edge of the crowd, where a disheveled blonde, pale as parchment, with azure eyes brimming with profound sorrow and incredulity, was Rachel. As the green light consumed his consciousness, dragging him into eternal nothingness, his bloodless lips, slightly parted, moved silently, forming a clear and desperate shape. Rachel, my love. Rachel understood. In that moment, the sounds of the world seemed to be utterly stripped away. The cheers from the battlefield, the crumbling of the Death Eaters, the groans of the injured, the crackling of flames, all vanished. In her eyes, only those crimson pupils, gradually losing their luster yet steadfastly fixed upon her, remained, along with the silent words dissipating into the cold air. Rachel, my love. Her heart felt as if it were gripped tightly by a cold hand, then crushed. An indescribable torrent of agony, absurdity, desolation, and a belated, bone-deep despair surged forth, instantly breaching all her defenses. He did not understand love. He never would, even in death. He could not fathom why she chose to stand with Harry, why she would oppose him, or why she could not accept his twisted indulgence and possession. The great enigma of love was a riddle Tom Riddle would spend his life trying to unravel, exhausting his soul in the process, yet never comprehending. Yet, in this moment of total obliteration, a final remnant of Tom Riddle, long frozen by darkness and torn by ambition, instinctively, futilely, and desperately called out to her. It called for the only person he had ever truly loved. It called for the phantom he had destroyed with his own hands, yet could never truly relinquish. His body, once the vessel of the handsome young Tom Riddle, now merely a grotesque and terrifying shell, toppled back like a lifeless doll, crashing onto the cold, bloodied, and dust-laden ground amidst the explosive cheers that erupted around him. A dull thud. Voldemort was dead. He was dead. Voldemort was dead. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. We have won. A wave of ecstatic jubilation swept across Hogwarts as survivors emerged from the ruins, tears streaming down their faces as they embraced one another, exulting in their miraculous survival. People rushed towards Harry at the center of the field, lifting him high, as if heralding a true savior. Ron and Hermione clung to each other tightly, laughing and crying in equal measure. Neville raised the blood-stained sword of Gryffindor, his face alight with unprecedented pride. Hagrid's enormous form trembled with excitement among the crowd, emitting loud, sniffling sounds. The world seemed to be illuminated anew in that moment. Yet Rachel remained. She was like a silent vortex at the center of the storm, all the clamor and ecstasy receding from her. Her azure eyes stared vacantly at the jubilant sea of humanity at the center, then slowly, with great difficulty, shifted to the nearby figure lying quietly on the cold stones. Curled up, devoid of all vitality. That body had once belonged to her beloved, Tom Riddle. Her steps felt as though they bore the weight of mountains, yet were irresistibly drawn forward, one agonizing step at a time, through the celebrating throngs, toward that deliberately avoided realm of death. The cheers around her gradually faded into obscurity, leaving only her and him, and the crunching of stones beneath her feet, echoing like a heart breaking. She halted beside his corpse, gazing down at the pale, twisted face that now bore an odd tranquility. Gone were the burning crimson pupils, the arrogance of dominion, replaced only by a frigid, hollow silence that belonged to death. Rachel slowly knelt down, extending a hand, dust-covered and stained with dried blood, her fingertips trembling slightly as they gently brushed against his cold, stiff brow, as if to wipe away the remnants of his savagery and pain. Voldemort, her voice was soft, almost a whisper, imbued with a weariness that transcended time and a sorrow that penetrated to the marrow, resonating clearly in this confined space, overpowering the distant tumult. You always asked me why I hated you so. She paused, inhaling deeply, as if to exhale a lifetime of pent-up anguish and accusations all at once. Tears finally surged forth uncontrollably, cascading down onto his cold visage. You killed too many of the people I love, her voice quivered. Every word like a knife wrenched from her heart. My brother, Professor Dumbledore, and so many innocents, so many beautiful lives. You have destroyed everything I held dear. Peace, tranquility, the sunlight of Hogwarts. She lifted her tear-streaked face, her gaze seemingly penetrating through the icy shell, catching sight of the black-haired boy reading quietly by the orphanage window. The Slytherin prodigy who smiled at her from the astronomy tower, the handsome lover who had held her close in graceful dance, ultimately crystallizing upon this visage that symbolized utter corruption and ruin. You killed my beloved, Rachel's voice shattered, carrying the weight of a heart-wrenching lament. You killed Tom Riddle. This declaration fell like a final judgment, gently yet with the weight of 1,000 tons. It was an indictment against Voldemort, as well as the most profound eulogy for a love long past. The revelry of the crowd continued unabated, yet Hagrid's massive figure came to a halt. His eyes, usually brimming with kindness, now red and tear-filled, keenly detected the dissonance of death and sorrow at the edge of the square. He beheld Rachel, kneeling alone beside Voldemort's corpse, her shoulders trembling silently. Harry, Hagrid's voice was low and laden with concern as he gently nudged Harry, who was surrounded by throngs, gesturing for him to look towards Rachel. Perhaps we should check on Rachel. She seems. Hagrid did not finish his thought, but his worried expression spoke volumes. Following Hagrid's gaze, Harry saw Rachel's frail and sorrowful silhouette, and the overwhelming joy of victory was instantly replaced by a complex heaviness. He swiftly extricated himself from the crowd, with Ron and Hermione trailing closely behind, and Hagrid following with heavy steps. They reached Rachel's side. Harry gazed at Rachel's tear-streaked, dust-covered profile, observing her quaking shoulders, unsure of how to begin. Hagrid quietly placed a massive, warm hand on her frail shoulder, offering a clumsy yet sincere comfort. Feeling the weight and warmth on her shoulder, Rachel's body shuddered. She quickly raised her hand, vigorously wiping away the tears from her face, inhaling deeply in an attempt to quell the surging emotions. Not wishing for anyone to witness her current state of disarray and heartbreak, Rachel's voice, imbued with cautious concern, was poised to offer comfort. Suddenly, Hermione seemed to recall something of great significance. Her brown eyes sparkled with a sudden illumination as she tapped her forehead and exclaimed with a tinge of urgency and excitement. Hey, wait a moment, do you remember? Professor Dumbledore. He left another heirloom for Rachel. She turned her gaze towards Harry and Ron. Harry quickly responded, yes. It was mentioned in the will. A cherished portrait. It's in his office drawer. Dumbledore said he hoped Rachel would find it herself upon returning to school. This unexpected revelation acted like a faint glimmer of light, momentarily dispelling the shadows hanging over Rachel's heart and redirecting the group's heavy focus. They departed from the square, traversing through the jubilant crowd and the castle corridors still permeated with the scent of smoke. Making their way to the familiar office guarded by the stone gargoyle with a dripping water spout. Though the password had expired, the stone guardian seemed to recognize them and silently parted the way. The office lay in disarray, books scattered, instruments shattered, and Fox's perch vacant. Only the portraits of past headmasters remained awake, their intricate gazes fixed upon them. Relying on his memory, Harry approached the enormous, crescent-shaped spectacles behind Dumbledore's intricately carved oak desk. He opened the lowest drawer, finding not documents but a flat, square object meticulously wrapped in deep purple velvet, atop which rested a folded piece of parchment. With utmost care, Harry lifted the parcel and the parchment, presenting them to Rachel. Her fingers trembled slightly as she first unfurled the parchment, revealing Dumbledore's familiar, looping cursive script that contained a brief, yet profound message. Rachel, believe in love, it has existed. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. These succinct words served as a key, instantly unlocking the floodgates of Rachel's repressed emotions, causing the tears she had just managed to stifle to surge back into her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she fought against the lump in her throat and, with trembling fingers, untied the ribbon encircling the portrait's deep purple velvet, layer by layer. As the portrait fully revealed itself, Rachel felt as though she had been struck by a silent thunderbolt, her entire being froze in place, her azure eyes widening with disbelief, brimming with immense sorrow and an outpouring of tears. The portrait depicted the resplendent Great Hall of Hogwarts, adorned with a magnificent Christmas tree and fluttering ribbons. Within the frame were Rachel Weir and Tom Riddle at the third-year Christmas Eve ball. The youthful Tom Riddle stood tall, clad in a flawlessly tailored black suit that accentuated his strikingly handsome features, almost unreal. At his collar, he wore an exquisite silver tie clip, embedded with tiny emeralds, a Christmas gift from Rachel. He tilted his head slightly, a gentle and focused smile gracing his lips, his arm possessively wrapped around the slender waist of the girl beside him. Rachel, in a simple yet stunning pure white dress, had her golden hair elegantly tied back with the blue ribbon gifted by Riddle, her cheeks flushed with shyness and happiness as she gazed up at the boy, her blue eyes sparkling with starlight and affection. They appeared radiant, a perfect pair, suspended in the most beautiful moment devoid of ambition or violence. Only the purest flutter of youth and sincere attachment. At that instant, Tom Riddle within the portrait seemed to sense Rachel's heart-wrenching gaze from beyond the frame. He slightly turned his head, his eyes, deep and captivating like obsidian, piercing through time and space, locking onto Rachel's. An almost imperceptible furrow creased his brow, the tender smile on his face replaced by a flicker of genuine concern. His lips parted, and the portrait emitted a unique, softly echoing voice that resonated clearly, mirroring the gentle and indulgent tone he had once used during the ball. You seem to have grown a little. His gaze appeared to meticulously trace Rachel's weary and sorrowful visage. Why are you crying, my dear girl? That familiar voice, that same tender concern, and the endearing address of my dear girl pierced through Rachel's facade like the sharpest dagger, shattering her carefully constructed defenses. A suppressed, broken sob escaped her throat, followed by an uncontrollable, heart-wrenching wail. Rachel clutched the portrait tightly, her body curling inward as if to release all the love, hatred, separation, and endless pain that had accumulated over the years in this desperate cry. Hagrid's massive form trembled slightly, his bell-like eyes brimming with tears as he silently wept for her. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood by, helpless, witnessing Rachel's overwhelming sorrow. Any words of comfort seemed utterly inadequate. Ron opened his mouth, but ultimately, he simply sighed heavily and gently patted Harry's shoulder. After that day, Rachel Weir, bearing the portrait that encapsulated love and destruction, quietly vanished from Hogwarts, out of everyone's sight. Their next encounter with Rachel came a year later in the solemn and oppressive atmosphere of the Wisengamot courtroom at the Ministry of Magic. A hearing was underway regarding the Malfoy family's actions during the war. Lucius and Narcissa sat in the defendant's seat, their faces pale and haggard. Draco sat behind them, his gray-blue eyes filled with anxiety and a hint of barely perceptible hope. The prosecution's witness vehemently articulated the Malfoy family's transgressions as Death Eaters, harboring Voldemort, participating in persecution, and transforming Malfoy Manor into a Death Eater stronghold. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly unfavorable for the Malfoy family, Rachel Weir made her entrance. Dressed in a simple yet dignified black robe, her golden hair meticulously pinned back, her azure eyes radiated an unusual clarity and determination, embodying a calmness born from having traversed the depths of darkness. She stepped onto the witness stand, her voice resonating clearly and steadily throughout the hall. I, Rachel Weir, testify here. Lucius Malfoy, Narcissa Malfoy, and Draco Malfoy were compelled to serve Voldemort and his followers during the Second Wizarding War. Her gaze swept over the three Malfoys, ultimately resting on Draco, recognizing that they had been at the core of the dark camp, yet had never truly embraced its ideology. Fear, rather than loyalty, had been their sole motivation for action. Turning to the judge and jury, she stated, during the final battle at Hogwarts, Draco Malfoy. She paused, enunciating each word with clarity. Repeatedly assisted younger students in evading capture by Death Eaters. I can provide testimony from at least 3 individuals. Both he and his parents, Lucius and Narcissa, did not inflict any direct harm on any Hogwarts students or teachers. Their wands, during that battle, were aimed more at the castle's defensive breaches and uncontrollable dark magical creatures than at their fellow beings. Rachel's testimony was coherent and unwavering. Subsequently, Harry Potter took the stand to corroborate Rachel's assertions, emphasizing Draco's inaction and implicit protection of him, Ron, and Hermione within the dungeons of Malfoy Manor. With Rachel's compelling arguments and Harry's pivotal testimony, the Wisengamot ultimately ruled that the Malfoy family members' actions during the war were coerced, with no concrete evidence to substantiate accusations of unforgivable curses. Lucius and Narcissa were fined heavily and subjected to a period of oversight concerning their wand usage, while Draco was exonerated from prosecution. As the verdict was concluded, the Malfoy family exhaled a collective sigh of relief. They approached Rachel with hurried steps, their faces alight with gratitude, as if they had just emerged from the clutches of calamity. Miss Vale, Lucius's voice resonated with an unprecedented sincerity. Tinged with a barely perceptible quiver, we truly do not know how to express our thanks. Narcissa, more forthright, stepped forward and embraced Rachel tightly, silent tears cascading down her cheeks. Thank you, Rachel, for saving Draco, for saving our family. Draco eventually stood before Rachel, his steel blue eyes locking onto hers. A whirlpool of complex emotions swirling within, gratitude, admiration, and a hint of something that transcended age and hierarchy, a vague concern and sentiment he himself had yet to fully comprehend. He embraced Rachel fervently, whispering in her ear, his voice imbued with youthful stubbornness and hope. Please, come back with us to Malfoy Manor for a while. It's been restored, just like the Malfoy Manor you and Grandpa Abraxas once knew. You need to rest. Rachel felt the intensity of his embrace and the extraordinary sentiment it carried. A pang of bittersweetness rippled through her heart, yet clarity prevailed. Gently extricating herself from Draco's hold, she offered a polite, yet distant smile, as if veiled by an impenetrable mist. We'll meet again if fate allows, Draco, she said, gazing at the boy who bore an uncanny resemblance to Abraxas, but was ultimately not him, her tone gentle, yet unmistakably distant. Take care of yourself, Malfoy. With that, she turned away, much like she had a year ago at Hogwarts when she walked towards the corpse of Voldemort, striding resolutely into the throngs outside the courtroom, leaving behind a solitary and frigid silhouette. Harry witnessed it all, chasing after Rachel as she neared the door. Rachel, he called out, but when he burst through the entrance, he was met only with the swirling crowd within the Ministry of Magic. Rachel's figure melted into the sea of humanity, like a droplet merging with the ocean, vanishing as if she had never existed. Draco and his family emerged as well, standing beside Harry, gazing in the same direction, equally bewildered. Where's Rachel? Harry asked Draco urgently. Did she say where she was going? Draco shook his head, a look of disappointment and wistfulness crossing his features. She didn't say. The ministry used part of the fine to restore the Vale Manor, but it seems she hasn't returned there. He looked at Harry and added, you could write to her. If she goes back to Vale Manor and sees it, she might respond. Harry and Draco stood in the grand yet cold hall of the ministry, watching the ceaseless flow of people, their minds swirling with countless thoughts. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl seemed to have deliberately hidden within the cracks of the world, cautiously concealing her heart, which had long been shattered and remained irreparably broken. She bore the heavy burdens of love and hate spanning half a century, like a wandering specter, unwilling to let anyone glimpse the wounds deep within her soul. Time flowed like a rushing river, washing away the scars of war. Years later, Hermione Granger, through her exceptional talents and unwavering convictions, was successfully elected as Minister for Magic. While reviewing an anonymous substantial donation report concerning a post-war orphan and family rebuilding foundation, she keenly noted that amidst the lengthy list of donors, 2 names recurred, both enchanted with a powerful confounding charm, yet remarkably clear to her magical senses. Rachel Vale, Jo Vale. A knowing smile, tinged with profound respect, graced Hermione's lips. She did not announce her discovery, but quietly filed the report. She understood that her vanished friend was commemorating the deceased in her own way, also striving to mend the world. Later, during a gathering at the Weasley household, Ron, while stuffing his face with a chicken leg, casually remarked, Hey, have you heard? Someone apparently saw Rachel in America. They say she married a Muggle author. The people of the magical world, aware of her past. Aware of her experiences, probably wouldn't dare. His sentence was abruptly cut short as Hermione delivered a sharp kick to his shins. Ouch, Ron exclaimed, looking at his wife, who had become the Minister for Magic with a mix of grievance and surprise. Ronald Bilious Weasley. Hermione glared at him, her brown eyes filled with seriousness and unwavering protectiveness. You shall not speak of Rachel in such a manner. What she has endured and the life she chooses are her own freedoms. She is a true warrior. Rubbing his shin, Ron sheepishly fell silent. Some time later, within the Wizarding Birth Registration Office of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, a newly registered parchment scroll stirred a small commotion. The young witch responsible for archiving looked at the name on the scroll, adjusting her glasses in astonishment, and whispered to her colleague, "Look at this. Tom Joe Vale. Vale? The Vale family? Isn't there only that one left? The birthplace is listed as America, and the mother is registered as Rachel Vale." The news spread like wildfire. Rachel had indeed married. After leaving England, she had traveled the world like a wandering ascetic, carrying that portrait and haunting memories. She traversed mountains and crossed seas, attempting to heal the profound pain that ran deep within her. During a sojourn in a tranquil little town on the east coast of America, she encountered a gentle and wise Muggle author, whose curiosity about the world drew him to her. He admired her tranquility and mystery. Captivated by the blend of vulnerability and resilience she unconsciously exuded, and pursued her earnestly. Rachel accepted him, candidly revealing her identity as a witch and the weighty past she could scarcely articulate. After the initial shock, the Muggle author chose understanding and acceptance. He loved her, all that she was, including the past she could not relinquish. After the birth of their child, out of respect for Rachel as the last scion of the Vale family, and out of her own deep-seated need to honor her departed loved ones, the author proposed that their child bear the maternal surname. Thus, the name laden with complex significance, Tom Joe Vale, appeared on the rolls of the magical world. Tom, the beginning and end of that unforgettable romance. In a white cottage, draped in ivy on the east coast of America, the afternoon sun streamed through the glass, casting warm patches of light on the floor. Now a small boy, Tom Joe Vale, with soft, golden-brown hair and bright blue eyes inherited from his mother, climbed onto her lap. He pointed his chubby little finger at a square object, carefully placed on the mantelpiece and currently covered by a dark velvet cloth. "Mommy." His voice sweet and innocent. "Who is this? You always cry when you see it. Is he a bad person? Like the big bad dragon in the storybook?" Rachel's body stiffened imperceptibly. She lowered her gaze to her son's features, reminiscent of Joe, and a familiar wave of bittersweetness surged within her, mingling sharp pain with boundless tenderness. She reached out, gently stroking Tom's soft hair, her voice carrying a calmness born from experience, laced with an ineffable confusion. "I don't know if he is a bad person at this point." Her eyes seemed to pierce through time and space, resting on the covered portrait. "I just missed that time." At that moment, as if sensing Rachel's gaze and the turbulent waves of her emotions, the portrait on the mantelpiece emitted a familiar, softly echoing voice through the velvet cloth. Tender and concerned as it had been during the days of the ball. "My dear girl, it has been quite a while since you last removed the canvas. Has little Tom grown a bit?" The voice of Tom within the painting rang clearly, imbued with curiosity, before it swiftly transitioned to the familiar tone of worry. "Why are you crying again?" That timeless concern, like the most precise key, instantly unlocked the fragile calm Rachel had desperately maintained. Her heart felt as though it had been seized by an invisible hand, the familiar, suffocating pain enveloping her more clearly and acutely than ever before. She stifled the lump in her throat, refraining from lifting the canvas, and instead, through the fabric, directed her words towards the portrait. As though addressing a ghost buried deep within her heart, she posed the question that had haunted her for half a lifetime. Yet she had never dared to confront. "Tom Riddle, do you hate me?" Silence lingered for several seconds, time seeming to freeze. Then, that gentle yet resolute voice resonated once more, imbued with a strange power that transcended life and death, good and evil, echoing undeniably in the warmth of the afternoon room. "What are you thinking, silly girl?" The Tom Riddle of the portrait, as if peering through the canvas and the dust of time, revealed a smile that was both helpless and indulgent, even though no one was there to witness it. "You are the only person I love." His voice paused, carrying a declaration that traversed all darkness and destruction, pure and eternal. "I love you. I love you." The sunlight remained warm, birds chirping outside, and little Tom blinked curiously in his mother's embrace. On the mantelpiece, the velvet cloth concealed the still portrait. In the room, only Rachel's silent tears fell, and that confession echoed within the depths of her soul, forever unanswered. The tale still circulates through Europe today, her thoughts drifting back to those years. If she were to leave the one she cherished due to her own mistakes, his world would be forever shrouded in rain. Tom, if we were to part, wouldn't your world be drenched in torrential downpours every day? What nonsense are you speaking, silly girl? We will not part. You will not leave me. Outside, soft, silent raindrops began to fall, gently tapping against the glass. Chapter 45. Side story when Voldemort's soul traversed into the parallel world of Tom Riddle. It is said that the last sense to fade after death is hearing. Voldemort was struck in the chest by that backward swirling, grim green killing curse, his consciousness plummeting into an icy abyss, swiftly detaching. His body crashed heavily onto the cold, stony ground, the deafening cheers crashing upon him like a tidal wave. He is dead. Harry Potter, we have won. This cacophony pierced his remaining consciousness like 1,000 needles. Amidst this victory uproar, a faint, stifled sob approached him slowly yet heavily. It was her, that familiar voice. As if branded deep within his soul, broke through the clamor, each word laden with blood-curdling accusation, piercing through the noise to become the final message he received before his consciousness sank into eternal void. You always ask me why I hate you. The voice fractured, imbued with immense sorrow and despair. You killed my beloved. You killed Tom Riddle. Rachel Weir. An intense impulse, foreign to Voldemort, seized his fading consciousness. He longed to lift his pale, cold hand to wipe away the scalding tears that burned his very soul. Yet, death is absolute. His fingers could not even tremble. His consciousness was plunged into an endless, frigid chaos and void. His soul, or rather that torn, cursed remnant, wandered endlessly in the profound silence of darkness, struggling, unable to feel time, unable to perceive existence, only experiencing eternal exile and the chilling echo of that last accusation. Uncertain how much time passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. A voice, soft and concerned, like a warm current penetrating thick ice, gently and tangibly resonated. Tom, did you have a nightmare? Rachel's voice. Rachel. A powerful force suddenly yanked him back from the abyss of nothingness. The chaos dissipated in an instant. His senses flooded back like a dam bursting. He felt it. The real touch. His arms were wrapped around a warm, soft body. Real breathing. The sweet scent brushed against his neck. Real warmth. The figure nestled in his arms radiated a comforting heat. Tom Riddle's eyes flew open in disbelief. Before him lay the familiar yet strange tent, illuminated by the faint morning light. Exquisite and intricate drapery flowed with a soft golden glow. He stiffly looked down at his arms. Rachel Weir was curled up in his embrace, soundly asleep. Her golden hair cascaded over the pillow and his arm, her cheeks flushed with health, and her long eyelashes cast small shadows beneath her eyelids. She appeared so relaxed, so dependent on him, as if he were her most steadfast harbor. No. How could this be? A tremendous shock and absurdity swept over him like a tsunami. He had died, perished in the Battle of Hogwarts, succumbed to Rachel's heart-wrenching accusation. He bolted upright, startling Rachel from her slumber, her discontented whimper causing her to snuggle closer against him. Tom Riddle surveyed his surroundings, his heart racing. This was Rachel's room in the Weir Manor, but it was transformed. The heavy decor, steeped in ancestral legacy, was softened, and the air was imbued with a faint floral fragrance. Massive floor-to-ceiling windows draped with delicate lace curtains allowed warm rays to penetrate, casting radiant spots of light. The room was adorned with cozy trinkets, a crystal vase filled with fresh flowers, plush yarn toys scattered across the soft couch, and a large, gilded portrait hanging on the wall. His pupils dilated. In the portrait was the familiar interior of the church in Godric's Hollow, sunlight streaming through stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors. He was dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, passionately kissing Rachel Weir, who was adorned in a splendid ivory wedding gown. The moment was frozen, happiness, sweetness, and sacred light nearly overflowing the frame. Was that his wedding with Rachel? A wave of intense dizziness washed over him. Tom staggered out of bed, his bare feet sinking into the soft, warm carpet, rushing to the dressing table in the corner of the room. The face reflected in the mirror struck him like a bolt from the blue. No longer the pallid, twisted visage marred by crimson fissures. Instead, a young, impeccably handsome face stared back, with meticulously styled black hair and deep black eyes resembling the purest obsidian, now filled with sheer shock and confusion. His skin bore a healthy hue, with sharp, defined features radiating the allure of a mature man, appearing to be around 27 or 28. This was he, the Tom Riddle who had yet to be eroded by dark magic, the one who had captivated hearts during his time at Hogwarts. But he seemed more composed, more whole. His gaze swept across the immaculate surface of the vanity, abruptly fixating on a small magical portrait casually affixed to the edge of the mirror. Within the image were two exquisitely sculpted, radiant faces. On the left was a golden-haired, azure-eyed little girl, resembling a miniature version of Rachel, who was making a playful face at the camera, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Beside her stood a boy with raven hair and dark eyes, his expression slightly aloof, with features that bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. He pursed his lips, yet a trace of barely perceptible curiosity gleamed in his gaze. Behind these two little ones stood a man in a casual shirt, his eyes twinkling with warmth. Was that him? With one arm around each child, he embraced them effortlessly. The man in the portrait bore no coldness or calculation. Rather, his eyes brimmed with an almost overflowing love, a paternal affection. Tom Riddle's fingers unconsciously brushed against his own face in the mirror, only to retract suddenly, as if scalded. What was this place? Was it a profound and incomprehensible magical illusion? His last memory was of Rachel's heart-wrenching sobs, accusing him of having killed Tom Riddle. Tom. Rachel's drowsy, soft voice floated from the bed, interrupting his chaotic thoughts. She rubbed her eyes and propped herself up, the silk strap of her nightgown slipping down, revealing a smooth shoulder. She looked at her husband, who stood frozen before the vanity, with a puzzled expression. Why are you awake so early? Didn't we agree last night that you could sleep in a bit today? It's rare that you've pushed work aside to spend time with me. Her tone was laced with affectionate reproach and a hint of concern. Tom abruptly turned to face the bed, where a sleepy, unsuspecting Rachel lay. Everything before him felt overwhelmingly real. Her breath, her warmth, her attentive gaze. This was far beyond what any illusion could achieve. The immense shock rendered him momentarily speechless, his eyes fixed on her as though he wished to etch her into the depths of his soul. Rachel felt a blush rise to her cheeks under his gaze and playfully chided. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that? It's a bit frightening. She tossed aside the covers, preparing to rise. At that moment, a brisk knock echoed through the room, accompanied by a voice that, despite the years that had passed, sent Tom Riddle's blood running cold. The voice, now imbued with a mature warmth, bore none of the youthful flippancy he remembered. Hey, you two in there. The sun has risen, yet you remain in slumber? I'm coming in. It was Abraxas Malfoy's voice. Before a response could be uttered, the door swung open with careless abandon. Leaning against the doorframe, Abraxas's platinum blonde hair shimmered in the morning light, his slate blue eyes twinkling with familiar jest. The handsome features of his face had shed the naivety of youth, replaced by the calm and contented demeanor of a mature man. Dressed in a well-tailored light gray robe, he surveyed the disheveled Rachel in bed and the statue-like Tom, a knowing smile curving his lips. TSK, 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 Abraxas shook his head, teasingly proclaiming, what did I say? Look at this room filled with pink bubbles. You two are quite the pair. Up so late. I see you were quite busy last night. He emphasized the word busy, his gaze flickering between Tom and Rachel with playful insinuation. Thank heavens, Tom, you're finally awake. Hurry, come and manage your two energetic little troublemakers. I'm about to be driven to the brink of madness by this gaggle of children. Rachel's face flushed crimson as she angrily grabbed a pillow and hurled it at Abraxas. Abraxas, be quiet. Yet Tom Riddle stood as if petrified, his mind blank, fixated on the living, jovial figure of Abraxas Malfoy at the door. He vividly recalled that in his world, Abraxas had perished from dragon pox, dying young. How could he be standing here, intact and so familiar? Abraxas deftly dodged the pillow, ready to continue his banter when a young voice, laced with tears and indignation, echoed down the corridor. Claire, you wait. I'm going to tell my father. Boo-hoo. As the words faded, a small figure clad in a green nightgown, with tousled platinum hair, collided into Abraxas's embrace, tightly gripping his leg. Lucius? Abraxas looked down at his son, whose tear-streaked face was a mix of exasperation and amusement as he ruffled the boy's hair. Not again, my boy. You've been bullied by a girl first thing in the morning? Complaining to me won't help. You need to tell her father. He gestured towards Tom. Little Lucius Malfoy looked up with tear-filled, slate-blue eyes, his voice quivering as he recounted his grievance. Uncle, Claire just took my toy broom. Tommy laughed at me. He said I can't beat a girl. Boo-hoo. Tom Riddle gazed at the miniature, familiar visage of Lucius Malfoy II before him, feeling his understanding of reality shatter. Claire? Tommy? Uncle? Was he truly the father of these two children? Seeing his friend's dazed expression, Abraxas furrowed his brow in concern, waving a hand before Tom's face. Hey, Tom, are you all right? You look like you've been stomped by a giant. Were you really that exhausted last night? His tone carried an air of mischief. Tom's throat felt constricted, unable to produce a single word. The sheer volume of information before him was staggering, utterly beyond comprehension. The wedding portrait, the two children, the living Abraxas, Lucius calling him uncle. He had become a father? This was absurd. At that moment, two small figures burst forth like a whirlwind from beside Abraxas, the very children from the portrait at the vanity. Golden-haired Claire Riddle, resembling a tiny angel, now appeared like a puffed-up kitten, hands on her hips, indignantly pointing at the hidden Lucius behind Abraxas. Lucius, you told on me again. How despicable. Shame on you. Her voice rang out, bright and full of life. Behind her, the calm, dark-haired boy, Tommy Riddle, stood quietly, lips pressed together, his deep, dark eyes, so reminiscent of Tom's, holding an uncanny wisdom far beyond his years as he observed his father's unusual behavior with quiet scrutiny. Upon catching Tom's gaze, Claire instinctively shrank back, darting behind her brother Tommy, peeking out with wide, cerulean eyes, timidly murmuring, "Daddy." Tom Riddle beheld his children, noticing the clear fear that flickered in Claire's eyes towards him and the calm scrutiny from Tommy. An unprecedented, complex emotion surged within his cold chest. Father? Him? The Dark Lord? This was undoubtedly the greatest jest of Merlin. Slowly, almost stiffly, he crouched down to meet the children's eyes. He yearned to reach out, yet found himself at a loss for how to proceed. This unfamiliar paternal love left him utterly bewildered. Rachel, now dressed in her robe, approached, gently ruffling little Lucius's still sniffling head before leaning close to Tom, her warm breath brushing against his ear as she soothingly whispered, "All right, dear, don't be too harsh. Look, even Claire is a bit frightened of you now." She cast a knowing glance towards Claire. Receiving her mother's signal, Claire reluctantly stepped out from behind her brother, approaching little Lucius with a pout. "I'm sorry, Lucius, here is your broom back. Can we play together next time?" Little Lucius sniffed, glanced at Claire, then at Tom, and timidly nodded. Having completed her task, Claire seemed to exhale with relief. She cautiously approached the crouching Tom, extended her small hand, and gently tugged at the sleeve of his robe, tilting her face upwards, her cerulean eyes shimmering with a hint of pleading and anticipation. "Daddy, please don't be angry with brother anymore, okay? He truly didn't mean to mess up your parchment yesterday." She pointed to the disheveled documents piled on the nearby desk, clearly disturbed. "He just wanted to imitate how serious you are when you work." "Really?" She earnestly defended her brother, her small face etched with determination. Beside her, Tommy remained tight-lipped, slightly tilting his head to avoid his father's gaze, yet his little ears were perked up, awaiting judgment. Tom's gaze shifted from Claire's expectant countenance to Tommy's feigned composure, which could not conceal his underlying anxiety, and then back to the disordered files on the desk. A peculiar warmth surged within him, mingling with a bittersweet pang, confusion, and an unprecedented softness, abruptly breaching the icy dam that had encased his heart. He parted his lips, his throat tightening, ultimately uttering a single, exceedingly simple word that bore an extraordinary significance within this family. "Okay." This word seemed imbued with enchantment. Claire's eyes sparkled instantaneously, as if filled with stars. She let out a jubilant cheer and dashed forward, planting a resounding kiss on Tom's shocked and somewhat stiff cheek. "I knew Daddy would be the best." The little girl's melodious voice brimmed with pure joy and affection as she sweetly added, "I love you, Daddy." This sudden kiss and candid declaration struck Tom Riddle's soul like the most unblemished light, piercing the hardest and darkest recesses within him. He trembled violently, his obsidian pupils abruptly constricting. Once Claire finished, as if having accomplished a monumental task, she gleefully grasped the still-dazed little Lucius with one hand and playfully tugged at her brother Tommy's sleeve with the other. "Let's go play." Daddy promised not to be mad at brother anymore. The three little ones flitted like a breeze, chattering excitedly as they dashed out of the room. Abraxas, observing his friend's petrified demeanor brought on by a mere kiss, couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically, exclaiming with exaggerated exasperation, "Merlin's foul socks, Tom Riddle. What spell of petrification have you fallen under today, or have you been possessed by a troll? Look how adorable your daughter is. Unlike my foolish son." He disdainfully glanced at the retreating figure of Lucius, who incessantly whined and reported grievances. "His mother has gone traveling and left him with me, and I feel like my hairline is retreating 3 inches from his incessant wailing." Rachel watched her husband still squatting there, his back turned to them, his shoulders showing slight tremors. She stepped forward, gently resting her hand on his arm, softly inquiring, "You seem really off today. Did you have a nightmare last night? I heard you calling my name in your sleep, looking quite distressed." "Nightmare?" Tom Riddle inhaled deeply and slowly. The blood-soaked battlefield, the chilling death, Rachel's desperate accusations, mingled with the warmth of the morning light, the children's kiss, his wife's concern, and Abraxas's teasing collided chaotically within him. He suddenly whirled around, and, under the astonished gazes of Rachel and Abraxas, extended his arms, using all his strength to pull Rachel tightly into his embrace. The force was as if he wished to meld her into his very being, fearing that if he let go, this beautiful, almost surreal dream would dissipate. His voice was low and hoarse, laced with an imperceptible tremor as he buried his face in the fragrant nook of Rachel's neck, murmuring, "It was a terrifying nightmare." Rachel gasped slightly from the tightness of his embrace, yet feeling his subtle tremors and unusual vulnerability, she did not struggle but gently wrapped her arms around him, softly patting his back. "It's all right, It's all right, it was just a dream. I'm here. Abraxas observed the couple tightly entwined, as if striving to merge their very souls. Witnessing Tom's emotions, which had never before surfaced, spill forth in a manner so uncharacteristic, his previously playful smirk faded slowly. A profound, understanding complexity flickered in his gray-blue eyes. Ultimately, he shook his head in resignation, rolled his eyes once more, and murmured softly, yet with a hint of warmth, "You too are something else." He discreetly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. No one noticed that, while embracing Rachel and feeling her genuine heartbeat and warmth, a single, tepid tear slipped quietly from the corner of Tom Riddle's tightly shut eyes, silently merging into the fabric of Rachel's shoulder. He himself remained oblivious to it. Chapter 46. Voldemort's soul transmigrates into the parallel world as Tom Riddle. Tom Riddle, or rather the soul currently inhabiting this blissful vessel, navigated through a morning that appeared tranquil on the surface, yet was tumultuous within, overwhelmed by shock and absurdity. He silently observed the daily rhythm of this household, Rachel tenderly untangling Claire's golden locks as she lingered in bed. Little Tommy quietly perusing a magical atlas far beyond his years, occasionally glancing up, his dark eyes, strikingly similar to Tom's, carrying a subtle curiosity as they scanned his father's face. Visiting Abraxas lounged carelessly at the dining table, sipping coffee while animatedly complaining about how little Lucius had knocked over his potion ingredients with a toy broom the previous night. Every detail felt breathtakingly vivid and beautiful, like the most ethereal of bubbles. Tom forced himself to calm, just as he had in countless crises before. He required a foothold, a means to comprehend who this world's Tom Riddle truly was. He excused himself under the pretense of attending to some work and sequestered himself in a study that blended the ancient elegance of the Weasley family with his own crisp style. The desk was spacious and tidy, adorned with the Ministry of Magic's emblem, a family portrait of him and Rachel cradling their swaddled twins, and an open, still-drying promotion document. Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the apex of the largest and most powerful department within the British Ministry of Magic. Tom's fingers brushed over the gilded title on the document, his lips curling into a complex arc. In that world, he had scorned the bureaucratic system, pursuing absolute power and dominance above all rules. Yet here, it seemed he had chosen another path, exerting influence through the heart of order? Or perhaps it was truly for some absurd notion of justice. He spent the entire day unobtrusively piecing together information from the documents in the study, Rachel's occasional chatter, and even the children's inadvertent remarks. This world's Tom Riddle, a graduate of Slytherin at Hogwarts with commendable grades, yet seemingly not overly obsessed with ancient magics and bloodline secrets. He had fallen in love with Rachel Weasley in their third year and, akin to his memories, married shortly after graduation. Upon entering the ministry, he climbed the ranks swiftly due to his remarkable intellect and calm judgment, achieving the position of Deputy Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement at an astonishingly young age, and had officially been promoted to Director just yesterday. His relationship with Abraxas Malfoy remained close, a genuine friendship. He was exceedingly strict, bordering on harsh, with his son Tommy. Conversely, he appeared to indulge his daughter Claire considerably. The overall family atmosphere was harmonious, yet tinged with a subtle tension stemming from his stern fatherly demeanor. At dinner, the elongated table was draped with pristine linen, silver candlesticks casting a soft glow. The house elf efficiently served the meal in silence. Claire chattered animatedly about how she had disciplined the mischievous fox in the garden with her toy wand, while little Tommy quietly ate his meal, occasionally glancing up at his father. Rachel placed a perfectly roasted lamb chop on Tom's plate, her tone laced with a hint of complaint, though predominantly playful. "Darling, honestly, I truly wish you wouldn't accept that position as director. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. There will be so many responsibilities, late nights, hearings, and a relentless pursuit of dark wizards." She sighed, reaching over to tousle Tommy's soft black hair. "You're already so busy. Won't you have even less time to spend with me and these two little rascals?" Tommy stiffened momentarily at his mother's touch, but soon relaxed, continuing to chew in silence, his gaze lowered, concealing his emotions. Tom keenly perceived the fleeting moment of awe and distance in his son's demeanor. He turned to Claire, who immediately responded with a bright, unclouded smile. "It's my duty," Tom began, his voice deliberately steady, imbued with the gravitas befitting his role. "I shall endeavor to find a balance." He paused, looking at Tommy, attempting to emulate the concern that a father should convey. "How did your studies on magical theory go today?" Tommy lifted his head, his obsidian eyes locking onto his father's with clarity and composure. "I finished Chapter 3 on the principles of basic transfiguration, Father. The theory of spatial displacement is somewhat intricate. I still struggle to comprehend the specific formula for energy conservation and transmutation across materials. Such a response was remarkably rigorous for a 5 or 6-year-old. Tom felt a stirring in his heart. This child's talent and thought process mirrored his own. Rachel interjected with a warm smile. All right, dear. Let us not administer a quiz during dinner. Tommy is doing splendidly, considering his age. Don't be too hard on him. I can see he is a bit intimidated by you. She cast a playful, reproachful glance at Tom. Tom's gaze lingered on Tommy's seemingly tranquil face, where he discerned a trace of subtle tension. He softened his tone. Have I been too stern with him? Rachel widened her azure eyes in surprise. Not really, but you do set the bar quite high. Of course, he is as astute as you, frighteningly so, and you needn't worry about his studies. He is still so young. She paused, her voice turning tender. If you smiled at him more often, like you do with Claire, he would surely want to be closer to you. Tommy respects you. He just doesn't know how to express it. Tom silently mulled over Rachel's words, his gaze falling upon Tommy's lowered head. Respect? He recalled his own sternness towards Tommy. Perhaps to this child, he appeared as an insurmountable mountain, a source of cold pressure. At that moment, a faint crackle from the direction of the living room heralded the arrival of a familiar voice, filled with exuberance. Hey, I'm back. Anyone missing the sunshine and cuisine of Italy? Tom's grip on his knife and fork tightened, his knuckles paling. That voice, even after nearly half a century, was unforgettable. It was Joe, the man whom he had allowed to be tortured to death by Bellatrix Lestrange. He forced himself to maintain an outward calm. Slowly lifting his head, Joe's figure appeared in the doorway, travel-worn yet vibrant. Clad in a well-tailored Muggle travel outfit, he bore the fatigue of a long journey. But his azure eyes, so reminiscent of Rachel's, sparkled with the joy of returning home, radiating warmth. Tom had evidently treated him kindly, merely etching a few gentle laugh lines at the corners of his eyes. His innate gentlemanly demeanor and unconditional affection for his sister remained unchanged. Uncle. Claire chirped like a joyful little bird, the first to leap from her chair and rush into Joe's embrace. Even the usually quiet Tommy set down his knife and fork, hastening to Joe's side. While he did not fling himself into Joe's arms as his sister had, his upturned face revealed a clear sense of closeness and anticipation as he nodded gently, whispering, Uncle, welcome back. Tom's heart felt as though it were gripped by a cold hand, only to be released abruptly. He watched Joe naturally bend down, one arm lifting the giggling Claire while the other affectionately ruffled Tommy's hair. The ease of their affection, the vibrancy of life, stood in stark, cruel contrast to the memory of Joe lying on the cold floor of the Villa Manor, contorted in agony. A tumultuous wave of emotion surged within him, mingled with absurdity, pain, and a sense of belated remorse. Perhaps it was the brush with death, or perhaps it was the overwhelming warmth before him. But he was startled to discover that the animosity and hostility he had harbored towards Joe for years had, in this moment, melted away like thin ice under the blazing sun, leaving only a dull ache of emptiness and a flicker of relief he was reluctant to acknowledge. Rachel rose with a smile, approaching Joe to embrace him. Finally decided to come back? I thought you'd forgotten how to return home. Joe laughed heartily as he set Claire down, his gaze shifting to Tom at the head of the table. His smile was genuine and warm, imbued with unfeigned admiration and camaraderie. He strode over, and before Tom could fully process the moment, he enveloped him in a robust embrace, rich with brotherly affection. Congratulations, Tom, Joe exclaimed, patting Tom's back heartily. Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. That's no light burden. Back when I was with the International Magical Enforcement Agency, it was quite a challenge, and your responsibilities are even greater. However, I must remind you, he loosened his grip, placing both hands on Tom's shoulders. His azure eyes penetrating deep into Tom's, laced with brotherly concern. The greater the power, the heavier the responsibility, and the less time you will have. Make sure you don't become so engrossed in work that you forget to spend quality time with Rachel and the children. Family is paramount. Don't be like me back in the day, nearly missing Tommy's first display of magic. This embrace felt so natural, so warm, infused with the sense of sunshine and olive oil. Joe's words bore no trace of insincerity or pretense, only pure congratulations and kind reminders. Tom's body stiffened momentarily in the embrace as the gruesome memories he had tried to forget surged back. Bellatrix's maniacal laughter, the searing green light of the Cruciatus curse, Joe's dying wails, all overlapping with the caring and vibrant face before him. He felt as though his throat was constricted, an indescribable pang of bitterness swelling within him. Forcing himself to suppress the tumultuous feelings, he managed to produce a strained smile that seemed a poor fit for the occasion. Thank you, Joe. I will keep that in mind. His voice was somewhat hoarse. Rachel, sensing his unease, moved closer, gently grasping his hand beneath the table. His hand was cold and slightly trembling. She regarded him with concern and affection. Tom, what has been troubling you these past few days? You've been so distracted since yesterday morning, and you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? Her eyes brimmed with care and love. Tom tightened his grip on Rachel's warm, soft hand, as if it were his sole lifeline amidst the tempest. He took a deep breath, forcing the roiling emotions back into the abyss, shaking his head in an attempt to mask the inner turmoil with calmness. It's nothing. Perhaps just the weight of a new position, a bit overwhelming. Don't worry. He endeavored to make his voice sound normal. However, he failed to notice that across the table, his perceptive son Tommy, with those identical obsidian eyes, was watching him intently. The fleeting stiffness in his father's posture, the complex pain that flickered in his gaze, and the forced calm that followed were all keenly observed by this astute child. Tommy's small brow furrowed slightly, almost imperceptibly, before he resumed his usual quiet demeanor. Dinner continued in a relaxed atmosphere as Joe recounted his experiences in Italy. After the meal, Rachel took Tom's hand, her cerulean eyes shimmering with anticipation beneath the candlelight. Darling, have you decided where we should travel this time? You've finally managed to clear your schedule for half a month, just the two of us. Her cheeks flushed slightly, her voice lowered with a sweet shyness. I long for a world that belongs solely to us. She suggested leaving Claire and Tommy in Joe's care for a few days, certain he would be delighted to oblige. Joe interjected with a grin, no problem at all. It'll be perfect for Lucius to join in. Those three little ones will create quite a ruckus together. You two enjoy your time together. He winked mischievously at Tom. Rachel's affectionate gaze seemed to carry warmth, piercing through the thick ice encasing Tom's soul. Over the past few days, he had been thrust into this overly perfect dream, experiencing immense shock, confusion, and even hidden pain, yet simultaneously enveloped by an all-pervading tenderness that assailed the defenses he had built over decades. At this moment, gazing into Rachel's unabashed love and expectation, witnessing her cheeks blush with shyness, an unprecedented torrent of unfamiliar emotions surged forth, overwhelming him. It was no longer about possession or distorted obsession. It was a pure, warm impulse to draw near and cherish. Under the watchful eyes of Joe and the children, Tom extended his arms, gently and resolutely pulling Rachel into an embrace. His movement bore an almost reverent caution that even he was unaware of. Then, as Rachel looked on in surprise and delight, he lowered his head, softly and tenderly kissing her lips. This kiss was no longer the fierce conquest of memories, but akin to the thawing snow melt of early spring, slow, gentle, imbued with exploration and cherishment. He felt the softness and warmth of her lips, sensed her initial stiffness giving way to a pool of spring waters in response. Through this kiss, he seemed to confirm her existence, affirm the reality of this world, and realize that he, too, was worthy of love. Rachel was taken aback by his sudden, unprecedented tenderness, her heart fluttering as if lightly brushed by a feather, a wave of tingling warmth spreading throughout her being. She closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck, lost in this long-awaited, truly meaningful kiss. After what felt like an eternity, he pulled back slightly, resting his forehead against hers, his nose brushing against the faint scent of gardenias that lingered on her. He gazed into her shimmering blue eyes, his voice low and husky, yet filled with unprecedented gentleness. You decide, my dear. Anywhere is fine. These words came from the depths of his heart. As long as he was with her, any place was paradise. Rachel's cheeks turned as red as a ripe apple, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Joe coughed twice, awkwardly reminding them. Tommy remained quietly standing nearby, but his deep black eyes narrowed as he observed his father kissing his mother, a flicker of deeper contemplation crossing his face. His father's transformation was striking. Joe, sensing the moment, took Claire by one hand and beckoned Tommy with the other. Time to go? Uncle will take you to taste the marvelous candies I brought back from Italy, ones you've never seen before. Let us leave some space for your mom and dad. He winked at Tom and Rachel as he led the two children away from the dining room. More than an hour later, as Rachel and Tom descended the stairs hand in hand, preparing for a stroll in the garden, Rachel still bore the charming blush upon her cheeks, her eyes betraying a sweetness that could not be concealed. Joe was in the living room with Claire and little Lucius, playing with magical building blocks that changed patterns, while Tommy sat nearby, engrossed in a book, though his ears perked up attentively. Upon seeing them come down, Joe's gaze swept across Rachel's face, then over Tom, whose demeanor, while still composed, showed a noticeable softness. Unable to resist, he coughed loudly twice, deliberately adopting a serious expression. Mind yourselves. There should still be some decorum in front of the children. Look at Rachel's face. It's as if she's drunk on fire whiskey. Rachel shot Joe a playful glare, while Tom merely smiled faintly. As his gaze passed over Tommy, he keenly noticed his son's swiftly lowered eyelashes and slightly tightened lips. After dinner, Tommy watched his father's retreating figure toward the study, his small fists quietly clenched at his sides. He took a deep breath, like a little creature preparing to venture into the forbidden forest, and silently followed. Just as he cautiously pushed open the heavy wooden door of the study, Tom, with his back to the entrance and sorting through documents on the bookshelf, spoke without turning, his voice calm and unruffled. "Come in, Tommy." "Close the door." Tommy's small frame tensed immediately. He obeyed, entering the study and gently closing the door behind him. The room was filled with the scent of parchment, old books, and a faint hint of cedarwood. The light was warm, but the atmosphere felt somewhat stagnant. Tom turned, taking a seat behind the large desk. His posture relaxed yet imbued with an unspoken pressure. His deep gaze fell upon the small figure standing before the desk, scrutinizing the almost youthful reflection of himself, straight nose, tightly pressed lips, and those deep, unwavering black eyes that now held his gaze. The two stood silently across the desk, a palpable tension thickening the air. Finally, Tommy broke the silence, his voice youthful yet unusually clear and calm, imbued with a directness and sharpness that belied his age. "I feel like you've changed." No preamble, no circumlocution. Tom raised an eyebrow, his estimation of his son rising another notch. Just like him, Tommy possessed an extraordinary sensitivity and an almost instinctive spirit of inquiry. He did not deny it, but calmly asked, "Why do you say that?" He was eager to hear this smaller version of himself's observations. Tommy stepped forward, placing his small hands on the smooth surface of the desk, tilting his head slightly upward, his black eyes unwaveringly fixed on his father's. His tone edged with an almost imperceptible interrogation. "You often seem lost in thought, your gaze drifting far away, as if pondering a significant question. It's different from before." "The father, I remember," he paused, seemingly weighing his words. "When you looked at me, it felt like you were reviewing a paper that needed edits, stern yet not empty. And there seemed to be so much hidden beneath the surface." Empty? Hidden? The child's ability to capture emotions was reminiscent of his own childhood. Tommy inhaled deeply, as if steeling himself for something, his small chest rising and falling slightly as he posed the boldest and most central question that had been swirling in his mind all day, his voice low but clear, bearing an undeniable certainty. "I'm not afraid of you. Show me my real father." Tom paused, momentarily taken aback. Then a peculiar sensation surged within him, not the anger of offense, but rather a sense of appreciation for a worthy opponent, perhaps even delight. He looked down at the small figure before him, standing just at his waist, whose tense little face was a blend of fear, stubbornness, and a daring courage. This familiarity, this sharpness, this fearless questioning was all too reminiscent. He chuckled softly, the sound echoing oddly in the quiet study, yet somehow easing the tension. He rose, walked around the desk, and approached Tommy. As Tommy instinctively began to step back, Tom reached out, with an unprecedented gentleness, ruffling his son's soft black hair. This affectionate gesture evidently took Tommy by surprise. His small body froze, his obsidian eyes wide with astonishment and a hint of flustered disbelief. After all, in his memories, his father had never displayed such tender affection. "You truly resemble me from my childhood," Tom remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia and perhaps a touch of self-deprecation. Far more astute than Rachel. He referred to Rachel's perception of his distress, which she attributed solely to work-related stress or nightmares. Tommy, with his father's hand affectionately ruffling his hair, felt momentarily at a loss upon receiving this near compliment. His small face tightened, while the tips of his ears subtly flushed. The conviction and assertiveness he had previously displayed began to diminish under the weight of this unexpected, gentle response. Tom withdrew his hand and seated himself once more, gesturing for Tommy to do the same. Observing the confusion and wariness in his son's eyes, he resolved to unveil a portion of the truth, a truth meticulously curated and embellished by him. "I had a long dream," Tom's voice deepened, enveloped in a sense of reverie as he gazed out into the enveloping darkness of the night, a span reminiscent of 70 long years. Tommy's eyes widened in astonishment. 70 years. This surpassed his comprehension. Yet, he refrained from interrupting, focusing intently on his father. "What kind of dream?" he inquired, his small brow furrowed. "Is that dream what made you so peculiar?" He steadfastly clung to this notion of peculiarity. "A nightmare." Tom's gaze returned to Tommy's face, his expression becoming profound and complex. "Or perhaps a dream in which I made different choices." He deliberately slowed his speech, watching for his son's reaction. "Different choices?" Tommy echoed, a flicker of contemplation igniting in his dark eyes. "Yes." Tom's voice grew heavier. "In that dream, I did not choose this path. I did not love your mother. Or if I did, it was in the wrong way." He paused, seemingly weighing his words, his brow furrowing slightly as painful memories surfaced in that dream. "You and Claire were absent, as was your Uncle Joe." Tommy's breath hitched noticeably. "Absent? No Claire? Uncle's gone." This information struck him like a cold stone cast into the tranquil waters of his small heart. I also lost your mother, Rachel. Tom's voice bore an authenticity, heavy with pain, a hurt that was not entirely veiled. He recalled the look of deep-seated resentment in Rachel's eyes from years past. In that dream, I made choices entirely different from the present. He inhaled deeply, as if uttering these words required immense effort, his gaze heavy with sorrow. Your mother despises me. The final 3 words fell lightly, yet within Tommy's heart, they stirred tumultuous waves. The notion of a mother harboring hatred for a father was unfathomable. The overwhelming impact, coupled with an instinctive, unwavering belief in the sanctity of parental affection, propelled Tommy to spring from his chair. Driven by a primal urge to dispel the weighty despair in his father's words, he rushed forward, opening his small arms to embrace Tom's waist tightly. This embrace was sudden and fierce, radiating the warmth unique to a child. Tom's body froze, as though struck by an unseen spell. The warmth of the little body pressed against him, embodying unreserved reliance and protection. A sudden, unfamiliar pang coursed through his nostrils, threatening to spill tears from his eyes. The heart, forged in the darkness for decades, now felt the impact of this small embrace, echoing with a profound resonance. Mother loves you. Tommy's voice emerged muffled from his embrace, filled with childlike certainty and urgency. We all love you, Dad. Don't let that nightmare lead you astray. He held on tightly, as if his small strength could banish the terrifying specter of that nightmare, restoring the image of a mother who loved him. Tom's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, then suddenly released, flooding him with a rush of warmth. Slowly, albeit somewhat stiffly, he raised his arm, ultimately resting it gently on his son's slender, yet upright back. The gesture bore an unprecedented awkwardness, yet was imbued with utmost solemnity. All right. A simple word escaped his throat, laced with a barely perceptible rasp. He closed his eyes, absorbing the warmth of his child's breath and the rhythm of his heartbeat. In a previous life, he had chosen the path leading to supreme power, yet also to eternal solitude and destruction, in stark contrast to Rachel, ultimately leading to mutual disdain and unrelenting conflict. In this life, however, this incarnation of Tom Riddle chose family, responsibility, and love. Though this meant experiencing the mortal tribulations of aging, work-related worries, and the exasperations of parenthood, he had gained something far beyond the reach of all dark forces from his past: a vibrant, boisterous home, children who revered and adored him, a wife who would forever love him, a brother in arms in Joe, and a dear friend in Abu who could still share a jest. This ordinary happiness now rested heavily yet warmly upon his heart. Time flowed swiftly, akin to the landscapes rushing past the window of the Hogwarts Express. 2 decades, in the eyes of one who once sought immortality, seemed but a fleeting moment, yet was ample enough to leave gentle imprints upon a mortal visage. By the banks of the River Thames in London, the rare autumn sun generously cast its light, dispelling the long-standing gloom, spilling warmth upon the ancient London Bridge. Below, the river shimmered, reflecting the azure sky, fluffy clouds, and the venerable buildings on either side. Tom Riddle, or rather, the man who had seamlessly integrated into this parallel version of Tom Riddle, was nearing 50. The passage of time had not been unkind to him. It had merely transformed the sharp beauty of his youth into a richer, more composed allure. His striking features remained pronounced, while strands of silver had begun to weave through his dark hair, akin to carefully placed platinum, adding not age but an air of dignity and refinement. He donned a meticulously tailored deep gray cashmere coat, his posture still as upright as a pine. By his side, Rachel Weasley's hand rested firmly within his grasp. She had long shed the naivety of youth. Her golden hair glimmered softly in the sunlight, and fine laughter lines adorned her eyes, enhancing rather than diminishing her gentle charm, adding a layer of composed elegance that came with the passage of years. Her cerulean gaze remained clear, brimming with tranquility and contentment. They had just concluded a 6-month journey around the globe, strolling leisurely as they savored the rare London sunshine. Rachel's fingers stirred gently within Tom's warm palm. She tilted her head slightly, the sunlight accentuating the soft contours of her profile, her voice imbued with a serene depth, akin to the gentle flow of the Thames. Tom. You know, once you shared that nightmare with Tommy, he immediately relayed it to me. Tom paused momentarily, a reluctant yet affectionate smile gracing his lips. He regarded his wife, his deep-set eyes softened by the sunlight. That boy has never been able to keep a secret from you. Even the whispers I share with him find their way to you. His tone held no reproach, only a gentle indulgence for their son's natural trust in his mother. Rachel laughed, her eyes brightening, the laughter lines blossoming like autumn chrysanthemums. She tightened her grip on Tom's hand, drawing her gaze back from the river to peer deeply into his eyes. The clarity within them reflected an understanding of the world, tinged with a faint, distant sorrow. Her voice was soft, almost conspiratorial, as if fearing to disturb something fragile, yet it resonated clearly in Tom's ears. I too have experienced a nightmare. Tom's heartbeat skipped a beat, unexpectedly. A profound sense of foreboding coiled around his spine like a chilling serpent. Rachel's gaze remained unwavering. Her voice, though calm, carried an ethereal quality, as if transcending time itself. It is remarkably akin to yours. She paused, seemingly lost in the suffocating darkness of that dream. A flicker of clarity and pain flashing in her cerulean eyes. In the dream, you were indeed a villain. Obsessive, ruthless, and mercilessly committing irreparable wrongs. Everything that the name Tom Riddle connoted, darkness, bloodshed, betrayal, and destruction, she articulated with a serenity that belied the cruelty of her words. Tom's pupils constricted sharply, as though struck by a blinding light. He felt the sunlight around him dim instantly, the cacophony of London Bridge, the gentle flow of the river. All seemed muted, as if a silence button had been pressed. He came to a sudden halt. Incredulity washing over him as he turned to Rachel, every drop of blood in his body rushing to his head, only to freeze in the next heartbeat. She knew, she remembered, that nightmare was not solely his. A wave of shock and the tremors of being utterly exposed engulfed him. All his previous conjectures, all his hopes, were shattered by Rachel's composed words in that moment. It turned out she was not entirely oblivious. The indelible betrayal, the heart-wrenching death, the cataclysmic war had all left their marks on her soul in the form of nightmares, just as they had on his. As Rachel observed the sudden transformation in her husband's expression and the turmoil roiling within his eyes, a gentle smile graced her lips, one imbued with infinite relief and gratitude, akin to the first rays of dawn piercing through heavy clouds. How wonderful, she whispered, each word feather-light, yet bearing the weight of 1,000 pounds upon Tom's heart. It was merely a dream, just a dream. 5 words, akin to the most potent spell of forgetting, yet also embodying the deepest redemption. Tom gazed at his wife's tender smile, seeing in her eyes a profound appreciation for the present happiness born of life's tribulations. Countless memories flashed through his mind. Companionship in the orphanage, love blossoming at Hogwarts, the treachery of the forgetting spell, the sins of the diary, the backlash of the Horcruxes, the icy grip of death, the accusations on the battlefield, the aimless wandering through nothingness, all culminating in the visage of the warm, smiling face before him. All the tumultuous waves, all the agonizing struggles, all the dark past, crumbled before the utterance of it was merely a dream, collapsing into dust under the gaze of those cerulean eyes brimming with love and understanding. An indescribable, searing tide surged within him, threatening to spill over as tears of overwhelming emotion clouded his vision. He opened his mouth, his throat tightening as he struggled to find words, yet ultimately, all his unspoken thoughts, every poignant sentiment, every confession and relief, coalesced into a single, equally relieved sigh, accompanied by the warmth welling in his eyes. Indeed, his voice was hoarse yet profoundly clear, imbued with a lightness that came from shedding an immense burden. It was merely a dream. They stood facing each other, basking in the rare, brilliant sunlight of London, by the ancient banks of the Thames. Words became unnecessary. In the instant their eyes met, understanding blossomed. Those memories of blood and fire, the intertwining of love and hatred, the traces of a cruel world long past, were tenderly enveloped and sealed by the warmth of the moment, the smile before them, and the authentic happiness accumulated over the past 2 decades, transforming into a haunting, yet insignificant nightmare lost within the depths of time. Perhaps Merlin truly was a merciful playwright, granting the lost souls a chance to begin anew, to choose love, to choose family, and to embrace the warmth of the ordinary. Tom extended his arms, gently enfolding Rachel in his embrace. He rested his chin atop her fragrant hair, his gaze drifting beyond her shoulder, towards the shimmering surface of the river, towards the distant city skyline bathed in golden sunlight. Time stood still, and the world was at peace. He turned his head, his warm lips softly pressing against her cheek, still smooth despite the passage of years. His deep voice, laced with mirth, carried the certainty of a calm that had traversed all nightmares and finally reached the clear skies. Do you remember, little girl, the story I told you in the Slytherin common room? I remember, she replied. You said that if someone left their beloved due to their own mistakes, their world would always be shrouded in rain. Indeed, I also said we would never part. Tom tightened his embrace, drawing her even closer, as if to encompass the entirety of the world. He raised his gaze to the rarely seen, azure expanse above London, where sunlight poured down unreservedly, gilding everything in a warm glow. His voice resonated with contentment and a tranquility that followed the settling of dust. Look, Rachel, he kissed the top of her head, pointing towards the clear blue sky. Today is a splendid day in London. The fog-laden city, often cloaked in gloom and drizzle, found itself basking in sunlight, unmarred by clouds. That dazzling radiance seemed to pierce through the shadows of every time and space, illuminating the souls that had finally grasped true happiness at the end of a long nightmare.